Brat, don't run if you have the capabilities. If you're a man, have an open and above-board fight with this old man, Celestial Master Miluo roared. Angrily, he already unleashed all of his abilities and even employed Heavenly Dao True Martial. His Heavenly Dao True Martial could predict his opponent's next move, and it was extremely accurate. It was just a pity that it was completely useless against Yi Yuan. He could never determine where Yi Yuan would appear in the next second. Using coming and going like a shadow to describe Yi Yuan could not be more apt, and the space that he sealed off was completely useless against Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could always escape his lockdown easily. Celestial Master Miluo was practically going insane. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly when he heard that and said, "Old fogey, pretending to be a man with me? If you have the capabilities, suppress your cultivation realm to the initial stage 9 marks Heavenly Dao realm. Guarantee that I'll beat you until even your mum can't recognize you." The corners of Celestial Master Miluo's mouth twitched slightly, almost exploding. With Yi Yuan's combat power, if he was in the same realm, he could only be crushed. He became completely demotivated, unable to hit him, and also could not win in a quarrel. How to play? By the side, Yu Mengli's gaze flickered indeterminately, not knowing what she was thinking about either. However, she did not make a move all along, just quietly watching. Right then, a voice slowly came from the cave. "Miluo, let him enter. You can't deal with him." Miluo's expression changed slightly. Finally, he still gritted his teeth unwillingly and said, "Yes." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, "Continue blaming yourself then. It's best that you blame yourself for another 10 billion years. At that time, perhaps your crimes can be lessened a little. Of course, if you stop condemning yourself, I'll lend you a helping hand in the future." Finished saying, he walked away, leaving behind Miluo, who had an angry expression. Yu Mengli hesitated for a moment and also followed into the cave. She led Yi Yuan through the cave. Ahead, an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life hit him head-on. This kind of aura seemed to be like an eternal existence, as if overriding above all life. The further ahead he went, the more Yi Yuan felt an archaic aura, which simply made people prostrate in worship. Gradually, an underground hall entered Yi Yuan's eyes. A tall and straight back currently had his back facing Yi Yuan, kneeling in front of the 8 god statues. Yi Yuan raised his eyes and glanced at the 8 god statues, and his mind was shocked. At this moment, that kind of aura that towered above all life was exceptionally strong. The 8 god statues seemed to have souls. They were looking at him too. Those gazes attacked straight at the heart. At this moment, Yi Yuan actually had an impulse to worship. These 8 god statues wanted to make him submit. Yi Yuan's mind shook greatly, hurriedly mustering the heavenly Dao power of the lesser Heavenspan mountain to deal with this power. Swoosh! That man who had his back facing Yi Yuan suddenly launched an attack at this moment, throwing a punch over. In a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Yi Yuan. The terrifying pressure was virtually crushing Yi Yuan into a meat pancake, making him feel asphyxiated. Too strong. However, Yi Yuan's reaction was extremely fast too, immediately urging spatial law. Boom! The place where Yi Yuan was standing, there was a violent tremor in space. But the current Yi Yuan switched positions with that man. The man's attack missing, he did not pursue, but withdraw his aura instead and stood with his hands behind his back, sizing Yi Yuan up with interest. Well deserving of being Saint Azure. This ancestor's attack, even if a Dao ancestor was here, it would be too late to avoid it too. I didn't expect that. You could actually resist the heavenly might of the 8 gods and avoid this strike of mine. I'm very curious. How did you do it? The man said with a faint smile. This strike earlier, he did not hold back. Furthermore, this place had the blessing of the 8 god statues. The space was extremely stable. Under such a space, wanting to use spatial law to evade attacks was doubly difficult. let alone that the 8 god statues' heavenly might was irresistible. Even if a Tao ancestor was here, they would surely be affected too. This strike earlier was absolutely a certain kill blow in the eyes of the man. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan actually still evaded it? Yi Yuan frowned and looked at the man and said, "You're Tian Qing?" The man said coolly, "That's right. It's precisely this ancestor, speaking of, which this ancestor still has to thank you. If not for you restoring the chaotic spacetime, this ancestor will probably still be exiled in the spacetime turbulence." This man was the divine race sovereign who made the heaven-span world tremble, the one and only Tenmark's powerhouse. He was Tian Qing. This blow earlier looked simple, but actually, it was incredibly lethal. Yi Yuan deeply felt his power, because that strike earlier it actually affected his chaos world. The current Yi Yuan had his vital energy and blood surging, the chaos world, being in havoc. It could be seen to what degree the power of this punch was strong until Yi Yuan was slightly surprised in his heart and said with a sigh, "I still underestimated the heroes of the world." The force of his fist already reached the level of Tao and can affect my chaos world through spatial nodes. Truly inconceivable. Fortunately, Tian Qing did not have the intention of continuing to attack. Otherwise, whether or not he could walk out of the abyss world was still unknown. Clearly, Tian Qing was wary of Yi Yuan too. Earlier, he was just testing a little to see if Yi Yuan was really as impressive as the rumors. If he really killed Yi Yuan, it would naturally be over. Who would have thought that he actually still failed? Yi Yuan could not even be killed in the ancestral land. It went even more, without saying outside. However, by the side, Celestial Master Miluo and Yu Mengli were dumbfounded. With shock, especially Celestial Master Miluo, his mouth opened wide and could not close. For a long time, he had never seen Tian Qing fail before. Even if facing Grand Ancestor Spacetime back then, Tian Qing's attacks would never miss too. No one could avoid his punch. The Grand Ancestor Spacetime, who comprehended spacetime law to the extreme, could not either. But Yi Yuan actually evaded it. How shocking was this? In his view, Yi Yuan entering the ancestral land was completely an act of seeking death. But who knew that even the divine race's strongest, Tian Qing, could not do anything to Yi Yuan? Was this guy really so amazing? The fact was, he really was. Humph. No need to say thanks. One day, I'll personally kill you with my own hands, Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. But when Tian Qing heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha! Someone capable of killing me, there wasn't any in the past, and there also won't be any in the future. To tell you the truth, unless these 8 gods come to life, otherwise, no one in the heavenspan world can kill me. I know that your talent is very strong, but it's useless. This ancestor is undying and imperishable. You can't kill me. In the future, at best, this ancestor will dread you to some extent. That's all." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Is that so? Then let's wait and see." Tian Qing shook his head slightly, seemingly not willing to argue about this. His confidence stemmed from his strength that was powerful until it was heaven-defying. He had the qualifications to be arrogant. "You came for little Li. Do you understand it now?" Tian Qing looked at Yi Yuan and said smilingly, "My divine race is a race favored by heaven. These 8 gods are precious gifts from heaven, letting us stand above all life. Little Li is someone of the divine race. She's proud of being a member of the divine race, and she'll also fight for the divine race. So, have you given up?" These 8 god statues in front of him seemed to have a kind of magical power. Yi Yuan looked at them and had a feeling of facing the Heavenspan mountain. Strong. Ridiculously strong. What was the origin of these 8 god statues? If not for Yi Yuan having the lesser Heavenspan mountain, he would not have been able to resist the powerful pressure of these 8 god statues at all, and would have long surrendered. One had to know, even when Yi Yuan was facing the 9 great Tao ancestors, he did not employ the power of the lesser heavenspan mountain. These 8 god statues were incredibly mysterious. Yi Yuan ignored Tianqing but sized the 8 god statues up hard. These idols were definitely the key to solving the problem with Lear. Suddenly, Yi Yuan stepped forward and walked over toward the first idol. This idol was incomparably ferocious, an appearance of baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Its right hand was even holding a fork, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. Yi Yuan walked in step by step. The power of that idol also became greater and greater. Especially the expression on the idol, it seemed to have changed, becoming unbelievably angry. He seemed to feel that this ant in front of him actually dared to be impudent. In front of him, Tianqing watched this scene calmly and did not stop it. Yu Mengli frowned a little and said, "Lord Tianqing, Tianqing extended his hand to interrupt Yu Mengli's words and said coolly, "I know what you want to say, and also know that you still have feelings for him. But this is his own choice. Furthermore, although this ancestor isn't afraid of him, I also don't wish for the human race to have an existence that can rival this ancestor to appear. Do you understand?" Yu Mengli's face revealed a reluctant look and closed both eyes in pain. Although she firmly believed that she was a member of the divine race, being completely devoted to the divine race, her nature was not wiped out. She was still that Yu Mengli. She still loved Yi Yuan deeply. It was just that she knew Yi Yuan's character. It was impossible to defect to the divine race for her. And it was also impossible for her to return to the human race because of Yi Yuan. Therefore, she chose to restrain her feelings. But when Yi Yuan faced life and death, she still could not bear it. Yi Yuan approached step by step. The entire hall was trembling. Furthermore, the trembling grew stronger and stronger. Yi Yuan had the help of the lesser heavenspan mountain and did not fear the coercion of the idol at all. Facing the coercion of the 8 idols, the Tai Chi diagram faintly lit up behind him and was actually trying to fight back. But the more so, the stronger the reaction of the 8 idols. Even the expression on Tianqing's face also became solemn as he said with a frown, "This brat actually still has the strength to fight back in front of the 8 gods. However, he dares to provoke the 8 gods. There's only a road that leads to death." That was right. Yi Yuan was provoking the 8 idols. Wanting to figure out the secret of the god statues, ordinary methods were definitely useless. Therefore, Yi Yuan wanted to see just what the hell these 8 idols were. It was just that this scene was tantamount to playing with fire and burning oneself in the view of Tianqing and the others. The closer he got, the more Yi Yuan felt the terrifying pressure. The 8 idols were clearly already furious to the extreme. The entire great hall's trembling became even more intense. Rumble. Suddenly, the 8 idols emitted a dazzling light at the same time, illuminating the entire great hall like daytime. An enormous vortex condensed and formed above the great hall. A powerful to the extreme suction force suddenly appeared. Yi Yuan's physical body did not have many abnormalities, but his divine soul was actually going to leave his body involuntarily. Yi Yuan's heart shook greatly, wanting to teleport away. However, this suction force was too terrifying. He could not teleport at all. With this, it really stabbed the hornet's nest. The power of these 8 idols, they were much stronger than he imagined. When Tianqing saw this scene, he could not help opening his mouth wide. It was still his first time seeing that the idols would be so enraged. As for the 3 of them, they did not feel much. The divine race had long already unified spirit and body. This vortex did not target them. However, Yu Mengli's expression changed wildly. Her figure moved, about to go over and save Yi Yuan. Previously, she did not save because she knew that Yi Yuan had the ability to protect himself. But now, she could not continue watching anymore. However, a powerful suction came whistling from the rear. She was actually unable to move an inch forward anymore. Tianqing did not allow her to take action. "Lord Tianqing." Yu Mengli turned around and glared. Tianqing was unmoved and said coolly, "Do you want to disobey the 8 extreme divinities?" 8 Extreme Divinities was the name of these 8 idols. Yu Mengli had a conflicted look, looking towards Yi Yuan in pain. While over there, Yi Yuan also saw this scene earlier, and the corners of his mouth could not help revealing a hint of a smile. Indeed, Lier's heart had not changed. With this, it was enough. Although he encountered a dangerous situation, Yi Yuan did not regret it. He could forget his own safety and brave dangers for Mu Lingxue, so he could, naturally, also throw away his life for Lier. Very soon, Yi Yuan's divine soul was forcefully pulled out of his physical body like plucking a carrot. Swoosh! Yi Yuan's divine soul was akin to a wild horse that ran away and was sucked into the vortex in a blink of an eye. After this, everything returned to tranquility. Yi Yuan's physical body was standing there, motionless. 2 rows of clear tears fell down from the corners of Yu Mengli's eyes. She fell to the ground softly. It was as if all of her strength was drained. Ha ha ha. Dead. This damn brat is finally dead. Provoking the Lord. Divinities. This serves him right. But when Celestial Master Miluo saw this scene, he let out a wild laugh. He was previously toyed with by Yi Yuan until he was confused and disoriented. 10 billion years of humiliation, but it was still humiliation to this day. But now, he was taken care of by the 8 extreme divinities. How could he not be delighted? Even Tianqing also spat out a turbid breath slightly, as if he was relieved of a heavy burden. Clearly, Yi Yuan's existence still gave him tremendous pressure. Now that Yi Yuan was dead, he could finally make a move against the human race. Without worrying, Miluo destroy his physical body. This also considered to have drawn a conclusion to your 10 billion years of humiliation. Tianqing slowly said. Heh heh, all right, Celestial Master Miluo said with a sinister smile. These 10 billion years of torture made him become a little neurotic. Now that he had this opportunity, he had a morbid pleasure. He walked towards Yi Yuan step by step, a hint of cruelty at the corners of his mouth. Yi Yuan's head was slumped, still maintaining the same posture as before, motionless. Celestial Master Miluo got closer and closer and turned his palm up. Powerful force rolled in the palm of his hand. With this palm landing, Yi Yuan's physical body would probably be shattered. Jeej, brat, who asked you to show off? Is Saint Azure very impressive? My divine race is the race favored by heaven. You provoked the 8 extreme divinities. It's angering heaven. How can heaven tolerate you? Go and die. While laughing strangely, Celestial Master Miluo's palm fell down, smacking toward Yi Yuan's head. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly turned his head. There was a grayish-white color in his eyes. Celestial Master Miluo originally came in a threatening manner, but currently, he jumped greatly in fright. He really jumped up. Goodness me, God swindled. Celestial Master Miluo cried out strangely and hurriedly jumped away. Tianqing's expression changed and looked at Yi Yuan in shock as he exclaimed, What in the world is going on? Swoosh! The gray pupil Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared from where he stood. In the next instant, Celestial Master Miluo's hair stood on end. A feeling of
danger soudain à risigne.
Behind him, a terrifying force was currently erupting. The void shook. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared 100 feet behind Celestial Master Miluo, and his hand was already holding the limitless god-killing bow and sword of space-time. The arrow was on the bow. It was only to see his fingers loosen. An incomparably sharp cold light erupted in an instant, at such a close distance, forcefully resisting the sword of space-time released. By the limitless god-killing bow, the power could be imagined. All of these happened in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of
flint, inconceivably fast.
Clearly, the gray pupil Yi Yuan had already planned everything. In an instant, Celestial Master Miluo did not have time to turn around. All the hair on his body stood on end, and the power of protection instantly released. This sudden scene, even Tianqing did not react to it. Everything happened too suddenly. Boom! It was only to hear a loud noise. Celestial Master Miluo's body was directly blasted flying. It was also that his strength was too strong. Otherwise, with this sword, even if it was a Deva fifth blight, they would have to die with regrets too. The Grey Pupil Yi Yuan's calculation ability was unparalleled in the world. An ice-cold personality unleashed his calculation ability to the extreme. Swoosh! The Grey Pupil Yi Yuan's figure vanished once more, escaping into the chaos world once again. When he appeared again, he already caught up to Celestial Master Miluo again. It was just that at this time Tianqing already reacted to it. His figure suddenly disappeared, arriving behind Yi Yuan in the blink of an. If Yi Yuan killed Miluo, he would kill Yi Yuan. Swoosh! Yi Yuan's figure disappeared again, dodging the strike. Tianqing looked at Yi Yuan in astonishment, immensely shocked. The feeling that this Grey Pupil Yi Yuan gave him was even more dangerous than earlier. Logically speaking, with Yi Yuan's cultivation realm and strength, it was completely impossible to harm Celestial Master Miluo, even if under the circumstances that he was caught off guard. But Yi Yuan's timing was grasped too brilliantly. He made use of the time when everyone was stunned and instantly controlled everything. Miluo was seriously injured, harming someone right under Tianqing's eyelids. Who he harmed was even Celestial Master Miluo, this kind of quasi-progenitor level expert. This sort of thing, probably only the Grey Pupil Yi Yuan could do it. Tianqing looked at the Grey Pupil Yi Yuan with a frown and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" While Yu Mengli looked out of sorts and muttered, It's him." He appeared again. Who on earth are you?" The Grey Pupil Yi Yuan gave a cold snort and said, "That fool, always acting on impulse. In the end, he needs this eminence to come out and clean up his mess." Finished saying this, he looked at Tianqing again and said coldly, "Don't doubt your eyes. I'm Yi Yuan. We're of one body and two sides. It's just that this guy normally suppresses me. Now his divine soul is sucked away. So this eminence can finally come out. You listen up. This eminence will cultivate in the heaven lineage. Don't let people come and disturb me. Otherwise, not even chickens and dogs will be spared below late stage 9 marks heavenly Tao." Finished saying, Grey Pupil Yi Yuan flashed and directly left the ancestral land, leaving behind the 3 people who were dumbfounded with shock. Tianqing's expression was ugly to the extreme. He was actually threatened by someone. This Heavenspan world's #1 person, was actually threatened by someone. Poo work. Celestial Master Miluo spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, gasping heavily for air. Clearly, he had sustained extremely severe injuries. He gritted his teeth and said, "Lord Tianqing, this guy actually dared to threaten you. He must be killed." Tianqing's face became black as the bottom of a pot and he said in a solemn voice, "How to kill? Didn't you notice? This Yi Yuan's calculation ability is extremely terrifying. His threat is even greater than that Yi Yuan before. Furthermore, this Yi Yuan doesn't have the slightest emotion at all. If we really provoke him, he'll really kill off the entire heaven lineage." Celestial Master Miluo's complexion was deathly pale, and he said gloomily, Could it be that nothing can be done about him?" Tianqing sighed slightly and said, "Forget it. Let him be." He didn't leave. He should be waiting for that Yi Yuan previously to come out. For some reason, Tianqing suddenly somewhat missed that Yi Yuan a short while ago. That Yi Yuan would consider the feelings between Yu Mengli, and would not kill the innocent indiscriminately. But this Yi Yuan was completely different. He could feel the Grey Pupil Yi Yuan's iciness. That sort of iciness made even him feel somewhat piercing to the bone. He did not doubt in the slightest that the Grey Pupil Yi Yuan would really kill off his clansmen. The Grey Pupil Yi Yuan would only calculate and not talk about feelings. This type of person was the most troublesome. Furthermore, by relying on the calm to the extreme calculation ability, wanting to catch the Grey Pupil Yi Yuan was even more impossible. Hesitating to take action out of fear of damages, Tianqing could only be threatened. It was just that Tianqing was a little curious. Why did the gray pupil Yi Yuan have the confidence, thinking that the Yi Yuan before could still come out? One had to know this was the 8 extreme divinities, the 8 divinities, who created the powerful divine race. Celestial Master Miluo opened his mouth wide, his face in disbelief. Why did he take this hit in vain? But thinking about that scene just now, he also shuddered a little without it being cold. It was also that Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was lacking. Otherwise, that hit earlier, he would have long already fallen. That strike earlier was too strong. Tianqing looked towards Yu Mengli and asked, "You've seen before this gray
Pupil Ye Yuan.
What's going on?" Yu Mengli shook her head and said, "I also don't know what's going on. But this gray pupil Yi Yuan is very strong. Don't provoke him." The gray pupil Yi Yuan seems to have extremely terrifying judgment, and he can control everything on the battlefield. When 9 Origin brought me back to the clan, back then Yi Yuan turned into the state in the end. Then he forcefully knocked 9 Origin down by a major cultivation realm with the realm of Empyrean. When the two people heard that, they both had solemn looks on their faces. Indeed, not to be provoked, a human Empyrean leapfrogged a major cultivation realm and beat 9 Origin, who was already late stage 8 marks at that time, into a wretched state. This sort of combat power was simply appalling to hear. Even if it was Tianqing, it was impossible to do it too. In the heaven lineage, it completely exploded. A human punk actually occupied the place with the strongest spiritual energy, and started cultivating as if no one else was present. King Hell. Too arrogant. Punk. What nerves you have, to dare behave wildly at my heaven lineage. Punk. Quickly scream. Otherwise, when the lords come, you're dead for sure. Still not going? I think that you're courting death. Swoosh. A streak of cold light flashed past. Then he died. Everyone was dumbstruck with amazement, looking at this scene in disbelief. You occupied our territory and still dared to kill our divine race's people? Too arrogant. One powerful aura after another arrived with a howl. The heaven lineage's powerhouses rushed over one by one. This brat from the human race was really too arrogant, completely not taking the divine race seriously at all. Punk, this progenitor gives you one last chance. Leave immediately. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. The one talking was Tianqing, heaven lineage's 2nd-generation ancestor. His status in the heaven lineage was second only to Tianqing. His combat power was also second only to him, virtually rivaling the 7 lineages. Progenitors. No one felt that there was a problem with him saying this. But right then, a thunderous voice rolled over from the direction of the ancestral land. Tianqing, let him cultivate on profound heaven ridge. Instruct all the clansmen. Don't provoke him. Everyone was dumbfounded with shock. This was a brightly colored world. As far as the eye could see, it was full of light dots with different colors. Very pretty, but Yi Yuan had a creepy feeling. These are the power of the divine soul? No, wait, like the power of the divine soul, but also not. These light dots seemed to be something in the divine soul. Yi Yuan looked at the spectacular scenery before his eyes as he said in shock. His soul attainments were extremely powerful. Along with his strength stepping into creation realm, his divine soul already climbed to an extremely terrifying level. Even some ordinary Deva 5th blights might not be as strong as him too. Martial artists gained enlightenment on heavenly Tao through the divine soul. Yi Yuan's heavenly Tao comprehensions were extremely terrifying, so his understanding of the divine soul also far surpassed others. Although he did not know what these light dots were, he knew that this belongs to something in the divine soul. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression changed and he muttered to himself, I somewhat understand. The members of the divine race view these idols as gods and respect them from the bottom of their hearts. It's because this thing was taken away from their divine souls. Hiss. These idols stored so many light dots. What do they want to do? No, wait. The level of these idols is virtually comparable to the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. It's just much more sinister than the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. The 8 idols came to create such a powerful race. Just what's the origin of these idols? The more Yi Yuan thought, the more terrifying it felt. These idols were different from the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. The lesser Heavenspan Mountain was neutral and did not have any attributes. But these idols extracted countless of a certain kind of power in the divine soul and stored it in this space. This looked like a huge scheme no matter how he looked at it. Except, who was controlling all these? Yi Yuan suddenly felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him above the void, overlooking all life in the world. This sort of feeling made him shiver without being cold. Judging from the behavior earlier, Lier's nature wasn't wiped out. All of them, including Tianqing, have complete 7 emotions and 6 desires. Just that their submissive wills toward these idols come from the bottom of their hearts. Most likely, the problem lies here. This place looks like a vessel. If I can break the idols and let these mysterious power return to their original bodies, can it make Lier turn back to her original appearance? Yi Yuan mused. Arriving here made Yi Yuan instantly link it to a lot of things. Since time immemorial, he was probably the first person who took the initiative to enter this space, including Tianqing. Even he never entered before, because no one could disobey the divine race's will, let alone could there be anyone who could defy the will of the 8 idols. Yi Yuan's provocation infuriated the 8 idols, making them take action against him, taking the initiative to suck himself into this space. Clearly, these 8 idols thought that after he arrived here, he would not be able to go out anymore. These idols did not seem to have their own will but operated on their own, according to some kind of will. Of course, even so, these 8 idols were extremely terrifying too. Existences on the same level as the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, it was terrifying even if it did not want to be. At least, Yi Yuan currently had no way of breaking the god statues. Rumble. Suddenly, this space had an insurrection. Beneath Yi Yuan's feet, balls of terrifying flames leaped up. The flames rose very suddenly, completely surrounding Yi Yuan's divine soul. All at once, an extremely strong burning sensation made Yi Yuan hurt until he gave a muffled groan. Ignorant ant. To dare provoke heaven's might. Today the 8 extreme heavenly fire is sent down to refine you. Savor the taste of being burned by myriad fires well. In the void came a furious voice. This void was akin to a clap of thunder, shocking until Yi Yuan's eardrums hurt. Yi Yuan had never seen such a terrifying power before. This kind of power seemed to tower above all life. This cluster of flames had 8 colors, seemingly targeting the divine soul. The whole course of it was abnormally terrifying. Yi Yuan's divine soul felt like it was going to evaporate. Amen. Yi Yuan gave a muffled groan and fell to the ground and started twitching painfully. The power of this flame was not a divine fire of the mortal world at all. With regards to the mortal world's divine fires, Yi Yuan could virtually use being immune to describe. He was the ancestor of playing with fire. Even the flames condensed by Tao ancestors, Yi Yuan did not fear in the slightest too. But this 8 extreme heavenly fire, Yi Yuan was helpless against it. He could not control this flame at all. This flame's agony of being scorched, Yi Yuan had already forgotten how long. He had not tasted it before. Pain. Bone penetratingly painful. From head to toe, every inch of Yi Yuan's skin was receiving the pain of immolation. Furthermore, this 8 extreme heavenly fire targeted the divine soul. That sort of pain penetrated even deeper into the bones. Yi Yuan revolved his soul force to the max, but it was still like trying to put out a cartload of burning logs with a cup of water. Clouds of water vapor rose up from his body. Those were due to his soul force being evaporated by the 8 extreme heavenly fire. This 8 extreme heavenly fire was too terrifying. Yi Yuan's soul force was dissipating rapidly. Yi Yuan's figure gradually became illusory. Ha ha ha. Saw that? This is heaven's might. In front of heaven's might. Not submitting. There's only death. That voice came out once more, appearing rather invigorated. Yi Yuan's consciousness started to become blurry. His divine soul already almost could not hold on anymore. I going to die. The opponent this time is too strong. He likely came from above the heaven-span world. If I die, what will happen to Lier? Is she going to keep on being enslaved by people? If I die, what about Lingxue? Her final wisp of spiritual consciousness is also extinguishing already. No, I can't die. So what if heaven's might? If you're heaven, then I'll poke through this. Heaven, you want to refine me? Isn't this a tempering to me? I am going to defy heaven. True gold isn't afraid of fire. Yi Yuan used all the strength in his body and slowly crawled to his feet. He sat cross-legged in the 8 extreme heavenly fire and actually completely opened up his divine soul. He was no longer using soul force to resist the flames. In an instant, his divine soul was directly burned until it was significantly more transparent. His agony also increased exponentially. Yi Yuan opening up his divine soul was equivalent to drawing the 8 extreme heavenly fire into his body, making every inch of the divine soul receive sanctification. This sort of agony was 10,000 times, 100,000 times than before. The expression on Yi Yuan's face was becoming contorted, but he still sat cross-legged, being motionless. He was controlling his divine soul, attempting to guide these 8 extreme heavenly fire. Didn't you want to refine me? Then I'll use your 8 extreme heavenly fire to temper my divine soul. Either succeed or die trying. This kind of heavenly fire that came from beyond the heavens, it normally could not be found at all. It was a calamity to Yi Yuan, but was it also not a massive lucky chance? Failing to pull through, everything naturally did not need to be discussed anymore. But if he pulled through, the benefits that Yi Yuan would obtain would also be unimaginable. Suddenly, Yi Yuan let out a burst of wild laughter as he said, "Ha ha ha! Great! Didn't you want to refine me? Not enough. Still not enough. Your 8 extreme heavenly fire is too weak. Still not enough to refine me. Is this your heaven's might? Too weak. Not enough. Still not enough. Too weak. Didn't you claim to be heaven's might? Are you tickling me? Come. 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 Increase the heat. I want to see whether you can refine me. Or not. Ha ha ha. Great. Again." Within that space came Yi Yuan's loud laughter from time to time. This was not saying that Yi Yuan was not in pain. In reality, his pain was increasing manifold. Heaven's might was furious. The energy of the 8 extreme heavenly fire was also continuously increasing. Clearly, the 8 idols were truly enraged under Yi Yuan's triggering. But Yi Yuan did not care. Him yelling this pain out could disperse some agony of being burned instead. Yi Yuan's divine soul became weaker and weaker under the refinement of the 8 extreme heavenly fire. At this time, it already became very faint. But Yi Yuan was still incomparably stubborn. "Humph! Stubborn fellow, see how long you can still last. Didn't you want to increase the power of the 8 extreme heavenly fire? I'll satisfy you." That voice came out again. Yi Yuan's voice became weaker and weaker, and increasingly undetectable. Until later on, his divine soul was already extremely faint, and only a faint outline could be seen. But that voice laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha ha! An ignorant ant also dares to have delusions of grandeur of resisting heaven's might. Weren't you shouting very merrily just now? Yell again." But right at this time, that feeble divine soul of Yi Yuan's gradually shrunk and contracted again. In the end, it turned into a cluster of faint gray fog. The gray fog became increasingly smaller. In the end, it became the same size as the other light dots. It was just that the color of this ball of gray fog was completely different from the other light dots. The other light dots had all kinds of colors and only did not have gray color. Heh, it's actually the gray color of chaos mind power. The quality is pretty good. In the void, that voice sounded out again, appearing rather excited. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. That ball of gray fog actually started devouring the surrounding light dots. A small ball of gray fog actually started gradually becoming larger. The gray fog extended 4 tentacles and gradually turned into the 4 limbs of a human body and stretched a head out again. A gray-robed Yi Yuan's outline gradually took shape. The gray-robed Yi Yuan was like a suction cup, absorbing the surrounding light dots crazily, and his body also became more and more solid. Rumble. The entire space started trembling. Along with Yi Yuan's body becoming more and more solid, the vibration of space became more and more intense. Until the end, there were actually signs of collapsing. Chaos origin divinity. This is impossible. How can you possibly condense a chaos origin divinity? Not good. If he continues condensing, the divinity gathering space will collapse. Damn brat, you really got off cheap. In the depths of space came that person's panicked voice. The current Yi Yuan felt indescribably refreshed. He felt like he was almost floating up to the heaven. He really pulled through the tempering of the 8 extreme heavenly fire. Yi Yuan could feel that his divine soul became purer and purer under the tempering of the 8 extreme heavenly fire.
Un precedente di pure.
This sort of purity he had to cultivate until God knows when before he could attain it. At this time, Yi Yuan felt that his divine soul was indescribably powerful, as if it could shatter this space. However, right then, he felt that his body was being involuntarily repelled by this space. With a swoosh, he disappeared. Progenitor Tian Xing. That guy is too tyrannical. Yeah, progenitor. This guy won't give us any workable method at all. The entire heaven lineage's spiritual energy is absorbed by him alone. What the hell are we still cultivating for? In front of Tian Xing, a group of heaven lineage powerhouses was extremely indignant. It had already been a year in a blink of an eye. The gray pupil Yi Yuan already incurred the wrath of the entire heaven lineage. He did not care about others when he cultivated. Although the heaven lineage's powerhouses already avoided him and went to other places to cultivate, the commotion of gray-robed Yi Yuan's cultivation was seriously too big. Furthermore, it got bigger and bigger. Gray pupil Yi Yuan's cultivation was completely a plundering style cultivation. When he cultivated alone, he absorbed all of the spiritual energy in the proximity. In the beginning, heaven lineage's powerhouses were reluctant to give in and wanted to compete with the gray pupil Yi Yuan. But they discovered to their dismay that no matter how they absorbed the spiritual energy around, they could not win the gray pupil Yi Yuan. Progenitor Tian Xing gave the order for everyone to stay far away from this fellow, so everyone could not take action against him. But plundering resources was okay, right? Hence, since one person could not win the gray pupil Yi Yuan, a whole group of people then. The younger generation could not win the gray pupil Yi Yuan. Then the progenitors go. However, they discovered to their dismay that the gray pupil Yi Yuan's plundering of spiritual energy was completely unreasonable. Even if the progenitors joined the great battle of wresting spiritual energy, they still could not win the gray pupil Yi Yuan. The divine race's requirement for spiritual energy was not considered high. They primarily used it to nourish the physical body and nurture the divine soul. But they could not do without spiritual energy either. Yi Yuan absorbed all of the spiritual energy around the proximity to this mountain in one go. What the hell were the others still cultivating for? Hence, everyone ran in front of progenitor Tian Xing to complain. There was no way to live. At this time, a large group surrounded progenitor Tian Xing, making a din, until his head hurt. Progenitor Tian Xing's expression was very ugly too, and he said in a solemn voice, all right, stop making noise. This ancestor got it. I'll go and see progenitor Tian Xing now and ask him what to do. Before long, An unrivaled aura flew out of the ancestral land and landed on profound Heaven Ridge. When the group of divine race members saw this scene, they were excited to the extreme. Ha ha ha! Progenitor Tianqing finally made a move. His elderly self finally. Can't stand it anymore. This brat is dead for sure. See if he still dares to be so arrogant. Freaking hell. Your father has never seen before such tyrannical cultivation. No matter how we try to absorb spiritual energy away from him, we couldn't beat him. Tianqing landed not far from the gray pupil Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Are you here waiting for him to come out?" The gray pupil Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was much faster than Yi Yuan's. This 1 year's time, his plundering style cultivation already reached the bottleneck of the middle stage creation realm. The chaos world within his body had already begun to take shape. Just a step more and he would be able to break through the bottleneck. It was also precisely because of this that he had been absorbing spiritual energy even more crazily during this period of time, so as to enrich the chaos world. Seeing Tianqing arrive, the gray pupil Yi Yuan did not have the slightest emotion as he said, "You want to say that he can't come out anymore?" Tianqing stood with his hands behind his back as he smiled faintly and said, "Isn't that so? He offended heaven's might and was punished by the divinities. It's absolutely impossible to come out anymore. You obtained the physical body. Isn't it perfect?" The gray pupil Yi Yuan looked at Tianqing like looking at a fool and said, "Are you stupid? He's the main soul. If he's dead, can I still exist in this world? Are you done talking rubbish? If you're done, get lost. Don't delay my breakthrough." The gray pupil Yi Yuan's words did not show the least bit of mercy. Furthermore, his voice was extremely loud, the voice spreading all over the heaven lineage. Tianqing's expression instantly became incredibly dark. A piercing, cold, killing intent emitted from his body. This gray pupil Yi Yuan was not cute at all. Freaking hell. Even if the uncle can tolerate it, the aunt can't endure it. This punk actually dared to even scold Lord Tianqing. He's actually making Lord Tianqing get lost. Lord Tianqing, kill him. What on earth is Lord Tianqing afraid of? In this world apart from Tao ancestors, who else can make Lord Tianqing fearful? After the death-like silence, the entire heaven lineage exploded. The heaven lineage's powerhouses were all filled with righteous indignation, furious to the extreme. Tianqing was the god in their hearts. The divine race's one and only 10, Mark's powerhouse. This guy actually dared to make him get lost. Tianqing's expression flickered indeterminately, similarly wishing to smack the gray pupil Yi Yuan to death with one slap. But he knew the consequences of smacking this slap down. This boy was about to break through right away. If really annoyed him, he reckoned that even late-stage 9 marks would not be able to survive. Forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart, Tianqing frowned and said, "You aren't going to transcend the blight tribulation. What kind of cultivation method are you cultivating?" After calming down, Tianqing suddenly thought of something and could not resist asking. The current commotion was completely not the scene of transcending the Deva blight tribulation. He suddenly remembered those words that Daimeld said after he was rescued. At that time he did not pay attention to it yet, but now he discovered that something seemed to be a little off about Yi Yuan. The gray pupil Yi Yuan gave Tianqing a glance coldly again and said, impatiently, "Are you stupid? If I'm transcending the Deva blight tribulation, will I do it right under your eyelids? As for what cultivation method I'm cultivating, you don't need to care. You just have to know it's very strong." Tianqing was speechless. Spiritual energy surged. The gray pupil Yi Yuan already reached the critical moment of breakthrough. "Hence," he said coldly again, "still not getting lost? Do you want me to kill people while breaking through?" Tianqing could not let out a single word. This gray pupil Yi Yuan was really not cute at all. Tianqing turned around angrily and left, making everyone's jaws drop, including progenitor Tianqing. His eyeballs were almost popping out. Lord Tianqing was cussed out by a human junior and actually turned around and left without even letting out a fart? Was this still the Lord Tianqing that they know? Tianqing turned his nose up at the world and was peerlessly unparalleled, fighting through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. When had he been scolded like this by someone before? Immediately, a sense of humiliation rose up in the hearts of each divine race. Powerhouse. Seeing Tianqing come over, Tianqing went up to receive, and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Lord Tianqing, just why is this?" Tianqing let out a sigh and said, "I can't kill him, but he can kill you all. This person is ruthless. If we provoke this person, he'll kill off the heaven lineage." Hiss. Tianqing drew a cold breath and said with a shocked face, "In that case, the news that came from the human race is true." As the heaven lineage's upper echelon, progenitor Tianqing naturally knew about Yi Yuan's affairs. At first, he felt that the likelihood of this matter being rumors snowballing was greater. How could someone possibly escape from under the hands of the 9 great Tao ancestors? Even if it was the eternal Saint Azure, it would not work too. Tianqing nodded his head slightly and said, "I've already confirmed it." Furthermore, his main soul was sucked away by the 8 extreme divinities. Right now, this god knows what the hell this existence is, doesn't have the slightest feeling. He's more tricky than that one. When the surrounding powerhouses heard this scene, each and every one of them was unbelievably shocked. There was actually such a monstrous person in this world. No one could have thought that progenitor Tianqing actually really made a move before already. More importantly, he could not do anything to Yi Yuan. No wonder progenitor Tianqing would issue such an order. Progenitor Tianqing's complexion was ashen as he said, This guy is also too strange." His divine soul was sucked away and another divine soul actually appeared again. Also, the cultivation method that he cultivates actually doesn't need to transcend the Deva blight tribulation.
No wonder.
There would be that kind of rumor. The rumor that he was talking about was naturally referring to Yi Yuan being able to break the shackles of Tao ancestor. Judging from the current situation, it was really not impossible. Tianqing's brows also furrowed slightly, the staunchness in his heart suddenly weakening that tiny trace. He originally did not believe that Yi Yuan could surpass him. But now, the strangeness that Yi Yuan exhibited really made people feel lacking in confidence. But right at this time, Yi Yuan started breaking through. The berserk spiritual energy seemed like a surging tsunami, rolling over toward the direction of the gray pupil Yi Yuan. A storm raged fiercely. However, the gray pupil Yi Yuan did not refuse any. No matter how much spiritual energy surged over, he accepted it all. With regards to the 9th level of the Chaos Heavenspan Canon creation realm, and its spiritual energy absorption, it made one's hair stand on end. Inside the chaos world, the architecture of mountains and rivers, lakes and seas, the sun, the moon, and the stars became clearer and clearer and increasingly brighter. When Tianqing and the rest of the divine race saw this scene, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. They had once ruled the Heavenspan world and understood the human race's cultivation method extremely well. It was just that they searched through their memories and also could not find which human major power had such a heaven-shocking breakthrough effect. If not Deva realm, then what on earth was it? Tianqing's brows were knitted tightly and he murmured, "His world power is so strong. Although his world domain isn't big, this progenitor actually has a feeling of facing the divinities." Tianqing's comprehension of heavenly Tao was extremely deep. There was likely no one who could surpass him in this world. Even Tao ancestors could not as well. Therefore, he was extremely sensitive to the world power that Yi Yuan released. Yi Yuan breaking through, the power of the world spread out, making him have a feeling of facing heaven. He never had this kind of feeling before. Progenitor Tianqing's expression changed greatly, and he said, This is impossible, right? How can someone possibly reach the height of the divinities in this world? Tianqing shook his head slightly and said, perhaps it's my misconception. However, his cultivation method is indeed very strange. He actually doesn't need to transcend the Deva blight tribulation. Furthermore, looking at his appearance after breaking through this time, I'm afraid that ordinary late stage 9 marks won't be his match anymore too. Rumble. All of a sudden, the earth quaked and mountains swayed. This space actually started shaking violently. Progenitor Tianqing's expression changed and he turned to look in the direction of the ancestral land. What's going on here? Tianqing's expression became even uglier and he said absent-mindedly, it's the direction of the ancestral land. See, could it be that he really came out? How is this possible? He had lived for countless years and experienced countless things. But all of it added up was also not as shocking as what he had experienced in this past 1 year. Swoosh! A blurry gray figure came whizzing from the direction of the ancestral land. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of everyone. A figure stood with his hands behind his back, standing not far from Tianqing. Tianqing's expression became extremely solemn, looking at the gray figure in front of him with a frown. He actually could not quite see through this divine soul in front of him. It was clearly Yi Yuan's divine soul in front of him. But it was completely different from before. As for the specifics of what the difference was, he could not put it into words as well, but it was just different. You really came out. How did you do it? Tianqing said in shock. Yi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, that guy didn't dare to keep me around, and he forcibly chased me out. The corners of Tianqing's mouth twitched slightly, unhappy inwardly. Bravo! Just you brag. You're already boasting to the skies. If I believe you, this progenitor would lose. To be able to escape from under the hands of the 8 extreme divinities. Tianqing had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan was very impressive.
Ye Yuan
exceeded his expectations too much. It was just that, not daring to keep him around? Hoo-hoo. However, what was the deal with Yi Yuan's divine soul? Tianqing discovered that Yi Yuan's divine soul seemed very different from before. He did not know what was going on, but in terms of quality, this divine soul could be rated as perfect. Even his divine soul was also far worse compared to Yi Yuan's. What on earth did this boy experience? Who's that guy that you're talking about? Tianqing said with a frown. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, don't know. Some rambling guy, but he was really very formidable. He almost refined me to death. But very sadly, he didn't refine me to death, and he let my divine essence metamorphosed instead. Oh right. He called my divine soul as Chaos Origin Divinity. Do you know what it is? Tianqing had a blank look as he shook his head and said, never heard of it. Yi Yuan stopped paying attention to him, but then he turned to look in the direction of the gray pupil Yi Yuan and said in slight surprise, this guy has done a good job. Broke through so quickly. Over there, spiritual energy roiled. Yi Yuan saw that his cultivation realm was currently rising rapidly, assaulting the middle stage creation realm. It looked like he was about to break through. Tianqing looked at Yi Yuan's divine soul, killing intent suddenly arising in his heart. His understanding of Yi Yuan before was limited to the information that came from the front. But this time he had crossed swords with Yi Yuan several times and he already felt tremendous pressure. He had never encountered this kind of pressure since he corroborated his Tao. Even when he encountered Grand Ancestor Spacetime back then and was exiled to Spacetime Turbulence, it never appeared before too. This boy could not be let alive. Yi Yuan was currently looking at himself with all his attention, seemingly oblivious to him. Furthermore, Yi Yuan was currently in his divine soul body, so he should not be able to execute that bizarre evasion technique. Plus, the gray pupil Yi Yuan said previously, as long as the main soul was killed, the gray pupil Yi Yuan would die too. Then now was undoubtedly the best opportunity to kill Yi Yuan. No opportunity was better than now. Missing this time, wanting to kill Yi Yuan again would likely be very, very difficult. How powerful was Tianqing? He hid his killing intent extremely well but was already accumulating strength in secret. The moment he made his move, it would be earth-shattering. Divine soul leaving the body was a major taboo to human powerhouses. Although the divine soul was strong, it could not withstand the ravaging of the opponent at all. Once the divine soul was injured, it would be extremely troublesome. Yi Yuan was undoubtedly committing a huge mistake right now. But right at this time, Yi Yuan seemed to have a feeling and suddenly turned to look at Tianqing and said with a smile, "You want to kill me?" Tianqing was greatly astonished inwardly. He thought that he hid it extremely well. How could it possibly be discovered by Yi Yuan? But now that it came to this, how could Tianqing still show mercy? Only to see a formidable power instantly burst forth. Tianqing threw a punch out fiercely. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. No one could have thought that progenitor Tianqing would actually make a move. At this time, he was still talking in a jovial manner a moment ago, but in the next second, he dealt a deadly blow. But the eyes of the heaven lineage powerhouses all revealed excitement. Lord Tianqing finally could not stand it and made a move. Currently, outside the ancestral land, without the enchantment of the 8 God statues, space was fragile like paper. With Tianqing throwing a punch out, space shattered into pieces like glass. Those spatial turbulent flows were directly squeezed and receded like the tide. A terrifying force directly threw the entire heaven lineage territory into an upheaval. This was the might of 10 marks. At this moment, it was as if the doomsday battle had reappeared. The entire profound heaven ridge was caved in by Tianqing. The gray pupil Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, his figure suddenly disappearing. Avoiding this blow, Yi Yuan's divine soul was directly blown up under this terrifying punch. The gray divine soul fragments scattered flying along with the spatial, turbulent flow. It looked like he was already beyond dead. When the gray pupil Yi Yuan saw this scene, his pupils could not help constricting. A piercing cold killing intent instantly covered the entire heaven lineage. At this time, he already just broke through to the middle stage creation realm. Although he had not consolidated his cultivation realm yet, his strength already improved greatly. Ha ha ha. His divine soul left the body and still dared to be arrogant in front of this progenitor.
Brat, farewell forever.
Tianqing said with a loud laugh. Seeing Yi Yuan's divine soul get shattered, Tianqing felt indescribably invigorated. With this, future troubles had been severed forever. Ha ha ha. What did I say? This punk actually dared to be arrogant in front of Lord Tianqing. Really seeking death. Divine soul shattering. This guy is deader than dead. With this, who else is my divine race's match? King Hell. Your father was really aggrieved to the extreme in this one. With this, it finally feels refreshing. When the heaven lineage powerhouses saw this scene, each and every one of them was extremely excited. The gray pupil Yi Yuan turned the heaven lineage upside down in this 1 year. They had no way of cultivating normally at all. With this, they finally found the delight of having taken revenge. Suddenly, Tianqing felt that something was not quite right. A piercing cold killing intent engulfed profound heaven ridge. Amen? The main soul has already completely dissipated. Why isn't this guy dead? Yet, could it be that he can still linger on with a last breath of life for a period of time? Not good. His voice had yet to fade when the gray pupil Yi Yuan already suddenly disappeared from his original spot. In a blink, more than 10 heaven lineage powerhouses already died under the
Gray pupil Yi Yuan suyordu.
The gray pupil Yi Yuan did not have the slightest emotion when he acted. He was terrifyingly calm, his calculation ability powerful to the extreme. The moment he made his move, it was completely too late for Tianqing to save. I warned you, but you didn't seem to have listened to my words at all. Since that's the case, Bear the consequences then. The gray pupil Yi Yuan's callous. To the extreme voice came over as he murdered the people one by one. One life after another withered away under his hands. The current gray pupil Yi Yuan already broke through to the middle stage.
Crisischen Realm.
His strength was sufficient to eradicate late-stage 9 marks powerhouses. Apart from Tianqing and a few others, who else was his match? Tianqing's expression changed wildly and suddenly pounced over towards the
Gray Pupil Ye Yuan.
But how could he capture the gray pupil Yi Yuan's figure? The gray pupil Yi Yuan did not only have a bizarre movement technique. His calculation ability was also extremely powerful, not giving Tianqing the slightest chance to get close at all. In just a blink of an eye, there were already hundreds of 8 marks and 9 marks powerhouses who died under Yi Yuan's sword. Damn it! You liar! Didn't you say that if the main soul dies, you'll die too? Why are you completely fine? Tianqing said with a roar. But the gray pupil Yi Yuan completely ignored him. Once the gray pupil Yi Yuan's killing spree started, the entire heaven lineage fell into chaos. Everyone scattered and fled, wanting to avoid Yi Yuan. Tianqing's expression changed greatly. A clever idea hit him in an emergency, and he roared wildly, "Don't run! Everyone, come to me!" After the divine race powerhouses heard that, only then did they feel like they woke up from a dream, drawing close to his side one after another. But how could their speed be as fast as the gray pupil Yi Yuan? The gray pupil Yi Yuan was still reaping the lives of the heaven lineage. Powerhouses without restraint. Tianqing's heart was dripping blood, but he could not move. Once he moved, the divine race powerhouses that finally managed to gather around him would become the target of being slaughtered again. Powerhouses that filled the sky fell one after another. Places that the gray pupil Yi Yuan passed by, not a blade of grass remained. Everyone was desperately closing in towards Tianqing, only hating their parents for not giving them another pair of legs. At this moment, the power of the gray pupil Yi Yuan was displayed fully. Only then did the heaven lineage powerhouses know why Lord Tianqing did not let them provoke the gray pupil Yi Yuan. This consequence was too terrifying. But just as everyone was frightened by the gray pupil Yi Yuan's lethal power, at that shattered void where Yi Yuan's divine soul was originally standing in, clusters of gray-colored particles gathered from all directions and quietly condensed and took shape. The gray Yi Yuan divine soul condensed once again. Tianqing felt something, and looking over to the side, and his expression could not help changing wildly. This? How is this possible? This progenitor's strike earlier, even if a Tao ancestor withstands it forcibly, it's certain death too. He's actually fine, Tianqing said with a look of shock. He had clearly already wiped out Yi Yuan's divine soul just now. But now, that divine soul recovered again. The gray pupil Yi Yuan's eyes also became slightly intent, stopping the killing. He did not know what Yi Yuan's divine soul experienced. When he saw Yi Yuan being killed earlier, he instinctively wanted to kill. But now, even he was also incomparably surprised. Under that horrifying attack, Yi Yuan could actually still recover. Furthermore, it looked like Yi Yuan's divine soul was not damaged at all. This sort of thing was a little too magical. Each of the divine race powerhouse present there was inexplicably shocked. Who could have thought that a wisp of a divine soul could actually remain perfectly unscathed under progenitor Tianqing's attack? This kind of thing was a fantasy tale in itself. Yi Yuan looked at Tianqing and said with a smile, "Looks like this chaos origin divinity is still a little useful. That just now at least proved that there's already no one in the heavenspan world who can truly kill me. Is it this logic?" Tianqing opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but he suddenly discovered that what Yi Yuan said made a lot of sense. Even he could not kill Yi Yuan. So who else could kill him? This was genuine, undying, and imperishable. Although he, Tianqing, was known as the #1 person, undying and imperishable, he was still rather apprehensive of the human race's 9 great Tao ancestors. If they really fight to the death, there might be the risk of dying too. But Yi Yuan was truly undying and imperishable. Now, even if Yi Yuan stood there and let him kill, he could destroy Yi Yuan's physical body, but could not destroy Yi Yuan's divine soul. His divine soul was undying and imperishable. This was terrifying. Yi Yuan's divine soul was even stronger than his physical body. What on earth did you experience in the ancestral land? Tianqing said in shock. Yi Yuan smiled and said, even if I said it, you won't believe it too. But rest assured, one day, I'll come and rescue your divine race. Tianqing's expression turned dark and he said, ridiculous! My divine race stands above the myriad races. Why do we need someone to come and save? Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said with a sigh, speaking of which, you all are also a bunch of pitiful people. Tianqing, can't you all live in peace with the other races? The heavenspan world is so big, it's also not that there isn't a place to accommodate you all. Why do you have to fight until either you die or I perish? Yi Yuan knew that even if he recounted the matter in that space, Tianqing, they all would not believe it too. Because of Lier's matter, Yi Yuan hated the divine race immensely. But now he could not hate anymore. The divine race was also a group of pitiful people. They were merely being exploited by someone. As for where these 8 extreme divinities came from, it seemed like some research was still needed. But Yi Yuan was certain that these 8 extreme divinities were surely existences above Tao ancestor. Fortunately, the 8 extreme divinities here seemed to be already refined and did not have much individualistic consciousness. Sure enough, Tianqing gave a cold snort and said, my divine race will never be able to coexist with the myriad races. We must dominate the heavenspan world. We have to take back what belongs to us. Yi Yuan shrugged and said smilingly, perhaps in the near future you'll change your mind. After he finished talking, he looked towards the gray pupil Yi Yuan and said, with a smile, are you going back yourself or making me invite you back? The gray pupil Yi Yuan's eyes were still icy cold, but very soon his consciousness receded like the tide. The grayish-white pupils gradually regained their clarity. The gray pupil Yi Yuan had long seen through that the present Yi Yuan's divine soul was too strong. He was not a match at all. With the gray pupil Yi Yuan's calmness, he naturally knew how to make his choice. The gray-colored Yi Yuan's figure moved, returning into his physical body. Yi Yuan returned again. With his divine soul returning to his body, Yi Yuan felt completely different. At this time, he had a feeling of overlooking the world. It was not that his strength was powerful to the extent of overlooking the world. It was that his divine soul communicated with heaven and earth. The perspective of looking at the world became completely different. If he was looking up to heavenly Tao in the past, then now he could compete with heavenly Tao. His divine soul was seemingly able to reach above the 9th heaven, overlooking the world. All kinds of laws, all sorts of rules seemed to have become very simple when trying to comprehend them with Yi Yuan's current chaos origin divinity. Originally, he needed to interpret and analyze things bit by bit. But now, he was standing from the perspective of heavenly Tao to look at them and comprehend things. Everything seemed to be so simple. This is the chaos origin divinity? Seems pretty good. Yi Yuan's divine soul had an indescribably sense of invigoration. A person's greatest pleasure was not the pleasure of the physical body, but the pleasure of the soul. Currently, Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity returning to his body, his soul, reached this realm. This sort of feeling was what he had never experienced before. Swoosh! Yi Yuan's figure moved, arriving in front of Yu Mengli. Facing Yu Mengli again, Yi Yuan's mental state was already completely different. His fingers ran through Lier's hair, scaring her until she was abruptly about to avoid. But Yi Yuan grabbed her and kissed her. All of the divine race members were dumbfounded. This was showing affection in front of so many people really good? However, it was so sweet. When the divine race girls saw this scene, many of them revealed besotted looks. Which girl did not want their man to be peerlessly domineering and overlook the world? Yu Mengli's man was someone that even Lord Tianqing could not do anything to. Wasn't it normal to be a little more domineering? Lier struggled fiercely, wanting to break free from Yi Yuan's embrace. But at this time it was as if she lost all strength. After a long time, their lips parted. Yi Yuan had a light smile as he looked at Lier and said, "Wait for me. Won't be long before I'll come and bring you home." Lier blushed, but said, "This place is my home. Even if it's going home, it's also us fighting back to the heaven-span world. Yi Yuan, our race is different. In the future, best that we don't meet again." At this point, her tears burst forth uncontrollably. But Yi Yuan did not care, lightly caressing her hair as he said smilingly, "Silly girl, you're my Yi Yuan's woman, and forever will be my Yi Yuan's woman. Don't care what race you are and also don't care who you are. You are my Yi Yuan's woman. No one can change this. After I return, I'll break those 8 idols. Then I'll bring you home." Yi Yuan left freely and leisurely, unimpeded along the way. He wreaked havoc in the abyss world, turning the entire divine race upside down. Even Tianqing was powerless to do anything. Who else dared to be blind and block his path? Leaving the abyss world, Yi Yuan was currently planning on leaving for the Heavenspan Mountain. At present, his realm had soared and his strength already did not lose to Deva. Fifth blights, coupled with his newly acquired and mysterious chaos origin divinity, Yi Yuan wanted to go to the Heavenspan Mountain to test his luck and see if he could find the tear of life or other ways to save Mu Lingxue. But right then, a figure sprang out from the flank. Yi Yuan focused his eyes and looked, but it was Pang Jin. Pang Jin had an anxious look on his face. When he saw Yi Yuan, he rushed over at the fastest speed. Seeing Pang Jin's appearance, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, immediately, having a foreboding premonition. "Why did you come?" When Pang Jin saw Yi Yuan, he had a look of panic as he said, "Yi Yuan, things are bad." Yi Yuan frowned and asked, "What happened?" Pang Jin recounted the events that happened in this period of time, making Yi Yuan bristle with anger. It turned out that not long after he left, Sacred Ancestor High Priest exited seclusion from the primeval war realm. Moreover, he broke through to the realm of Dao Pil in one stroke. The so-called realm of Dao Pil was reaching the level of rule in alchemy Dao. This way, apart from the 9 great Dao ancestors, the Myriad Races Alliance finally had another who reached the realm of rules. The entire Heavenspan world was greatly shocked for some time. Another rule powerhouse appearing at this juncture clearly gave a cardiac stimulant to the myriad races. After Wing exited seclusion, the first thing that came to mind was naturally to find Yi Yuan. But after he heard about Yi Yuan's encounter, he was greatly enraged. It just so happened that at this time Dao Ancestor Life Lin Chaotian personally went to find Sacred Ancestor High Priest to request him to take action and refine Dao pills for Ancestor Water, Ancestor Fire, and Ancestor Wind, 3 great Dao ancestors. These 2 Dao ancestors suffered considerable injuries when they fought with Tianqing last time. But this level of fighting, injuries were extremely difficult to recover from. Therefore, Sacred Ancestor High Priest exiting seclusion at this time was clearly at the right time. But Sacred Ancestor High Priest refused without the slightest hesitation. Because of Yi Yuan. What a joke! He could reach the realm of rule and achieve a true Dao pill. Entirely because of Yi Yuan. Now, how could he possibly refine pills for Yi Yuan's enemies? Even if it was Dao ancestors, it would not work too. However, Lin Chaotian did not get angry. He put aside his ego instead, using a righteous cause to convince Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Lin Chaotian said that heavenly Dao Samsara would begin in the next few years. At this time, they should put the interests of the whole above all else. If the human race's Dao ancestors were to lose 3 people, then the myriad races would absolutely not be the divine race's match. At this time, they should put aside their personal grudges and grievances, and put the interests of the whole above all else. Furthermore, Lin Chaotian even said, Yi Yuan's matter was indeed him not. Considering things properly, after Yi Yuan returned, he would take the initiative to apologize to Yi Yuan. The exalted Tao ancestor life put aside his ego to say such words. Sacred. Ancestor High Priest was still convinced in the end. Hence, he refined Tao pills for the 3 great Tao ancestors, and this thoroughly healed the injuries on their bodies. But no one could have thought that, after the 3 great Tao ancestors recovered from their injuries, Lin Chaotian suddenly turned hostile and brought the 8 great Tao ancestors and directly rounded profound secrets. Bought Amanda up in one fell swoop. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets also became a prisoner now. And the banner that they played was that Yi Yuan had entered the Abyss world. He definitely defected to the divine race. This way, it was equivalent to confirming Yi Yuan's name as a traitor. All the people close to Yi Yuan were all locked up. White Light, Luer, Yi Tong, as well as many of Heavenly Eagle Bodhidharmas. Related people were all captured. Even the unpredictable army's upper echelons were also all detained apart from Pangjin. Pangjin had an indignant look as he said, "This Tao ancestor life has simply lost all balance of judgment. They actually severed their own arm at this juncture for their goal. If not because of my family's ancestor, I'd have long been sent to prison too. Your Excellency, Tao ancestor life has already spread the news throughout the heavenspan world, and even sent it into the abyss world through certain channels. They're making you go to Origin Enlighten Bodhidharma within a year with the name of the 9 great Tao ancestors to make an apology and ask for punishment. Otherwise, every half a year they will kill off one person related to you. Present, there are only 3 days left away from the half-year date." After he finished listening to all these, Yi Yuan still appeared very calm. However, Pangjin had followed him for a few years already. He knew that Yi Yuan at this time was actually the most terrifying. Heh! Looks like Lin Chaotian doesn't even want face anymore in order to obtain the secret on me. Hoo-hoo, you want the secret on me, is it? So what even if I give it to you? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Pangjin was rather worried as he said, "Your Excellency, you can't go. They couldn't capture you. So they used this sort of method to force you to walk right into a trap. Once you go, you definitely won't be able to come back." Yi Yuan gave Pangjin a glance and said, "Who's the first one that they're going to execute?" Pangjin's expression changed, and he said, It's Wanjun." Yi Yuan said, "Then do you think that I'm the kind of person to abandon my companions? Relax, they can't do anything to me. Let's go." If it was before this, Yi Yuan would really be helpless. But he cultivated the Chaos Origin divinity now. Even Tianqing could not do anything to him. So what was he scared of? Even if I let you kill, could you kill me? Today, in front of Origin Enlighten's mountain pass gates, countless powerhouses gathered. They were all here to watch the killing. Yi Yuan's proud subordinate, the unpredictable army's chief figure, Wan Zhen, would be sentenced to death today. It caused a great sensation in the world. Of course, what they were more concerned with was whether or not Yi Yuan would come. Yi Yuan entering the Abyss world was already not some secret. With regards to his move, people at the outside world were all speculating. It was just that they all knew that with Yi Yuan's personality it was impossible for him to explain anything. It was also because of Yi Yuan's pride that made this matter become even more confusing to the eye. Do you all think that Yi Yuan would really have defected to the divine race? Or not? Very likely. I heard that the divine race's 8 great progenitors have invincible might. Back then, they killed our 18 rule powerhouses. Looking at it now, the chances of winning are seriously not high.
Moreover, Ye Yuan's
most beloved person has now become the divine race's divine daughter. There isn't without this possibility. You're bullshitting. The divine race members that Lord Saint Azure killed can probably pile up into several Origin Enlightened mountains. He created an eternal legend, his contributions unparalleled. would he defect to the divine race? Humph! Keep talking rubbish and I will smack you to death with a palm. The Tao ancestors' manner of eating is also too unsightly. They went back on their word and actually made a move against the people around Saint Azure. What Saint Azure said is definitely the truth. Talk nicely, don't attack. In the crowd there were a lot of discussions. The public's opinions on this matter varied because of Yi Yuan's failure to explain in the first place. After all, no one had evidence to prove this. But Tao ancestor life not keeping his word. This matter was already spread by sacred ancestor high priest. Therefore, the 9 great Tao ancestors' reputation currently was very bad. Of course, to them, this level of powerhouses all were ants beneath Tao ancestors. They would not care about these people's discussions at all. Stop looking. He won't come, and he also won't dare to come. Who do you think you are? You're merely a dog under him. He made use of you all to fight battles across the land, performing meritorious exploits, bolstering his name of Saint Azure. Do you feel that he'll risk his life for a dog? Lin Huan looked at the Wanjin who was tied onto the wooden stake and said, with a disdainful smile, today was the day of the execution. The first target was Wanjin. Wanjun had his divine sea sealed and was fixed onto the wooden stake with Origin Enlightened Mountain's unique method, being unable to move at all. He looked toward the horizon from time to time, not that he was longing for that figure to appear. On the contrary, he was worried about that person showing up. Regardless of the friendly relation between them, that person was humanity's last hope. If he folded at his own people's hands, the human race would really have no hope. Wanjun was different from the rest. His plans were very big, harboring the world in his heart. It was also precisely because of this that his relationship with Yi Yuan was the best. Hearing Lin Huan's ridiculing, he sneered and said, when we were fighting at the front lines, where were you all? These lords really want to talk about exploiting. It's also you all, these despicable and shameless people who are making use of the myriad races' powerhouses, right? Does the name of Saint Azure need to be proven with this kind of battle? If I were a dog, then you're even less than a dog and pig. Lin Huan's face turned grim and he said in a cold voice, what a joke, if not for our family's ancestor and the 8 great Tao ancestors garrisoning the heaven-span world would have long fallen. You also dare to show off in front of this emperor with that bit of meritorious deed. Wanjin laughed loudly when he heard that and said, ha ha ha. It's really making me die of laughter. Your family's ancestor garrisoning? They were planning how to get the secret on Yi Yuan, right? If they're really doing it for the human race, they would have long gone to the abyss world. If they are not going now, could it be that they are waiting until after heavenly Tao samsara before going? Pa! A resounding slap landed on Wanjin's face, directly slapping until he spat a mouthful of blood. How heaven was the slap of a Deva 5th blight. Lin Huan snorted coldly and said, razor-tongued, at present Yi Yuan's traitorous name has already been established. I want to see how he is going to face the heroes of the world. Tui! Wanjun spat a mouthful of blood and said disdainfully, just the likes of, you also dare to call yourself a hero? Where's your face? By the side. Lin Lang said disdainfully, third grandpa, stop talking rubbish. With him. The hour has arrived. Do it. Lin Huan nodded his head and said in a loud voice, the hour has come. Looks like Yi Yuan has long already broken his faith and he defected to the divine race. It's impossible for him to come anymore. Of course, Wanjun was in collusion with Yi Yuan and let Dameld go together. The most heinous of crimes. Now, this emperor will execute justice on behalf of heaven and deal out capital punishment to him. Lin Lang stepped forward, holding a jade plate in his hand. Rows of exquisite short knives were placed on the jade plate. This short knife was called Devastation Bone Gnawing Knife, an extremely cruel punishment tool. With this short knife penetrating into the body of a martial artist, it would slowly cut off the martial artist's life vitality. However, they would not die right away. That sort of feeling was even more painful than being sliced to 1,000 pieces. Lin Huan picked up a small blade and waved it in front of Wang Jun and said, smugly, "Punk, you've presumably heard of the devastation bone-gnawing knife before too, right? Today, I'll let you have a taste of this. This is the outcome of betraying the human race." Tui, Wang Jun spat, but sadly, it did not hit Lin Huan. It was just that his face did not have any trace of fear. What could be seen? There was only anger. He was angry for failing to live up to expectations. He mourned his misfortune. The 9 Dao ancestors, being humanity's strongest people, were actually people who turned their back on the world for their own selfish interests. Seeing that Wang Jun was not afraid, Lin Huan could not help feeling a little dull. But he did not care. He had not seen anyone who could survive under the devastation bone-gnawing knives. Poochie. Lin Huan did not hesitate in the slightest, directly plunging a knife into Wang Jun's heart position. Ugh! A feeling of being penetrated into the deepest part of the heart instantly spread throughout his 4 limbs and bones. Wang Jun could not help but let out a muffled groan. Cold sweat instantly drenching his whole body, but he endured forcefully and did not cry out. Lin Huan's brows furrowed slightly, very unhappy with Wang Jun's behavior. At this time, he should be hurting until he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Hoo-hoo! Can really endure, huh? This emperor wants to see how long you can hold out for. Lin Huan laughed coldly and plunged another knife in. Ugh! Wang Jun let out another muffled groan, but he still stubbornly did not make any sound. Hoo-hoo! Are you very disappointed? Do you think that I won't be able to stand it and open my mouth to beg you for mercy? You're thinking too much. There are no cowards among Lord Saint Azure's subordinates. Just you. Bring it on. If I were to make a sound, I, Wang Jun, am not worthy to be Lord Saint Azure's subordinate. Wang Jun gasped the cold air as he said. Lin Huan's expression became very ugly, and Wang Jun's stubbornness also made many powerhouses extremely moved. Such metal, even if you beat me to death, I also won't believe that Lord Saint Azure will betray the human race. Yeah, as the saying goes, a crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Facing the punishment of the devastation bone-gnawing knives, he didn't even bat an eyelid. This is absolutely not what a traitor can do. It's too much, really too much. I feel that Dao ancestor life is simply throwing dirty water. Everyone knew the terror of the devastation bone-gnawing knife. Using terms like bone-festering and overwhelming the soul to describe were also not over the top. But facing such a terrifying punishment, Wang Jun actually kept a straight face. How strong of a willpower did this require? Even the subordinates had such a strong will. How could Saint Azure himself possibly betray humanity? A lot of discussions transmitted into Lin Huan's ears, making him even more enraged. Poochie, another knife. However, Wang Jun still only gave a muffled groan. His complexion was already as pale as paper. He was clearly in agony to the extreme, but he still did not flinch at all. Just like that, one blade after another, Wang Jun did not make a sound from start to end. Several times, he fainted from the pain and woke up again from the pain. But even so, he did not cry out. He used his own actions to defend what he said. Lin Huan's expression became more and more ugly. He did not expect that this Wang Jun to actually be so stubborn. Humph! Since that's the case, go to hell then. Lin Huan took another knife and was about to stab into Wang Jun's body. Stop! Right at this time, an angry roar came over. A peerlessly powerful aura approached from afar. This was the aura of a rule powerhouse. At virtually the same time, a powerful aura similarly swept up from the direction of Origin Enlightened Mountain. Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at Ancestor Fire with a wrathful face as he yelled angrily, "You all are too much. immediately stop the execution. Otherwise, this ancestor will definitely go on a killing spree today. Ancestor Fire just said coolly, fellow Taoist Wing, this boy's traitorous. Name has already been confirmed. Executing him in front of the world now, you don't have a reason to intervene. Sacred Ancestor High Priest said furiously. Screw you, who confirmed it? What evidence do you have? Ancestor Fire did not get angry either and said coolly. He and Yi Yuan let Dameld leave. This is an iron-like fact. Sacred Ancestor High Priest nearly fainted from anger and said angrily. Wang Xian, I was really blind to have actually refined pills for you, this ingrate. Fellow Taoist Wing, you're currently a member of our generation too. Your horizons should be placed further. You refining pills for the few of us, it's for the human race's overall situation. We're eliminating traitors similarly. For humanity's good. I know that your relationship with Yi Yuan is good. But his talent is too strong. His betrayal poses too great a threat to us. That's why we have no choice but to resort to such means. Ancestor Fire Wang Xian's expression did not change and his heart did not race, but he continued to persuade Sacred Ancestor High Priest with earnest words and the best intentions. That appearance was like he was standing on the moral high ground. Further my ass. Wang Xian, this father of yours won't believe your nonsense. Anymore. Yi Yuan will betray the human race? Hehe, even if the few of you old things die out and there's only him left in this heavenspan world, he won't betray the human race too. Very good. This ancestor hasn't fought with a same rank powerhouse after attaining Tao. Today, this ancestor will measure how strong a Tao ancestor is. Wing gave a cold laugh, the imposing aura on his body suddenly erupting. The power of rules bloomed in an instant. Boom! With one punch, heaven and earth shook. Two great rule powerhouses faced off in an instant just like that. Sacred Ancestor High Priest attacked in anger, his power boundless. Except, his foundation was ultimately not as deep as Ancestor Fire's. Around Ancestor Fire, terrifying flames virtually burned a large hole in the void. Each move carried extremely terrifying energy undulations. In a twinkle, he suppressed Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Seeing this scene, the corners of Lin Huan's mouth could not help revealing a hint of a smile, and he looked at Wan Zhan and said, Did you think that you were saved? It's useless. No one in this world can save someone from origin. Enlighten Mountain. As he said, he picked up a devastation bone-gnawing knife and suddenly stabbed toward Wanjin. But right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. A streak of cold light suddenly appeared from the void. Carrying a swift and fierce to the extreme sharp edge, it shot toward Lin Huan. Lin Huan did not even have time to react and was directly pierced through by this streak of cold light. A tremendous force directly carried Lin Huan flying out, nailing him onto a rock. Lin Huan opened both eyes wide, his gaze full of disbelief. Gurgles of blood were flowing out of his mouth, his entire body twitching. Everyone was stunned by this streak of cold light. Too fast. Fast until no one reacted to it. Even Lin Huan, this Deva Fifth Blight Supreme Powerhouse, got hit without any reaction. Furthermore, this sword shuttled through the void, the speed swift to the extreme. By the time Lin Huan reacted, the sword already arrived in front of his chest. At this time, no matter how fast his speed was, it was also impossible to avoid it anymore. A sharp-eyed person recognized the origin of this sword and immediately cried out in surprise, Sword of Spacetime. It's Yi Yuan's Sword of Spacetime. Saint Azure Yi Yuan came. His voice had yet to fade when a figure stepped out of the void, arriving beside Wanjin. Who was it if not Yi Yuan? With Yi Yuan appearing, everyone exclaimed in surprise. He really came. He actually really dared to come. Hang on. How did he become so strong? Yeah. Back then, his full power sword barely managed to harm Lin Huan. This time, he actually pierced through him with one sword. The powerhouses all over the mountain were extremely shocked. They were first shocked by Yi Yuan's courage. But very soon they discovered that something was not right. Yi Yuan had once used the same move against Lin Huan before. At that time, he only barely managed to hurt Lin Huan. But just how long had passed? Yi Yuan actually nailed the Deva fifth blight. Lin Huan onto the rock with one sword. Looking at Lin Huan's appearance, he had clearly already sustained serious injuries and did not even have the strength to fight anymore. This improvement was also a little too terrifying, right? The thing that Wang Zhen was most worried about still happened. Unless Yi Yuan did not know about this. If he knew, he would definitely come. Pang Zhen, why did you have to tell His Excellency? Wang Zhen looked at the Pang Zhen behind Yi Yuan as he said furiously. Pang Zhen had an awkward look, but Yi Yuan said coolly, a brother encounters adversity. How can I stand by and watch him die? Wang Zhen let out a sigh and said weakly, Your Excellency, you shouldn't have come. Yi Yuan did not speak, suddenly hitting a palm on Wang Zhen's body. A torrential-like divine essence poured into Wang Zhen's body crazily. Those devastation bone-gnawing knives were shaken by these divine essence and were actually pulled out at the same time being suspended in the air. Yi Yuan pointed with his fingertip. The devastation bone-gnawing knife plunged into Lin Huan's heart area with a swoosh. Ah! Lin Huan cried out miserably, struggling incessantly in pain. It was just that his body was nailed onto the rock. He could not break free yet. The more he struggled, the more painful it was. It was as if Yi Yuan did nothing at all, looking at Wang Zhen and said, smilingly, You know that there's no way I won't come. Furthermore, even if Pang Zhen didn't say it, I'll know very soon too. They laid down such a huge scheme. Wasn't it to let me know? While talking, his fingertip pointed again. Another knife tore through the air and plunged into Lin Huan's body. It's killing me. I'm going to die. Why Yi Yuan, I beg you let me go. Lin Huan did not have Wang Zhen's mettle. With two knives entering the body, he was almost collapsing. That sort of pain that entered the marrows made him prefer to commit suicide. He could not care that much anymore. He wanted to ask Yi Yuan for mercy. Yi Yuan ignored him and instead pointed with his fingertip again. Another knife. Lin Huan felt as if there were 10,000 ants devouring his body. That sort of pain simply made people unable to pray for life, nor beg for death. He knew that the devastation bone-gnawing knife was very painful, but he never expected that it was actually agonizing to such a degree. When the powerhouses all over the mountain saw this scene, each and every one of them drew a cold breath. They witnessed Yi Yuan's cold-blooded side. The current Yi Yuan gave them a feeling of shivering without it being cold. Facing those who hurt his friends, he would return it double. Furthermore, as an alchemy path overlord, his knives were much more precise than Lin Huan's. He knew where to hit to make it more painful. Yi Yuan helped Wang Zhen down and handed him to Pang Zhen. Then he gave in a medicinal pill in passing and said, Give this to him, you take care of him. As he said, he turned to look at the sacred ancestor high priest who was battling in the sky and yelled, Stop fighting. Come down and save people. When sacred ancestor high priest heard that, he hurriedly withdrew from the battlefield and came howling down. Ancestor fire did not pursue either. Their goal was Yi Yuan. Sacred ancestor high priest was not important. Yi Yuan came, so he did not have a need to fight to the death with Wing. When sacred ancestor high priest came down to see Yi Yuan, his expression was very ugly and he said in a deep voice, You punk! Why did you come? Don't you know that this is a scheme targeting you? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I know, but you know that I can't possibly watch them die for me. Sacred ancestor high priest frowned and said, But do you think that by coming they will let them go? They will still use these people to threaten you. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, They won't. Sacred ancestor high priest was taken aback, not knowing where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. There was another scream. Yi Yuan sent out another knife while talking. Seeing Lin Huan's miserable state, the corners of Sacred Ancestor High Priest's mouth twitched slightly. These were only 4 knives, and Lin Huan was already hurting until his expression was contorted. There was no way of comparing him to Wang Zhen at all. One had to know Wang Zhen was stabbed with dozens of knives earlier, but he did not make a sound. Won't? Hoo-hoo. You're also underestimating these guys' shamelessness too much, Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a cold snort. Previously, he respected Tao ancestor powerhouses from the bottom of his heart. 2. The strong were always worthy of respect. However, ever since he was tricked into refining pills, his perception of the 9 great Tao ancestors already dropped to freezing point. I'm going to die. Yi Yuan, I beg you, kill me. I can't take it anymore. Lin Huan, having been struck by a knife again, cried out miserably. Yi Yuan ignored him and continued, They won't. Lin Chaotian will know the consequences of provoking me. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's brows furrowed slightly, and he said, I know that they can't catch you, but you're currently hesitating to take action out. A fear of damages. What can you do to them? Swoosh. Yi Yuan did not even turn his head back and dealt another knife. Then said, smilingly, I'm indeed hesitant to take action out of fear of damages, but they will be cautious in taking action. No need to use this sort of eyes to look at me. You just watch by the side. Today I'll invite you to watch a good show. Oh right, treat Wanjin. He only has a breath left. The medicinal pills that I brought with me aren't strong enough. So you do it. Swoosh. Another knife. When everyone saw Yi Yuan torture Lin Huan until he was transported away and wished to die while talking in a jovial manner, they could not help drawing cold breaths. That sort of piercing, cold-killing intent, they felt it. Yi Yuan arrived in front of Lin Huan and said with a gleeful smile, You already want to seek death? To just 7 knives what you gave Wanjin, I won't return to you twice as much either, you just have to take it all. According to the bill. As he said, it was another knife stabbing Lin Huan. Lin Huan hurt until he gasped cold air heavily and already could not speak. He had never experienced this sort of taste before. With his status, who dared to let him experience it? While talking, there was a ripple in the void. A powerful aura appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was precisely Tao ancestor life, Lin Chaotian. When he saw Lin Huan's miserable state, he frowned and said, Yi Yuan, enough. Yi Yuan looked at him and could not help laughing as he said, Enough? Lin Chaotian, who do you think you're talking to? Lin Chaotian smiled coldly and said, Why? Do you still think that you're that Saint Azure? You betrayed the human race. So we 9 great Tao ancestors have already jointly agreed to take back your title of Saint Azure. Why can't this ancestor speak to you like this? Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said with a faint smile, Saint Azure? Do. You think that I'd care about this sort of empty reputation? Lin Chaotian said disdainfully, Since you forsake the title of Saint Azure, could this ancestor as the number 1 Tao ancestor be afraid of you still? Moreover, the people around you are all complicit in your betrayal of the human race. You dare to act wildly on my origin in Lighten Mountain. Yi Yuan said coolly, Then I'll let you take a look at what right I have to talk to you this way. Swoosh. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan's figure disappeared. Disappearing together with him was also Lin Huan. Lin Chaotian's expression changed, immediately having a foreboding premonition. Boo, boo, boo. Several figures directly burst into clouds of blood mist, dying until not even dregs remained. One of them was Lin Lang. There were also several Deva Third Blights who died along with them. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at that figure with shocked faces. This, just who was holding back from taking action for fear of implications? Lin Chaotian's side had not killed anyone yet, and Yi Yuan actually went on a killing spree already. Lin Chaotian's face turned grim, and he said furiously, Yi Yuan, do you really Take it as this ancestor doesn't dare to kill people. Yi Yuan ignored him. His figure moved and actually disappeared from where he was once more. Very soon, Lin Chaotian sensed Yi Yuan's aura. He was actually heading in the direction of Origin Enlightened Mountain's central region. Lin Chaotian's pupils constricted. That mountain peak was the place where a Deva fifth blight was at. This person was his grandchild called Lin Xiu. His strength was even stronger than Lin Huan. This fellow was actually going to kill a Deva fifth blight? Lin Chaotian's speed was very fast. But unfortunately he was not as fast as
Ye Yuan's teleportation.
Yi Yuan already shook him off in just a blink of an eye. His pupils shrunk and he said in shock, "Just how long has it been?" This guy became significantly stronger again. Lin Chaotian did not dare to dawdle. His figure immediately flashing, shuttling into the void and chasing after. Yi Yuan did not hide his tracks in the slightest. An extremely powerful aura, headed for Understanding Peak. Lin Xiu was currently cultivating when he suddenly felt a powerful aura, rushing over head-on, and his brows could not help furrowing. However, he took no notice of it. The look of this aura was also just like someone who newly entered Deva fourth blight. Far worse than him. It was only to see him take a step out, already meeting Yi Yuan. Who's the arrival? To dare be unbridled in Origin Enlightened Bodhidharma. Are you courting death? Lin Xiu's brows furrowed, already striking with a sword. Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme, the sword of spacetime already in hand. He did not say a word. Lifting his hand, it was a sword. Courting death. Lin Xiu gave a cold snort, already genuinely enraged, urging his martial technique to the extreme. Originally, he did not take it to heart, but very soon he felt that something was not right. This sword of Yi Yuan's had an unstoppable momentum. Reaching Yi Yuan's boundary, he already reached the realm of returning to one's original simplicity. Coming and going, it was one sword. Swoosh! The two figures intersected and passed by in only an instant. Yi Yuan did not stop, his figure disappearing again, already headed to another mountain in a threatening manner. There was another Deva fifth blight. Deva fifth blights were extremely rare in the outside world. But to a Bodhidharma that had existed for 10 billion years of time, their accumulation was naturally extraordinary. Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity communicated with heaven and earth. Every powerhouse here could not escape his eyes and ears. Lin Xiu's figure was still stopped in midair as if scared silly. But right then, Lin Chaotian had just arrived. He took a look at Lin Xiu and his expression changed wildly. Lin Xiu was already without any life force. Yi Yuan's sword was too fast, resulting in Lin Xiu still maintaining his original posture even after he died. Crack! The Tao artifact in Lin Xiu's hand directly snapped into two. Half of it was still grasped in his hand. Then his head slipped off gently, his corpse falling softly. It turned out that Lin Xiu was actually decapitated already. Lin Chaotian's heart shook wildly. What kind of situation was this? Killed a Deva fifth blight with one sword? One had to know Deva fifth blights had reached the summit and they were only a step away from Tao ancestor. Even if Lin Xiu was not a top Deva fifth blight, he was also not someone who could be killed with one sword. How could Yi Yuan's strength be formidable to such an extent? Suddenly, he somewhat understood what the words Yi Yuan said meant. And while he was in a daze, Yi Yuan's figure already flew away from that mountain. He headed for the third mountain. Another Deva fifth blight died? Lin Chaotian completely could not describe the shock in his heart currently. He, a Tao ancestor, could only follow behind Yi Yuan and eat dust? The last time he left, Yi Yuan was very strong but definitely not strong to such a degree. Now, he could actually effortlessly kill Deva fifth blights already. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly, and he said in alarm and anger, "Enough! Yi Yuan, this ancestor admits that you have the qualification to negotiate with me." A sword drifted by, the third Lin family's Deva fifth blight snuffed it just like that. Yi Yuan completely ignored Lin Chaotian's yell. He killed the third person before finally stopping. Within a short 20 breaths of time, the Lin family had 3 Deva fifth blight. Powerhouses dying in a row. Those powerhouses who came to watch the show were all transfixed. They were shocked by Yi Yuan's might until they found it hard to breathe. One person, one sword, forced the number 1 Dao ancestor to give in. This battle achievement simply made people despair. So strong. One sword instantly killing Deva fifth blights. In this world, apart from Dao ancestors, there's probably no one who can do it, right? From Yi Yuan leaving Origin Enlightened Mountain the last time until now, it's been merely several years. His strength actually grew to such an extent, truly terrifying. The further one cultivates, the harder it is to drag their feet. But why do I feel that the further he goes, the faster he gets instead? They marveled at Yi Yuan's talent. Could simply be described using the term monstrous. Only when he saw Yi Yuan stop did Lin Chaotian let out a slight sigh in relief. If Yi Yuan continued killing like this, his Lin family would likely become him. Alone, a solitary seedling. Although these people were all his descendants, Lin Chaotian actually did not care about them. His mindset was already different from these people. If this descendant of his died, just give birth again. What he dreaded was Yi Yuan's strength. The present Yi Yuan already had the capital to pose a threat to him. Although he could use white light their lives to threaten Yi Yuan, if he really pressed Yi Yuan into a corner, Yi Yuan might run and find a place to hide. Before long, probably even him, this Dao ancestor, would not be Yi Yuan's match anymore. This was what he dreaded the most. At this moment, he also finally understood what basis Yi Yuan had to dare. Come. Fortunately, he still had many chips on hand. He knew that, with Yi Yuan's temperament, he definitely would not leave those people alone. Yi Yuan, you're too. Lin Chaotian was just about to berate Yi Yuan. But he was stopped by Yi Yuan with a hand gesture. It was only to see Yi Yuan casually throw Lin Huan onto the ground. Poochie. Another knife. I have yet to finish just now. After this guy breathes his last, we'll talk. Again. Yi Yuan said without even turning his head back. There was no Dao ancestor in his eyes at all. Lin Chaotian said angrily, "You already killed 3 Deva fifth blights of my Lin family. You still dare to kill people in front of my face? Let Lin Huan go. Otherwise, your people will die too." Yi Yuan turned his head to give him a glance and said with a faint smile, "You won't. You also don't dare." When Lin Chaotian heard that, he could not help choking. This guy actually saw through everything. He had nothing to fear. Killing people did not have the slightest use apart from infuriating Yi Yuan. His eyes were incomparably dark, the 2 eyes virtually gouging flesh out of
Yi Yuan.
But Yi Yuan ignored his murderous gaze and continued torturing Lin Huan. The entire mountain was deathly silent. It was only Lin Huan's screams like a pig getting slaughtered spread throughout the wilderness. He either begged for mercy, or wailed bitterly, or was awake or fainted. All in all, this process was extremely painful. Heh. His Excellency's technique is really marvelous. This guy deserves to die. Do you feel satisfied, Brother Wan? Pang Jin said with an excited look. After Wan Zhen was treated by Sacred Ancestor High Priest, his complexion already became much better. A Dao pill powerhouse taking action, would it be of the common sort? Hearing Pang Zhen's question, Wan Zhen also nodded and said smilingly, "This guy indeed deserves death. Those heroes who died miserably on the battlefield became utterly worthless when it came out of his mouth." Heh, what irony! Pang Zhen nodded and said, "If these pigs assume heirs at the back, then forget. We went through fire and water. What we exchanged for was them making light of it. Heh. It's still His Excellency who is impressive. Really satisfying." Wan Zhen looked at him like looking at a fool and suddenly said furiously, "You pig! Who told you to tell His Excellency?" Pang Zhen was taken aback and said, "What's wrong? Isn't it pretty good like this? Dao ancestor life can't do anything to His Excellency at all. Wang Jin wished to smack him to death with one slap. Pang Jin had excess valor and vigor but was lacking in intellect. He did not know what Yi Yuan appearing here meant. Wang Jin had a disappointed expression as he gritted his teeth and said, "You, dumb pig. The stronger His Excellency is, the more dangerous it is to come here. Do you think that Lin Chaotian will let him leave? His Excellency's high morality reaches the clouds. He definitely won't watch the people around him die for him. Now, His Excellency exhibited such formidable strength. Lin Chaotian will definitely not be contented with anything less than his
destruction."
You, sigh. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's expression was also solemn as he said, "Previously, they coveted the secret on Yi Yuan, but now it's different.
Ye
Yuan already possesses the strength to threaten them, so they won't let Yi Yuan off. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's character, most likely, he'd rather die than be willing to let something happen to the people around him." Pang Jun's complexion became more and more pale, and then he suddenly became a little flustered. He also did not think that the consequences would be so severe. Then what should I do? Pang Jin panicked. What else can we do? Take it one step at a time, Wang Jin said helplessly. He knew about Yi Yuan's temperament. Since he came, even the Jade Emperor would not be able to persuade him either. No idea how long had passed. Lin Huan finally stopped moving. Yi Yuan patted his hands and turned to Lin Chaotian and said, "All right, we can talk." The corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth twitched slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "Go to Origin Enlightened Hall. They are all waiting for you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What can't be discussed in front of everyone? Didn't you say that I'm the human race's traitor? Now shouldn't you carry out an execution against me on the spot in front of everyone?"
All right, I'm hesitating
to take action out of fear of damage now and won't fight back. Lin Chaotian felt a myriad of profanities race across his mind, but he suppressed his fury and said, "Brat, don't reach for a yard after taking an in." Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "Reaching for a yard after taking an inch seems to be you, right? I want to see my people. If they are missing a single hair, I'll turn your 9 great Tao ancestors' Bodhidharmas into seas of blood." Talking till the end, Yi Yuan seethed with killing intent again. If it were before, everyone would naturally laugh it off. But now, no one treated him like he was joking. He would really kill people. The corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth twitched again and he said, "You rest assured. This ancestor didn't do anything to them. Come, men, bring the people to Origin Enlightened Hall." Finished talking, he turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Now, can we go?" Yi Yuan said to Sacred Ancestor High Priest, "After white light they all come out, you bring them away." The 3 people's faces changed, all discerning overtones. Yi Yuan knew that he would not be able to come out anymore. Lin Chaotian would not give him this chance. Yi Yuan followed Lin Chaotian into Origin Enlightened Hall, but the outside world burst into an uproar. Those last few words at the back, Yi Yuan was not deliberately mocking Lin Chaotian, but he was doing it on purpose. It was for the sake of letting everyone know the 9 great Tao ancestors' true faces. The meaning of these words was deep. How could clever people not understand that there was something fishy going on? Since it was a major matter that concerned the human race, why not talk in front of everyone? Moreover, what else was there to talk about? Just kill and be done with it. There was something fishy going on. This isn't right. Why do I feel more and more that the few great Tao ancestors are doing it for the secrets on Yi Yuan? Amen? I feel that way too. This matter is too suspicious. There's nothing that can't be publicized, especially major things that concern humanity's fate. If Yi Yuan really betrayed the human race, why can they say it in front of everybody? Before Origin Enlightened Mountain Pass gates, the numerous powerhouses were discussing animatedly. There was no shortage of Deva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses present. The conflict between the Tao ancestors and Saint Azure affected the rise and fall of the myriad races. They could not help but pay attention. After all, the doomsday battle was not over yet. What was coming was the truly devastating war. This matter got into such a mess. Everyone wanted to see an outcome. But who knew that at this final juncture, the Tao ancestors shut the doors and did not let them see anything anymore. Big brother. Young master.
Ye Yuan.
When Luer, White Light, Yitong, and the rest saw Yi Yuan, each and every one of their expressions were very ugly. They were least willing to see Yi Yuan come over. But he still came. Swoosh! A pink shadow rushed into Yi Yuan's embrace and dug with its snout non-stop. Yi Yuan pat Treasure Pig smilingly and stuffed a few medicinal pills for him. Treasure Pig was satisfied, his head tilting and falling asleep. It was also strange. With Yi Yuan's present realm, he actually still could not see through this little fellow. Yi Yuan, you've seen your people. Now, can we sit down and talk? Lin Chaotian said in a cold voice. The 9 great Tao ancestors' auras were constantly locked onto Luer and the rest. If there was a trace of rustling leaves in the wind, he would immediately kill these people. This was also a warning to Yi Yuan. It was hard for him to kill Yi Yuan. But killing Luer, they all only needed a thought. But Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Talk about what? Lin Chaotian said. Talk about the secret on you. Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, finally unfurled the map. To reveal the dagger? Lin Chaotian, your behavior really makes people feel like vomiting. Ancestor Fire gave a cold snort and said, enough nonsense. Yi Yuan, hand over your secret. Otherwise, they will all die. Yi Yuan gave Ancestor Fire a glance pitifully and sighed endlessly. Ancestor Fire's brows furrowed slightly and he said, what's the meaning of this? Are you handing it over or not? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I'm pitying you all. You all schemed for a long time and set up such a huge scheme. In the end, the thing that you obtain won't be of any use at all? Hoo-hoo? Pitiable, lamentable. Ancestor Water said coolly, whether it's useful or not, don't need you to worry about it. Better hand it over first. Otherwise, once our thoughts stir, they won't be able to bear it. Yi Yuan held his palm out. A small mountain appeared in his palm. Immediately, an aura of great Tao rippled out. The faces of the 9 great Tao ancestors as well as everyone present was astounded by this aura. This aura was seemingly akin to flowing water that got into every opening, filling the entire Origin Enlightened mountain range in an instant. This was not enough yet. It was still flowing to even further places. Outside the mountain pass gates, everyone was dumbstruck with amazement. What's this? What a strong aura of great Tao. Why do I feel like the Heavenspan Mountain was moved to Origin Enlightened mountain range? It came from the direction of the Great Hall. Sure enough, did Yi Yuan reveal his secret. Ha ha ha. What a joke. What betraying the human race. What human races. Righteous cause. The 9 great Tao ancestors are treating all of us like fools. His goal is simply the secret on Yi Yuan. Shameless. Utterly contemptible. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? The public opinion burst into an uproar at once. Such an earth-shaking aura of great Tao, how could these people still not understand that everything before was all a lie? The 9 great Tao ancestors targeted Yi Yuan for the sake of this. Everything came to light. Yi Yuan did not betray the human race. All of the charges were imposed on Yi Yuan by the 9 great Tao ancestors. This scene was more convincing than any explanation. Hence, in front of the mountain pass gates, sounds of cursing seemed to pour over like tide waters. The 9 great Tao ancestors all had shocked and agitated expressions on their faces. How long had it been since their mental states had been so agitated? Not good. Lin Chaotian was the first to recover to his senses from the excitement and exclaimed, such a terrifying great Tao aura spreading out at this time the entire Heavenspan world probably already knew. Then, everything that they had done previously all became a joke. Before this, Yi Yuan had already repeatedly hinted to those powerhouses outside. Now, seeing such a huge commotion, how could they still not understand? Sure enough, waves of cursing voices came over, scolding extremely nastily. Especially those Deva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses they did not cover up at all and instead used the power of divine essence to spread their voices, until they could be heard all over the mountain. Shameless, vile, despicable, give birth to a son without an asshole, so on and so forth. Words like that reverberated throughout the entire Origin Enlighten mountain range. Lin Chaotian was indeed well deserving of being the Heavenspan world's number one person. He was indeed not so easy to hoodwink. Facing the lesser Heavenspan mountain, this kind of precious treasure, he could actually resist the temptation. This greatly exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. He did indeed had this idea, throwing out the lesser Heavenspan mountain, this heavyweight bombshell, and then leaving the place. As for the lesser Heavenspan mountain's exposure, Yi Yuan actually did not mind it anymore. With his present strength and realm, there was already no one who could threaten him. After his strength was attained, wouldn't gonna find Lin Chaotian again to take back the lesser Heavenspan mountain be like picking his own pocket? But Lin Chaotian actually did not fall for it. Lin Chaotian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Heh? My Lord Saint, Azure, got to admit you almost succeeded. It's just that you don't know that. This ancestor's understanding of you far surpasses your imagination. This ancestor has been on guard against you. The lesser Heavenspan mountain coming into being, the world was shocked. How could Lin Chaotian as the number 1 Dao ancestor not feel the lesser Heavenspan mountain's terror? It was just that he had long already studied Yi Yuan thoroughly over these few years. Others might underestimate him because Yi Yuan was young, but Lin Chaotian would not. Yi Yuan was absolutely a terrifying opponent. Even if his strength was inferior to yours, you absolutely could not underestimate him. On Yi Yuan's road of ascent, he encountered many powerful opponents. But these people eventually all fell at his feet. Sometimes it was because of his powerful strength to jump realms and battle. But at times, what Yi Yuan relied on was his wise and farsighted mind. Many powerful major figures were defeated at Yi Yuan's hands. Along with the research on Yi Yuan going deeper and deeper, Lin Chaotian increasingly felt this opponent's terror. Lin Chaotian knew that this was the one and only chance to get rid of Yi Yuan. Missed the opportunity this time and he probably would not have a chance anymore. Therefore, he did not dare to take it too lightly. When Yi Yuan took out the lesser Heavenspan mountain, his heart was moved. He was the same as the other Dao ancestors, immersed in it and unable to extricate himself, wishing to take it right away and go into close seclusion. But he still retained the final trace of clarity in his heart. He knew that he could not immerse in it. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, aware that it was troublesome now, and said, "All right, state your conditions." Lin Chaotian smiled and said, "Talking with smart people saves effort. Very simple, you sever your meridians yourself and cripple your own divine sea, and stay here forever. This ancestor will let them go." The moment these words came out, the 8 great Dao ancestors all revealed knowing smiles, while Luer and the rest turned pale with fright. After severing one's own meridians, the divine essence would have no place to store, and one would not be able to utilize cultivation methods and martial techniques. It would be tantamount to being a cripple. Crippling one's divine sea was equivalent to severing the communication between the martial artist and their small world and be rendered unable to use the power of the world. These 2 conditions were tantamount to making Yi Yuan sever his own limbs. How vicious was the intent! Even if Yi Yuan's laws were heaven-defying, without divine essence, he would be a rootless weed too and would be completely unable to execute the art of teleportation. "No way, young master. You hurry up and leave. Don't need to care about us," Luer said worriedly. "Big brother, I know that they can't keep you back. You go back and cultivate properly and eliminate these few bastards. As long as you don't die, he won't Dare to do anything to us. White Light said furiously. Got to admit, White Light's words make a lot of sense. But Lin Chaotian chuckled and said, yeah, this ancestor naturally won't kill you all. But this ancestor can torment you all, making you all unable to pray for life, nor beg for death. Also, this young lady? Ho ho? My Lin family has many disciples who aren't married yet. She can still be a concubine. Luer's pretty face turned ashen pale, and she said angrily, you, despicable, shameless. Lin Chaotian understood Yi Yuan too well. He would never abandon these people and leave by himself. If that was the case, Yi Yuan would not have come at all. As you wish. However, Yi Yuan did not say another word, and revolved his cultivation method. Without hesitation, Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. The imposing aura of his body seemed to be like a deflated ball, disappearing in a blink of an eye. His divine sea had already been wasted by himself. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help being greatly shocked. Even the 9 great Tao ancestors' pupils shrunk slightly too. They did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually be so decisive, and not even think about it. If it was someone else, this sort of major matter that concerned life and death, they would surely think thrice. But Yi Yuan did not hesitate at all. Clearly, in his heart, the statuses of Luer, White Light, and the rest were even more important than he himself. Yi Yuan was feeble, looking at Lin Chaotian with an indifferent look as he said, now, can you let them go? Lin Chaotian nodded and said with a slight smile, that's of course, you all are free. He did not immediately ask Yi Yuan to sever his own meridians. Between clever people, there did not need to be much agreement. Everyone was perfectly clear in their hearts. Yi Yuan naturally had to save a card up his sleeves too. Lin Chaotian swept his sleeves grandly. Luer and a large group of people were swept away involuntarily. When they reappeared, they already arrived before the Origin Enlighten Mountain Pass gates. Young master! Luer burst into tears and was about to head for Origin.
Enligheten Hall.
Brother Wing, take them away. Yi Yuan's voice came out from the direction of Origin Enlighten Hall. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's gaze turned dark, already faintly having guesses. He pointed at the void. A powerful force sealed Luer, not letting her leave. What's wrong with Yi Yuan? Sacred Ancestor High Priest looked at Bai Tong and said with an ugly expression. Bai Tong had a black face, recounting the events that happened in Origin Enlighten Hall, making Sacred Ancestor High Priest burn with rage. This bunch of bastards. They really don't want any face at all. Bai Tong sneered and said, want face? But as long as they want a bit of face, they also wouldn't have done such a despicable thing. Their voices were not covered up. Everyone heard it. Right away, the public burned with indignation. 9 great Tao ancestors? Heh? I think it's 9 great shamelessness. The war is near at hand. This bunch of guys are actually still scheming against each other, doing this sort of shameless thing. Really impressive. Release him. We want Saint Azure. Outside the mountain pass gates, angry roars lingered incessantly. These powerhouses had already finished scolding the 9 great Tao ancestors. 18 generations of ancestors. Suddenly, a figure stepped out of the sky. Crimson-haired and red-faced, it was precisely Ancestor Fire. Only to see his eyes turn dark, and he said in a cold voice, all disperse. If there are any more people raising a ruckus, kill without mercy. Powerful flame rule power instantly rippled between heaven and earth. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. This terrifying power was not what they were able to contend with at all. Seeing that everyone was still reluctant to leave, Ancestor Fire pointed with his fingertip. Boom! In a certain region, dozens of powerhouses were directly burned to ashes. The strength of a Tao ancestor was utterly terrifying. With this, everyone was really afraid. Even if they joined forces, it was impossible to be a Tao ancestor's match. 2. Under Ancestor Fire's despotic power, these powerhouses retreated one after another with intense unwillingness. Lin Chaotian looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Now you should sever your meridians yourself. Otherwise, Ancestor Fire will kill the people." Although there was Wing, this rule powerhouse around, he was not Ancestor Fire's match after all. He could bring people away, but casualties were inevitable. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Blood vessels directly exploded on Yi Yuan's body, instantly dyeing his clothes red. All the meridians in his entire body snapped inch by inch completely. "Now, are you satisfied?" Yi Yuan was covered in fresh blood, looking at Lin Chaotian as he said in a cold voice. All the Dao ancestors exchanged glances and smiled, clearly all setting their minds at ease. Meridians completely severed and divine C being crippled. There was already nothing to fear about Yi Yuan. This mortal calamity was finally resolved. "Hoo-hoo? Satisfied, very satisfied," Lin Chaotian said with a smile. There was a kind of smugness that could not be concealed in the smile. Yi Yuan was really someone hard to deal with, although he was the #1 Dao ancestor and that he was powerful to the extreme, he still dreaded Yi Yuan immensely. In the last battle, Yi Yuan escaping from under the teaming up of the 9 of them seriously greatly exceeded their expectations. It was also precisely because of this that his fear toward Yi Yuan reached its peak. So this time he was determined to succeed. Obtaining the lesser Heavenspan Mountain was naturally a part of the plan. But finishing Yi Yuan off was the matter that he was most concerned about. In fact, it was even above obtaining the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. There was a ripple in the void. Ancestor Fire's figure appeared in the hall. "All left. Brother Chaotian, is it inappropriate for us to do this?" Ancestor Fire said with a frown. The matter this time already completely went out of their control. Right now, the entire Heavenspan world was berating them, the 9 great Dao ancestors. The 9 great Dao ancestors were naturally not people of the mortal realm. But they still could not escape mortals and exist on their own. Lin Chaotian did not take it to heart and said coolly, "Hoo-hoo. Mortals are all forgetful. With this treasure, our strength will definitely be able to improve further. At that time, when we exterminate those few fellows from the divine race with this kind of great achievement, are you still scared that they won't prostrate in worship towards us?" The eyes of all the Dao ancestors lit up, gazes when looking toward the lesser Heavenspan Mountain was full of searing heat and thirst. Clearly, they already could not wait. But Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Lin Chaotian, you're also thinking too highly of yourself. You think that by obtaining the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, you'll be able to improve further." But Lin Chaotian did not dare and said coolly, "You can? So why can't I? This treasure contains heaven and earth great Dao. It's virtually a miniature Heavenspan Mountain. Obtaining it with this ancestor's talents, I'll definitely be able to improve further." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "People are different, each one being unique." With regards to the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan had absolute confidence. It was absolutely impossible for Lin Chaotian to improve further. When Yi Yuan just entered the Heavenspan Mountain, he suddenly had an inspiration and entered Great Dao with Alchemy Dao, creating the Chaos Heavenspan Canon with astonishing talent. That was how he had today's strength. But the 9 great Dao ancestors' foundations were already set. They had long already formed innate ideas with regards to the journey of Dao and could not change at all. It was not that Yi Yuan was convinced that his talent was outstanding, far surpassing that of the 9 great Dao ancestors. It was just that, unless Lin Chaotian had tremendous courage and could give up all the inherent understanding and start all over again. Otherwise, even if he comprehended until heaven and earth turned old, it was also impossible to break the shackles, making a Dao ancestor cripple his own small world and start all over from the top. Who could have such tremendous guts and courage? Yi Yuan was confident that if he was a Dao ancestor, it would also be impossible to take this step. let alone that even if Lin Chaotian really started over from the top, he also did not have time to cultivate to the creation realm anymore. The system that Yi Yuan cultivated and the heaven-span world's inherent cultivation system was of completely different concepts. His cultivation would not disregard cultivation realms and advance by leaps and bounds because Lin Chaotian was a Tao ancestor. Time and fate. It was impossible for Lin Chaotian to ever break the fetters. Of course, the lesser heavenspan mountain was a precious treasure. After the few great Tao ancestors obtained it, their strength would definitely increase. It was just that there was no possibility of wanting to break the shackles at all. Lin Chaotian's brows furrowed together. Yi Yuan's wave of cold water made him very unhappy. Humph! You're already a cripple, and yet you still dare to be arrogant in front of us? This ancestor will send you on your way right now. Ancestor Fire was enraged. A terrifying aura engulfed everything and swept over. Honk! But right then, the treasure pig in Yi Yuan's shirt woke up unhurriedly. Treasure Pig opened its bleary eyes and suddenly felt a powerful killing aura. With this, Treasure Pig was completely startled awake. It was only to see its eyes go wide, the hair all over its body directly. Standing up, a burst of fury erupted from Treasure Pig's eyes. Boom! An aura that did not lose to Ancestor Fire suddenly erupted. It was only to see Treasure Pig's figure suddenly become large, becoming larger just like a constantly inflating balloon. Seeing this scene, regardless of whether it was Yi Yuan or the 9 Great Tao ancestors, they were all shocked until they could not close their mouths. No one could have thought that this adorable pinkish piglet actually had such terrifying strength. Rule powerhouse. Yi Yuan opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief on his face. Treasure Pig was actually a rule powerhouse. Furthermore, his aura was actually not the slightest bit weaker than one of the 9 Great Tao ancestors, Ancestor Fire. What kind of situation was this? Furthermore, the current Treasure Pig was clearly in a state of madness. How? Was there still any cute appearance? His expression was savage, eyes ferocious, just like an enraged wild boar, wanting to level this world. Boom! Treasure Pig suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of flames, closing in on Ancestor Fire. The terrifying temperature seemed to want to burn heaven and earth. Ancestor Fire's expression changed wildly. He did not expect that in this world apart from him there was actually still someone, a pig that could unleash such a terrifying flame attack. Without the slightest hesitation, Ancestor Fire also shot a flame out. 2 power of rules collided in the Great Hall. Boom! A terrifying flame directly blew up, blasting the Great Hall into nothingness. The battle of 2 great rule powerhouses also instantly spread to the entire Origin Enlightened Mountain. For some time, the casualties were countless, and Ancestor Fire actually staggered under this blow and was almost knocked over. What a terrifying flame temperature! What's going on here? In this world, apart from Ancestor Fire, there's actually still someone who can cultivate flame law to the realm of rule. This aura, hang on. Sacred Ancestor High Priest has clearly already left. So, where did this 10th rule aura come from? You guys look, what a large pig. A pig is actually a rule powerhouse? How is this possible? The battle of rule powerhouses was too widespread. Many powerhouses already left Origin Enlightened Mountain Pass gates, but did not go far. Currently, they looked from afar, only to see an enormous pink pig facing off against the 9 Great Tao ancestors from a distance. Its aura was actually not the least bit weak. This discovery made all the powerhouses extremely shocked. There were no rules in this world. This was the consensus of all of the Heavenspan world's powerhouses. Apart from the 9 Great Tao ancestors, no one could reach the level of rules. Someone as strong as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets did not reach this step. 2. But now, a pig that appeared from God knows where. It was actually a rule powerhouse. How could they not be surprised? They were surprised, but the 9 great Tao ancestors were even more surprised than them. No one could have thought that that pink lump piglet that burrowed into Yi Yuan's embrace was actually a rule powerhouse. Forget that it was a rule powerhouse, this pig was actually even stronger than Ancestor Fire. Ancestor Fire's expression was ugly to the extreme. King Hell. He cultivated for countless years and even reached the realm of Tao Ancestor, and yet he was actually inferior to a pig? Honk! Treasure Pig gave an angry roar. Its pig mouth opened, and rows of water swords shot toward Ancestor Fire. This power was actually also a power of rules. This pig actually grasped 2 great power of rules at the same time. Ancestor Fire's expression changed wildly, hurriedly meeting the challenge. Bang! 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 Heaven and earth were collapsing. Terrifying energy undulation made everyone's faces change. What was even scarier was that Ancestor Fire was being completely suppressed. Water and fire gushed from Treasure Pig's mouth, the power being boundless. Actually fought until Ancestor Fire did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Yi Yuan was dumbstruck with amazement from watching. He fed Treasure Pig for so many years and never knew that he was so strong. He remembered back then that Treasure Pig sent Lin Chongqing flying with a sneeze. Although it was surprising, Yi Yuan did not feel that it was too exaggerated. After all, Treasure Pig was also a very special existence in Bamboo Grove, Void Realm. But now, Treasure Pig actually fought until Ancestor Fire did not have the slightest strength to fight back. This was too exaggerated. Origin Enlightened Mountain Range was directly crumbled apart by 2 great Ancestor Realm powerhouses fighting, spiritual energy collapsing and dissipating. The group of powerhouses hid far away. Such a battle was too terrifying. I'll help you. At this time, Tao Ancestor Destruction suddenly burst forth with an imposing momentum, joining the battle with a flash. The moment Tao Ancestor Destruction made his move, space shattered, and not a blade of grass survived. That kind of horrifying attack simply obliterated the heaven and decimated the earth. These 2 great Tao ancestors were all known for the power of their offensive strength. It was just that, sadly, the addition of Tao Ancestor Destruction did not suppress Treasure Pig. They just barely fought to a draw with Treasure Pig. The might of Treasure Pig was utterly appalling. The more the 2 great Tao ancestors fought, the more alarmed they got. Treasure Pig was like a rule transmitter, all kinds of attacks emerging in endless streams. Furthermore, there was never a stop. Suddenly, a strong, thick, strange fragrance spread out. The entire world teemed with this fragrance. When the fragrance entered his nose, Yi Yuan's expression became weird. His brows furrowed and he said in surprise, "This fragrance is medicinal fragrance." Very clearly, this exotic fragrance effused from Treasure Pig's body. This guy was in the heat of a great battle and his body was actually giving off such a thick medicinal fragrance. Yi Yuan's mind spun like lightning and had an answer very soon. It was just that he was also stunned by this answer, disbelief written all over his face. This guy wouldn't be a Tao pill, right? Yi Yuan said in shock. At the same time, Lin Chaoyan's face also revealed a look of sudden realization and cried out in surprise. Legends has it that back then, Grand Ancestor Profound Spirit refined a Tao pill. As a result, it brought down heaven and earth Tao tribulation, and a mutation happened to the Tao pill. Could it be that this pig is that Tao pill? What? This pig is a Tao pill? By the side, Ancestor Water was dumbstruck with amazement. This is also too inconceivable, right? Grand Ancestor Profound Spirit was the alchemy path's #1 person back then. Ancestor Lightning also said in shock. A Tao pill became a spirit. These Tao ancestors actually could not beat a Tao pill. The group of Tao ancestors opened their mouths wide, shocked until it could not be any greater. A Tao pill actually transformed into a pig and even cultivated to the realm of rule. Lin Chaoyan's gaze gradually turned from shock into ecstasy and greed. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he yelled, Treasure Pig! Come back! When Treasure Pig heard that, he released a few shots through the air and turned back to return to Yi Yuan's side, turning into a pink pig and returning to Yi Yuan's arms. Hearing Lin Chaotian's words, Yi Yuan finally understood why Treasure Pig liked him so much. The alchemy Tao teachings in the last epoch were imparted by him. The medicinal pills that he refined had a familiar taste to Treasure Pig. Furthermore, Treasure Pig ate medicinal pills to live. It was actually also strengthening his own strength. The taste of the medicinal pills that Yi Yuan refined was naturally extraordinary. It was just that with Treasure Pig revealing his identity, he was now viewed as a great tonic to Lin Chaotian. They all regarding a Tao pill that cultivated and became a spirit. Its strength was even stronger than a Tao ancestor. If they ate Treasure Pig, their strength would most likely grow to a terrifying point. To powerhouses at the level of Lin Chaotian, even Tao pills did not have much effect anymore. But Treasure Pig was an exception. He was the proud work of Grand Ancestor Profound Spirit and had even experienced the accumulation of countless years, and already grew into a Tao ancestor-like existence. Such a Tao pill, one absolutely could not find a second one in the world. He determined Lin Chaotian's plans from the change in his eyes, so he quickly called Treasure Pig back. Although Treasure Pig was strong, it was also impossible to be the 9 great Tao ancestors match. Treasure Pig, in a while you bring my physical body and escape. The further you run, the better. Don't need to care about me. Even if they chase you, don't continue fighting. Understood. Yi Yuan transmitted his voice with his divine soul and communicated with Treasure Pig. Witnessing Treasure Pig's strength, Yi Yuan had long already made a plan. If Treasure Pig brought him along, they definitely could not escape. Escaping from under the hands of the 9 great Tao ancestors, this was something virtually impossible. Moreover, with Yi Yuan's current state, he was simply a burden to Treasure Pig. Treasure Pig looked toward Yi Yuan, his gaze flickering. Yi Yuan knew that he understood. Leave! Yi Yuan shouted loudly, his origin divinity instantly leaving his body. Treasure Pig was extremely intelligent. He erupted at the same time, holding Yi Yuan's physical body in his mouth, turning tail and running. Lin Chaotian and the rest had astounded faces. Clearly, they were caught off guard by this sudden change. But his reaction was also extremely fast as he said, Ancestor Fire, Ancestor Water, Destruction, the 3 of you go chase that pig, don't need to finish him off. Just delay him will do. The few of us go and chase Yi Yuan. After killing Yi Yuan, we'll regroup with you again? Heh. This brat actually dared to have his divine soul leave the body. Truly reckless and blind. Lin Chaotian was still very awake at this time. To him, Yi Yuan was of the utmost importance. Letting Yi Yuan escape, there would be no end to future troubles. Therefore, even if Yi Yuan escaped with his divine soul body, he still brought the main force to hunt Yi Yuan down. At this time, there was no way for the Tao ancestors they all to hesitate. Either fire, water, and destruction, 3 great Tao ancestors directly turned into wisps of green smoke, chasing after. Yi Yuan cultivated the chaos origin divinity. He traversed the world incredibly swiftly. Although he was unable to borrow spacetime law to carry out teleportation, his speed was not much slower. Lin Chaotian and the rest turned into 6 streaks of long rainbow, chasing. Right after, this sudden change stunned all of the powerhouses. What in the world is going on here? That pig was actually a Tao pill that cultivated and achieved sentience. Yi Yuan's divine soul actually left his body in order to let that pig run. How can he possibly escape the pursuit of Tao ancestors with a wisp of a divine soul? I'm afraid that he knows that he can't escape anymore. That's why he used himself as a bait to let that pig escape. No one could have thought that the show today actually developed into this state. It was truly full of twists and turns. Except they also let out long sighs in the end. Yi Yuan was ultimately unable to escape the fiendish clutches of the Tao ancestors. Divine soul leaving the body was no different from suiciding. How can this brat's divine soul body be so fast? Lin Chaotian's expression changed slightly as he said. Upon chasing, they discovered that they actually could not catch up to Yi Yuan. Within a short time, to the group of Tao ancestors, this was simply inconceivable. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several powerhouse auras surrounded a gray-robed youth in the middle, sealing off all of his escape routes. Chasing for half a day, the 6 great Tao ancestors finally caught up to Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity. Lin Chaotian's expression was very ugly. He did not expect that the speed of Yi Yuan's divine soul was actually so fast. This half a day's time, no idea what was the situation over there anymore. Humph! See where you can still run to, Lin Chaotian said in a deep voice. Yi Yuan shrugged and said nonchalantly, Lin Chaotian, you exhausted your brain and also didn't expect that Treasure Pig was actually a rule powerhouse, right? Hoo-hoo? Now that you can't kill me this time, I'm afraid that you'll find it hard to eat and sleep in the future. The 6 great Tao ancestors had strange looks on their faces. Did this guy not figure out the situation yet? Your divine soul had already been nabbed by us. Still want to get out alive? Ha ha ha? Yi Yuan, you already have nowhere to retreat. What will you use to seek revenge on us? Using that fleshy body of yours? Foolish guy, do you think that I'll chase that pig and let you off? In my eyes, your importance is much greater than a Tao pill, Lin Chaotian said with a loud laugh. Fool! Have you not figured out the situation yet? Your divine soul is about to be annihilated right away. Yet you're actually threatening us here. Ancestor Wind snickered and said. But facing 6 great Tao ancestors, Yi Yuan was very relaxed as he said. Smilingly, the lesser Heavenspan mountain will be placed with you all for the time being. I'll come and retrieve it later? This period of time I'll have to work a little harder. At that time, don't disappoint me. Lin Chaotian's brows furrowed slightly, having a foreboding premonition. He understood Yi Yuan very well. These words seemed like posturing, but Yi Yuan absolutely would not put up a bold front under the circumstances where he was not confident. Could it be that this guy really still had some trump card? Yi Yuan snickered and actually ignored the 6 great Tao ancestors. Passing through them, the 6 great Tao ancestors exchanged glances. Was it possible that this guy was a fool? Lin Chaotian's brows furrowed slightly. Suddenly he thrust a palm over. Boom! Terrifying energy undulation directly shattered Yi Yuan's divine soul into pieces. Lin Chaotian curled his lips and said, this ancestor was still wondering what trump card there was. After half a day, it was indeed making an empty show of strength. Ancestor Wind smiled and said, ha ha ha. Honestly, he acted rather real. This ancestor almost believed it. Tao Ancestor Darkness also smiled and said, this guy is too freaky. It indeed makes people feel anxious. But this time he's DD. Suddenly, Tao Ancestor Darkness eyeballs went wide, looking at a certain place with a disbelieving look. That dead word could not continue saying anymore. Hoo-hoo? Darkness, have you gone silly from joy? Ancestor Wind could not help laughing as he said, not that he's gone silly. It's you who have gone stupid. At this time, a voice sounded out leisurely, seemingly so familiar. Ancestor Wind's eyelids twitched, turning to look at that place. Immediately, his eyeballs became engorged. Yi Yuan was actually standing there perfectly fine like nothing happened. Lin Chaotian looked towards Yi Yuan, immediately feeling his scalp tingle. How could this guy be completely fine? You all seem to be very surprised? Lin Chaotian, did you boast that you understand me very well? This time, you seem to be very surprised. If I didn't have a trump card, would I face the 6 of you great Tao ancestors based on a wisp of a divine soul? Yi Yuan said with a disdainful look. Lin Chaotian had a shocked face as he said in disbelief, how can you possibly be completely fine? Something is odd about your divine soul. Yi Yuan smiled and said, yeah, I don't understand it too well either, but some kind of change seems to have happened to my divine soul. Forgot to tell you, Tianqing was the same as you, wanted to kill me, but it was a shame. He couldn't kill me either. Lin Xiaoyan's pupils constricted, his eyes being filled with shock. His divine soul, even Tianqing was actually helpless against it too. Having experienced the last doomsday battle, Lin Xiaotian naturally knew what kind of figure Tianqing was. Even Tianqing could not kill Yi Yuan. If so, then how strong was his divine soul? However, Lin Xiaotian was Tao ancestor life in the end. After experiencing the initial most shock, he laughed coldly and said, heh, you want to intimidate this ancestor with a few words? Can't kill one time, then this ancestor will kill you 10 times, 100 times. This ancestor wants to see whether you can pull through or not. Finished talking, Lin Xiaotian raised his hand and it was another palm, striking until the void shattered. Boom! The chaos origin divinity was shattered again. But very soon those gray-colored powder condensed together once more, recovering back to new. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Xiaotian and said smilingly, hoo-hoo, if you have the leisure time to kill me 10 times, 100 times, then bring it on. Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved, running away again. The 6 great Tao ancestors had shocked looks on their faces, hurriedly chasing after. How is this possible? His divine soul actually can't be killed. Ancestor Win still did not quite dare to believe it until now. Lin Xiaotian had a gloomy look and said, no matter what, we absolutely can't let him escape. Boom! 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 In a blink, more than half a month passed. Terrifying sounds came from above the void from time to time. Yi Yuan's divine soul was shattered over and over again. Except it was useless. The more the 6 great Tao ancestors killed, the more fearful they became. Yi Yuan's divine soul did not show any signs of dissipating. Lin Xiaotian gritted his teeth and said, damn it, we already killed him dozens of times. Yet, his divine soul actually doesn't have any signs of weakening. What kind of change happened to this guy's divine soul? At this time, Lin Xiaotian finally believed that Yi Yuan was not bragging anymore. They really could not kill Yi Yuan. Tao Ancestor Darkness said in a solemn voice, undying divine soul, I never heard of it before. Even if it's Tianqing, once his divine soul is destroyed, it will be certain death too. It would be absolutely impossible to survive. This boy is really too freakish. Ahead came Yi Yuan's jeering voice. Lin Xiaotian, if I were you, I'd make the best use of my time to go back and gain enlightenment on the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. I can feel that heavenly Tao Samsara will definitely occur within 10 years. If you have the time to waste here with me, better to go back and increase your strength. Maybe you'll still have a chance to turn the tables. Lin Xiaotian had a look of unwillingness on his face. But he knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Keep wasting time like this was no good to anyone. They were almost approaching the abyss world. It was not much far ahead. As long as Yi Yuan escaped into the abyss world, they would not dare to enter. 2. Rather than wasting time here, better to go back and cultivate. Having obtained such a precious treasure, perhaps there would really be some breakthrough. Leave. Finally, Lin Xiaotian carried strong unwillingness and turned around and left. Ancestor Wind said angrily, letting him go just like that? If he stages a comeback, what should we do? Lin Xiaotian said furiously, can you kill him? Ancestor Wind could not help choking when he heard that. Lin Xiaotian ignored him and left on his own. The 5 great Tao ancestors were unwilling too and could only follow after and leave. Yi Yuan watched the few people's departing back views, a look of amusement on his face. Hoo-hoo? Really didn't expect that unremarkable boy back then could actually grow to this point, truly surprising. Right at this time a voice sounded out with a touch of playfulness. Yi Yuan looked toward the arrival and could not help being slightly surprised. His chaos origin divinity's perception was extremely strong. This person naturally could not escape his perception. It was just that this person's appearance surprised him greatly. This person was actually Medicine Ancestor's eldest disciple, Heavenly Emperor. Lasting Joy. If Medicine Ancestor appeared here, Yi Yuan would not be surprised at all. But the one who appeared was actually Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. This eldest disciple who looked a little simple and honest was without any sharp edge to speak of. Back then when Cloudheart Realm collapsed, those Medicine Ancestors' disciples that died had died, while those who fled had fled. They had long since disappeared without a trace. Who knew that today Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy actually appeared in front of him? Yi Yuan looked at Lasting Joy and said, "Brother Lasting Joy seems to no longer be what you used to be. You followed us along the way and actually hid from the Tao Ancestors' perception." Lasting Joy had his hands behind his back as he said with a smile, "Didn't I fail to hide from Lord Saint Azure's perception? It really surprises this Emperor. Lord Saint Azure is actually so powerful where even Tao Ancestors can't kill you." These few years, Lasting Joy had been in close seclusion inside a small world. All along, all the way until the recent few years, Lasting Joy returned to the Heavenspan world and transcended the Deva Fifth Blight. At present, Medicine Ancestor's alchemy Tao was already completely digested by him. His strength was already just a step away from the realm of Tao Pill. Therefore, he prepared to go and find the last target for devouring Yi Yuan. As long as he devoured Yi Yuan, he would surely be able to reach the realm of Tao Pill. Who would have thought that presently the world had already changed drastically? That little fellow who provoked Medicine Ancestor back then actually transformed with a sway of his body, becoming the Eternal Saint Azure. When he got this news, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was truly incomparably shocked. But fortunately, Yi Yuan actually fell out with the 9 great Tao ancestors. This let him find an opportunity to take advantage of. Sure enough, he had been constantly observing the battle around Origin Enlightened Mountain range this time, and he finally found an opportunity. Yi Yuan's divine soul actually went out of his body. Hence, he tagged along all the way following until here. But along the way, it shocked him until he stared dumbfoundedly with his mouth agape. 6 great Tao ancestors took turns to attack, decimating Yi Yuan dozens of times. But Yi Yuan's divine soul was actually completely fine. This sort of thing was simply too insane. He lived to a ripe old age and had never seen such a crazy thing. Unkillable. But very soon, Lasting Joy went from shock to wild ecstasy. What his Tao of devouring primarily targeted was the divine soul. If he could absorb Yi Yuan's divine soul, then wouldn't he achieve an undying body? In the future, what did Tao ancestors count for? Presently, the world had changed greatly. Tao ancestors were no longer such unreachable existences. Didn't that pig take down a Tao ancestor? Yi Yuan looked at Lasting Joy and said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, brother Lasting Joy seems to be very interested in this Yi." Lasting Joy did not hide it either, nodding as he said, "You and I both take alchemy Tao as the highest pursuit. Lasting Joy is naturally interested in you. The last time in Cloudheart Realm, this Emperor actually really wanted to exchange blows with younger brother Yi. It's just a pity that at that time, Master already gave the order. Hence, Lasting Joy didn't have that fortune. Wonder if younger brother Yi can satisfy Lasting Joy's long-cherished wish." Yi Yuan was a little surprised in his heart. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy took such a huge risk to tag along. It was in order to compete in alchemy with him? He did not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy looked very honest and sincere, but when Yi Yuan faced him, he always had a dangerous feeling. Yi Yuan did not agree immediately, but asked, "I remember that back then you should have escaped Cloudheart Realm together with Medicine Ancestor. Where is he?" Lasting Joy beamed and said nonchalantly, "Dead." The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. This guy said it so casually. His own master died. It was as if he was talking about a casual matter. However, Medicine Ancestor was a fierce and ambitious person of his generation. He was indeed a rare talent of the alchemy path. But he did not expect that, in the end, he actually ended up in such a plight. No need to think, Yi Yuan also guessed what happened between the master and apprentice. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was that sort of treacherous person who seemed loyal, looked very honest and simple, harmless to man and beast, but was actually very dangerous. This sort of person made people stay on alert the most. In Cloudheart Realm, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's sense of existence was not strong. In fact, it was inferior to his junior apprentice brother, Heavenly Emperor Distant Book. But in the end, it was still him who had the last laugh. Lasting Joy smiled and said, "Younger brother Yi is a clever man. This emperor won't beat around the bush anymore. This emperor has already obtained all of Master's inheritance and is only half a step away from being able to reach the realm of Dao Pil. This emperor needs a powerful opponent to help me to take this step. I wonder if younger brother Yi can grant my wish." Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said, "You're really just looking for me to compete in alchemy?" Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy could not help laughing as he said, "If I wanted to be detrimental to younger brother Yi, I'd have long made a move. Why bother to waste my breath with you? Moreover, about younger brother Ye's divine soul, even Dao ancestors can kill you. Are you still afraid of me taking action?" Without thinking, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Sorry, I don't compete in alchemy with people who betray their master." After he finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around to leave. But right then, the sky suddenly darkened. A huge suction force actually grabbed Yi Yuan's Chaos Origin divinity, making him unable to break free. His movement technique was actually unable to be executed. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, turning around to look at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. It was only to see that behind him, an enormous black will disk was spinning. Quietly, that terrifying suction force was emitted by precisely this huge will disk. This will disk seemed to be able to devour everything. Hoo-hoo. Since you refuse a toast only to drink to a forfeit, then this emperor can only invite you to drink to a forfeit. This is my Tao, the Tao of devouring. There are already 35,078 people who have died under my Tao of devouring. Among them include Medicine Ancestor, that old fogey. As long as I devour you, this emperor will be able to corroborate my Tao and I will reach the realm of Dao Pil. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was still talking with a smile on his face, just like a Maitreya Buddha. It was just that his smile became incomparably evil now. Yi Yuan's expression changed, feeling that his divine soul was actually being sucked over involuntarily. What a powerful divine soul power! His Chaos Origin divinity could resist the might of Dao ancestors and not die, but it was actually unable to resist this terrifying devouring power. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's divine soul was the most powerful divine soul that Yi Yuan had seen so far. Yi Yuan felt that even if his divine essence was not as good as the Chaos Origin divinity, it was also not much worse. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy had devoured too many divine souls and turned them for his own use. This made his divine soul grow to an unimaginable level. Coupled with his bizarre and unpredictable power of great Tao, it actually gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. No wonder Medicine Ancestor, that fellow, would actually die at Lasting Joy's hands. If taken by surprise, how could Medicine Ancestor resist this devouring power? If Yi Yuan currently had his complete body, he could split Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy with one sword. It was a shame that he was currently of a divine soul body. Yi Yuan also did not think that in this heavenspan world, there was actually still someone who could threaten his Chaos Origin divinity. Rumble? A huge black hand actually reached out of that black disk and grabbed toward
Yi Yuan.
That black hand seemed to have magical powers, crushing Yi Yuan until he was unable to move a muscle all over his body. Pucci, that black hand suddenly grabbed, plunging directly into Yi Yuan's divine soul. Body. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, immediately feeling as if soul force was like floodwaters that broke the dam, flooding out. TSK? What a delicious divine soul. Simply perfect. Gobbling you up, my strength will likely tower above Tao ancestors? Ha ha ha. What a surprise. Lasting Joy felt that his divine soul was growing at a terrifying speed. This sort of growth, even he himself felt afraid. That vigorous and powerful soul force made him extremely intoxicated. He had devoured countless great Taos and countless divine souls in his life. However, not once did it feel as good as it did now. Yi Yuan's body was completely controlled by that black hand. Unable to move a muscle. Lasting Joy's great Tao was too bizarre. Yi Yuan was frozen there, also secretly panicking in his heart. Even when facing the refinement of the 8 extreme divinities, he was also not so powerless. His chaos origin divinity became more and more illusory and increasingly dim. That enormous disk was like a water pump, extracting his soul force crazily. Hoo-hoo? All of you did not expect that in the end it was actually me who had the last laugh, right? After I absorb your divine soul and corroborate my great Tao, everyone will submit under my feet. Ha ha ha. So what if Tao ancestor? So what if Tianqing? I want them to become my dogs. After enduring patiently for billions of years, I can finally roam this world, unhindered in broad daylight. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy indulged in self-delusion as if already seeing the delight of climbing to the summit of life. During the past billions of years of forbearance, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy had long already suppressed his desire to the extreme. Now he attained Tao in one day. This desire erupted crazily. In Cloudheart Realm, many people treated him as heir. Many people thought that Heavenly Emperor Distant Book was Medicine Ancestor's successor, but only he knew that no one could surpass Medicine Ancestor. This guy absolutely would not allow others to surpass him. From billions of years ago, when he was serving Medicine Ancestor as a servant, he already understood it. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was actually very smart. It was just that, in order to not let Medicine Ancestor perceive it, he buried everything. Medicine Ancestor was hoodwinked by him for billions of years before finally being devoured by him. On his deathbed, Medicine Ancestor also did not dare to believe that this loyal and honest disciple actually killed him. Obtaining Medicine Ancestor's soul and Tao, Lasting Joy's strength had a qualitative leap. It was also precisely because of this that he had this confidence to come and deal with Yi Yuan. And Yi Yuan's divine soul was even more delicious than he imagined. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy let out a burst of wild laughter. But suddenly, his expression changed abruptly. Rumble? The black wool disc actually started to tremble violently. First, it was just a slight tremor. But very soon, the shaking became more and more intense. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's expression changed wildly, and he said, What's going on? Crack? Crack, crack. As if answering his question, cracks actually started appearing on the black disc. Yi Yuan's gaze also gradually became bright. Hoo-hoo? My divine soul is called Chaos Origin Divinity. Even Tianqing doesn't recognize it, showing that my Chaos Origin Divinity is probably not what this world should have. You used this world's great Tao to absorb the Chaos Origin Divinity that doesn't belong to this world. It would be weird if it can bear it, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. He came to understand very quickly where the problem lay. The might of the Chaos Origin Divinity was completely not what Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was able to understand. His Tao of devouring was indeed formidable. It was even not much worse than the Chaos Origin Divinity, except that was just in terms of quantity. In terms of quality, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was much worse when compared to the Chaos Origin Divinity. Putting it bluntly, the soul force that the black will disk absorbed already far surpassed the limit that he could bear. The black disk was stuffed to death. The great Tao was about to collapse. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's heart shook wildly. He was stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Chaos origin divinity, not belonging to this world. If ID did not belong to this world, then why would it appear in this world? However, he did not have time to puzzle over this anymore. The cracks on the black will grew larger and larger, practically almost collapsing. But right then his expression changed wildly. An even more turbulent soul force than before poured into the black wheel. Rumble. The cracks on the black will became more and more, and increasingly larger. It turned out that Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way, injecting his soul force into the black will crazily. This was equivalent to quenching thirst with a poison, making matters worse. Damn it! What do you want to do? Stop for me! Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy roared angrily, wanting to cut off the absorption of Yi Yuan's divine soul. However, it was already too late. That black hand was like a pipe. Currently, the floodwaters from that end were too strong, he already could not shut the floodgates. Yi Yuan's soul force was too strong. Yi Yuan was a little weak, but his soul force could still hold out for a while. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's appearance, he smiled and said, "Didn't you want to devour me? Then I'll let you devour until it's enough." Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy finally panicked. The black wheel's collapse was near at hand. How could he still care about absorbing soul force? I was wrong. Lord Saint Azure. I'll return all of the soul force. I beg you, please stop. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy was practically crying. Honestly, played with eagles for a lifetime, in the end, got his eye pecked by an eagle. It was just that how could he have thought that Yi Yuan's divine soul was actually so strong? Yi Yuan could not help laughing and said, although Medicine Ancestor was obnoxious, he also wouldn't make people feel like vomiting like you. Someone who betrays their master and forefathers. Everyone has the right to punish the person. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Yi Yuan ignored Lasting Joy's tearful complaints and instead injected soul force even more crazily. Boom! Finally, the black will could not hold on anymore, directly crumbling apart. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, his entire person akin to being struck by lightning falling down. This black wheel was closely linked to his divine soul. Now that the wheel disc collapsed, it was equivalent to his great Tao collapsing. His divine soul similarly suffered a devastating blow too. The current Yi Yuan also finally heaved a sigh in relief. This time he really had a narrow escape from death. He also never dreamed that there was actually still an existence that could pose a threat to him in this heaven-span world. But right at this time, an abnormality occurred again. That soul force originally belonged to Yi Yuan. Now that the black will disc crumbled, the soul force actually started flowing in reverse, pouring into Yi Yuan's divine soul body crazily. But among these inverse flows, it was far from as pure as his soul force anymore. One scene after another appeared before Yi Yuan's eyes. Inside Yi Yuan's mind, countless pieces of information crisscrossed. Fortunately, his chaos origin divinity was incomparably powerful and was completely able to digest this information. These scenes were precisely those lives that Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy devoured. Yi Yuan even saw Medicine Ancestor's memories among them. These memories were nothing to Yi Yuan. But then these people's great Tao fragments poured into Yi Yuan's divine soul. In a rush, Yi Yuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. These things were priceless treasures. Those able to get devoured by Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy were all some genius characters. Each person had their own unique views on alchemy Tao. This was equivalent to delivering a treasure vault into Yi Yuan's divine soul. You're really mad as a March hare to actually make a move against so many innocent people. Yi Yuan looked at the Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy, who was dispirited and inert, and said with a cold smile, Most of these alchemy path powerhouses had nothing to do with Heavenly Emperor. Lasting Joy. This guy actually dealt killing blows to these people. His crimes were really too numerous to be recorded. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's gaze turned bleak and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "On what basis do I have to be a dog for life? I refuse to give in.
I'm unwilling.
Everyone treated me like a dog next to him. This eldest senior apprentice brother am even less than a third generation disciple? Ha ha ha. Those so-called geniuses all deserve death. They are only fit to be the stepping stones on my road of ascent." With death knocking on the door, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy finally spoke up about the unwillingness suppressed in his heart. At this time, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy already calmed down. He was a clever man and knew that Yi Yuan would never let him off. Hence, he did not do some meaningless pleading too. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy and did not have the slightest pity. Pitiable people definitely had detestable aspects. Men should improve themselves. Lasting Joy's ambition was not small. It was just that the method he used was wrong. Of course, more importantly, he found the wrong person. He never should have come to provoke him. Any other last words? Yi Yuan said coolly. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy laughed loudly and said, "Yi Yuan, you saw all those alchemy Daos that I devoured, right? Ha ha. As long as you draw reference from their great Tao with your talent, stepping into the realm of Dao Pill will be easily accomplished. This emperor doesn't have any last words. You'll carry this emperor's ambition and live on? Ha ha ha." Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said, "That's right. A myriad great Daos is indeed heart-tingling. It's just that you're also looking down on this Yi too much. Do you feel that I really need these to break through to the realm of Dao Pill?" Finished talking, Yi Yuan reached his hand out and pulled. A black whirlwind immediately started spinning around Yi Yuan, giving off a series of whimpering sounds. Yi Yuan's body emitted a faint fluorescent light. It was only to see him extend his hand and console the black whirlwind. Lightly, the berserk black whirlwind gradually became quiet. The current Yi Yuan was like a divine Buddha, expiating the world. The black whirlwind was precisely formed by the resentful spirits devoured by Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy. Although their divine souls were devoured, a trace of resentment after death still remained. Unwilling, refusal to give in. The Buddha aura on Yi Yuan was like a life-giving spring breeze and rain, warmly nourishing these resentful spirits. "Relax, I won't use you all to cultivate. If that's the case, what difference is there between me and him? All right, I'll disperse then," Yi Yuan said coolly. Those resentful spirits all revealed their figures and gave a bow toward Yi Yuan, incredibly grateful. In the end, they turned and took a look at the dumbfounded Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy, a trace of release being revealed in their gazes. Following that, they turned into motes of fluorescence, dissipating into the world. "Many thanks, Your Excellency, for letting us enter reincarnation." "Thank you, Your Excellency. This lowly one is endlessly grateful. Your Excellency's grace. This lowly one will engrave it in my heart." One figure after another emerged, bowing to Yi Yuan non-stop. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's black wheel was very terrifying. After being devoured by him, the remnant souls were imprisoned inside forever, unable to escape. Yi Yuan freed them and expiated them, making them able to enter samsara. This kindness, they had to receive it. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy opened his mouth wide, a look of disbelief on his face. He could not imagine that there was actually someone capable of resisting such a temptation. With Yi Yuan's talent, after comprehending these great Daos, breaking through to the realm of Dao Pill would be a breeze to him. But he actually gave it up just like that. You. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy wanted to say something but discovered that he could not say anything. Yi Yuan said coolly, "There's no denying, I was indeed rather moved just now. It's just that using them to cultivate I Yuan am disdainful to do so. You want to use them to ruin my Tao heart. That is truly a little too naive. Moreover, with my talent, do you think that I need to borrow their strength to step into the realm of Tao Pill? When he said these, Yi Yuan exuded powerful self-confidence. What Yi Yuan was most proud of had never been martial Tao and also not the chaos origin divinity but alchemy Tao. What supported him to walk step by step until today was not his martial path, talent, but alchemy path talent. Back then, he entered Great Tao with alchemy Tao. That was how he created the Chaos Heavenspan canon. His road to ascension could not do without the support of alchemy Tao at every step. Therefore, he had this confidence. Moreover, his current alchemy path realm was only a step away from Tao Pill. 2. Stepping into the realm of Tao Pill was just a matter of time. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's complexion was deathly pale. Suddenly, he felt that his conviction had collapsed completely. These myriad great Taos were the essence of his life, where his great Tao lit. He believed that if anyone in the Heavenspan world saw it, they would not be able to resist such temptation. But Yi Yuan cast them aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. This was the powerful confidence of a true genius. Suddenly, his entire body trembled. A figure appeared. Medicine Ancestor. When Yi Yuan saw Medicine Ancestor, his gaze could not help turning intent. 2. This man who had once stood at the top of the alchemy path actually ended up in such a plight, lamentable and pitiable. Medicine Ancestor looked at Yi Yuan, his expression complicated. Finally, he opened his mouth and said, Yi Yuan, thank you. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, no need. Our grudge is written off. Once and for all. Medicine Ancestor nodded his head, but turned to look at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy, and said with a slight sigh, silly boy, you were too anxious. After this old man broke through to the realm of Tao Pill, I'll naturally do all I can for you and help you step into the realm of Tao Pill? Sigh. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy sneered when he heard that and said, stop being pretentious here. I'm merely a dog in your eyes, that's all. For so many years, you've never looked me in the eye before at all. Now you want to use these sorts of words to make me feel guilty? Haha, do you really take me to be a fool? Medicine Ancestor did not care and said coolly, do you think that you could really hide from my eyes when you were doing these things under my eyelids? Also, when you made a move against me in the end, do you think that I really didn't have the strength to fight back? Also, if I didn't value you, why did I only take you away during the Cloudheart Realm battle? Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's expression became a little unnatural, and he said with a cold smile, in your eyes, it's naturally an old dog that's most handy to order about. Stop talking nonsense, no matter how glib your tongue. I won't believe it too, Medicine Ancestor said. Silly child, you're this old man's son. Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own children. Why would this old man harm you? Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy laughed loudly when he heard that and said, ha ha ha. Old thing, are you teasing me? Medicine Ancestor said, when you were young, you had a maple leaf-shaped birthmark on your abdomen area. You'll often feel our abdomen heat up and your cultivation speed also far surpasses ordinary people. Later, you and your mother encountered danger. This maple leaf-shaped birthmark let you kill your opponent. But since then, the maple leaf-shaped birthmark disappeared. With each sentence that Medicine Ancestor said, Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy's expression would change a little bit by bit. No one knew about these secrets. Yi Yuan, who was by the side, was also dumbstruck with astonishment from listening. These two were actually father and son. Shut up. I don't believe you. I don't believe a single word. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy suddenly roared, trying to interrupt Medicine Ancestor's words. It was just that, judging from his reaction, he already believed it. Medicine Ancestor did not care, and he continued. He said, your talent was extremely great, But your ambition was also extremely great. In the beginning, this old man took you in as a servant because I wanted to temper your temperament. It's just that I never thought that you would actually deviate, walking onto the path of devouring. You went to find Wang Pan to compete in alchemy behind my back at Ping Pan City. In the end, you awakened the Tao of devouring. Ever since then, you started on the path of devouring. This old man originally wanted to reconnect with you, but you devoured other people's Tao. Your mental state gradually became unbalanced. If I reconnected with you, it might trigger even more unpredictable consequences. This old man abandoned you two, mother and son, for the sake of pursuing great Tao. What this old man owes you, I planned on assisting you to reach the realm of Tao. Till after corroborating my Tao, and let you climb to the summit. It's just a pity. Just one final step. That instant when you made a move, this old man hesitated for a moment. But then I ultimately still gave up. With your talent, presumably after devouring this old man, you shouldn't be far away from the last step. It's just that I didn't think that you still failed at the last step in the end. Talking up to here, Medicine Ancestor sighed and looked at Yi Yuan. Unfortunately, the opponent that Lasting Joy chose was Yi Yuan, the eternal Saint Azure. Facing this huge temptation, Yi Yuan could actually keep his cool and expiate the remnant souls. This bearing was an absolutely unparalleled breadth of spirit, matchless in the world. Lasting Joy chose the wrong opponent. Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy had long already been beaten by reality until he was incomparably dispirited. At this point, even a fool also knew that Medicine Ancestor did not bluff him. However, this reality shattered his life conviction into smithereens. That person whom he resented immensely, that person that he wanted to kill all. His life was actually the person who loved him the most. And he killed this person with his own hands. The reality was too cruel. While at this time, Medicine Ancestor's remnant soul started dissipating, becoming motes of fluorescent light. Under Yi Yuan's expiation, his soul had already been cleansed, returning to samsara. Time waited for no man. Even if he wanted to reunite with Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy, there was no more time. He looked at Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy and said with a sigh, "Silly boy, if there's really reincarnation, I hope that we'll reconvene there." Medicine Ancestor's divine soul was already shattered. His great Tao already collapsed. He was already not far from the end of his life. Finished talking, Medicine Ancestor's remnant soul gradually disappeared. Between heaven and earth, the scenes that happened before his eyes made Yi Yuan's thoughts stir. Reaching the realm of chaos origin divinity, Yi Yuan could distinctly feel that these people's remnant souls did not vanish completely, but they turned into some kind of energy returning to the world. This feeling was exactly the same as in front of his father's grave back then. It was just that what he felt currently was much clearer than at that time. Furthermore, Yi Yuan discovered that not everyone could return to heaven and earth. Only after being free of troubles in one's heart, settling karma, and having one's thoughts flow smoothly, could one return to heaven and earth. Just like Ji Xingyang, only all the way until after Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang died did that trace of undulation arise. Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan's eyes became resolute. "Father, if there's really reincarnation, even if this child tries every means possible, I'll definitely revive you. You and Mother experienced ordeals and died for me. I must return to you a lifetime of happiness."
Ye Yuan secretly
swore. Thud. "Father." Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy knelt down and started weeping bitterly, in the direction which Medicine Ancestor dissipated. At this moment, the guilt in his heart could no longer be hidden. Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and turned around and left. A powerful energy undulation came from behind. The high and mighty Heavenly Emperor Lasting Joy ended his life just like that. True Flame Bodhidharma, Ancestor Fires Bodhidharma. The 9 great Tao ancestors were gathered here. A small mountain was suspended in the middle of the 9 people quietly, emitting fluctuations that made people feel heart palpitations. Even with the combined power of the 9 people, they were unable to completely suppress the lesser Heavenspan Mountain's power too. Because of the battle with Treasure Pig previously, the entire origin Enlightened mountain range already became a wasteland. As a last resort, the few people arrived at True Flame Bodhidharma to study the lesser Heavenspan Mountain jointly. Such a precious treasure, whoever it was put with, others were naturally reluctant to accept it. In the end, it could only be the 9 people studying it together, finally getting their wish. The joy on the 9 people's faces could not be concealed. Having seen Yi Yuan's talent that dominated the world, how could they not be moved? There's not much time. If we keep having mutual suspicions among ourselves, it will only let the divine race prevail. Moreover, Yi Yuan, that brat, is glaring like a ravening tiger. He can't be underestimated either. If we can't improve further, our outcome can only be death, Lin Chaotian said with a solemn face. Obtaining the lesser Heavenspan Mountain was a massive fortuitous encounter. But they also encountered an unprecedented crisis. The deterrence that Yi Yuan gave to them was too great. Encountering an unkillable opponent, the end result could only be getting killed. The joyful looks on the few Dao ancestors' faces were reined in, all revealing solemn expressions. Suddenly, the pressure was high. What Brother Chaotian said is right. At this time we should put aside prejudices and cross the river in the same boat, Ancestor Fire said. The Dao ancestors nodded their heads one after another, clearly reaching a consensus about this. Lin Chaotian's gaze fell on the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, his emotion slightly agitated as he said, "This treasure contains the power of great Dao, far surpassing us. I didn't expect that the Heavenspan Mountain actually still has such a valuable treasure, combining with the 9 of our strengths. No matter how lacking, we can also consolidate the power of rules. At that time, even if Heavenly Dao Samara comes, our strength can also be maintained to the greatest extent. As long as we can tide over the doomsday battle this time, we'll have hope of breaking the fetters and go above the Heavenspan Mountain to take a look at what's actually there." The words made the 8 great Dao ancestors seethe with excitement. How many years had it been? The only place that they wanted to go to was above the Heavenspan Mountain, but no matter how hard they worked, they were unable to cross that barrier. This time, the chance finally came. "Brother Chaotian, what do you think we should do?" "We'll all listen to you," Ancestor Wind said. Lin Chaotian nodded slightly and said, "The great Dao that this mountain contains is extremely vast. I presume that everyone already has an understanding that our cultivation along the way has many imperfect areas. This lesser Heavenspan Mountain is like a mirror, illuminating the deficiencies in us clearly." The Dao ancestors nodded their heads one after another. After they obtained the precious treasure, they had naturally experienced it already. What Lin Chaotian said was not the slightest bit wrong. The great Dao contained in the lesser Heavenspan Mountain let them have a new understanding of their own cultivation. Although Dao ancestors were powerful, it did not mean that there weren't any mistakes throughout their cultivation. Great Dao was numerous and complicated. Who could truly comprehend it entirely? If one could really completely comprehend Dao, they would not be Dao ancestors, but the heaven. Therefore, we should cooperate with a common effort and share what we've comprehended. Areas we are lacking, everyone studies in detail together. We will comprehend together and also improve together. That brat is waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. Then we'll slap his face viciously and let him understand that Dao ancestors can't be defied. He merely relied on an extraordinary treasure to be able to reach such a boundary. Lin Chaotian said loudly, "No, it's still not right. Could it be that the way we're studying is wrong?" Ancestor Fire said a little anxiously. Dao Ancestor Destruction frowned and said, "It's impossible. In terms of comprehending great Dao, who understands it better than us?" Ancestor Lightning said, "It's really strange. What method did Yi Yuan use to comprehend the lesser heavenspan mountain? In what way is his approach being completely different from ours?" The few great Tao ancestors spoke up one after another, all feeling rather agitated and fretful. They had already studied the lesser heavenspan mountain for close to 3 years' time. Without a doubt, each of their strengths had increased greatly. It was just that it had not met their requirements yet. Studying according to this method could certainly increase their strength and consolidate their realm. But there was no hope of wanting to break the fetters of Tao ancestor at all. These few years, they mutually shared the things that they had understood, discussing with each other. But the results yielded were negligible. Their objective was to break the shackles of Tao ancestor. It was just that no matter how they cultivated, that shackle was still locking them tightly, not letting them break through. This sort of feeling made them feel despair. They even compared their cultivation comprehensions with Yi Yuan's cultivation method and martial techniques. As a result, the more they compared, the more bitterly disappointed they were. The strength and potential that Yi Yuan displayed was completely not what they could hold a candle to. In the end, the conclusion that they got was that Yi Yuan was different from them. It was just that they racked their brains and also could not figure out just what was different. Lin Chaotian was silent. No one knew what he was thinking about either. The 9 of them were the heavenspan world's strongest 9 people, and also the 9 people who understood heavenly Tao most profoundly. Logically speaking, having obtained such a priceless treasure, the things that they comprehended should also be beyond other people's capacity. But sadly, they still could not reach Yi Yuan's height. No matter how they studied, it would not work. When Ancestor Fire saw that Lin Chaotian did not speak, he could not resist asking, "Brother Chaotian, say something." Only then did Lin Chaotian slowly say, "I think that it might be the way that we're comprehending is wrong." The moment these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. "Oh? Then how should we comprehend?" Ancestor Fire said with a look of excitement. "Go to Heavenspan Mountain," Lin Chaotian said. In a blink of an eye, another 3 years passed. Above 1,000,000 miles up on Heavenspan Mountain, the 9 great Tao ancestors were very dispirited. A feeling called sense of defeat spread out among the 9 people. Damn it! Just where does the problem lie? The Heavenspan Mountain and Lesser Heavenspan Mountain mutually corroborate and reference each other. But why can't we find the way to break through yet? God damn it! This ancestor can seemingly see Yi Yuan's mocking laugh. The expressions of the few Tao ancestors were very ugly. That mocking smile when Yi Yuan left seemed to be dangling in front of them. Yi Yuan had said this before more than once. Even if he gave the treasure to them, it was useless too. They all could not comprehend it. The 9 great Tao ancestors were outstanding talents of the present era, figures standing at the summit. How proud were they? Hence, they naturally did not believe it. They thought that Yi Yuan being able to have today's accomplishments, it was him relying entirely on the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. But now, reality slapped their faces fiercely. They really could not comprehend it, combining the power of the 9 great Tao ancestors, and they still could not comprehend it too. After 6 years of hard work, they could not find a trace of clue. Breaking the shackles was far away and not within the foreseeable future. The reality was so cruel. Lin Chaotian's brows were tightly locked when he suddenly said, "Yi Yuan, this guy indeed makes people unable to figure out. But did you all notice when he broke through to Deva realm, he actually didn't transcend the Deva blight tribulation? This sort of thing is too inconceivable." Ancestor Water's intelligence was second only to Lin Chaotian. Seeing Lin Chaotian talk about it, he nodded and said, "Originally we all thought that he relied on the power of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. That's how he shielded from the Deva blight tribulation. But looking at it now, it wasn't the case." Lin Chaotian nodded and said, "That's right. I also used to think so. But thinking about it carefully now, it doesn't seem to be the case." The 2 people chimed in one after another. Ancestor Fire said rather impatiently. Then you guys say, just where does the problem lie? The two people said in unison, cultivation method. The group of Tao ancestors was stunned, uncertain what it meant. In terms of cultivation method, who in this world could compare to the few of them? Moreover, what kind of cultivation method could avoid the Deva blight? Tribulation? I say, the two of you, stop leaving us hanging and hurry it up, Ancestor Fire said. Lin Chaotian's brows furrowed slightly and he said, studying the lesser Heavenspan Mountain these few years, I faintly have a feeling that Yi Yuan might have comprehended an astonishing cultivation method from it. This set of cultivation methods might be on the same level as heaven. Hence, that's how he could avoid the Deva blight tribulation. The more Lin Chaotian talked, the more shocked everyone was. It was only to see him continue explaining it. He said, do you all still remember what I said? The Heavenspan Mountain cast a projection back then and the spiritual energy revived? I always thought that that was a precious treasure coming into existence. That's why that kind of phenomenon appeared. But thinking back on it now, that isn't the case at all. It should be Yi Yuan comprehended successfully a set of cultivation methods back then, alarming. Heavenly Tao. That's why such a phenomenon would descend. There should exist some kind of connection between the lesser Heavenspan Mountain and Heavenspan Mountain. Back then, the lesser Heavenspan Mountain should have been refined by him, stirring the Heavenspan Mountain. That's why it made spiritual energy revive. Therefore, we were wrong from the start. The crux of the problem doesn't lie with the lesser Heavenspan Mountain at all, but on the person who comprehended the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. When the group of Tao ancestors heard this analysis, each and every one of them was dumbstruck with amazement. They really wanted to find a reason to refute it, but they discovered that they could not find it at all. What Lin Chaotian said made too much sense. Ancestor Fire said unhappily, based on what? He could comprehend a cultivation method, so can't we do it? Combining the 9 of our strengths. Can it be that we still can't create an astonishing cultivation method? Lin Chaotian shook his head and said, comprehending a cultivation method isn't hard. With the few of our capabilities, comprehending 8 or 10 top cultivation methods from the lesser Heavenspan Mountain is very easy. Just that wanting to comprehend a cultivation method that's on the same level as heaven is as hard as ascending to heaven. I can confirm that Yi Yuan is absolutely not the first person who obtained the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. But he's the only one who can create such a terrifying cultivation method. I'm afraid that even if the cultivation method that Yi Yuan created is placed in front of us, we might not be able to fully comprehend it too. Hence, that's why he handed the lesser Heavenspan Mountain over so readily. Because he's confident that even if the lesser Heavenspan Mountain is handed over to us, it's impossible for us to surpass him too. Talking until the back, Lin Chaotian's words actually exuded some bitterness. Several years of hard work made him become increasingly conscious of his insignificance. Tao ancestors were very strong, but also very weak. In front of heavenly Tao, Tao ancestors were too weak. But Yi Yuan was a man on the same level as heaven. This sense of setback was too strong. The Tao ancestors were extremely shocked, being not quite able to accept this fact. Combining the powers of 9 great Tao ancestors actually could not beat a single Yi Yuan. This sort of thing was truly hard to accept to the high and mighty Tao ancestors. Damn it! We have to think of a way to find him and force him to hand over the cultivation method. Ancestor Fire gritted his teeth and said. Lin Chaotian looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh and said, too late. His wings have already formed now. Wanting to capture him is simply impossible. This, then with the current situation, isn't it that we can only wait for death? Ancestor Fire's expression changed slightly as he said. Lin Chaotian said, not necessarily. No matter how great his talent is, wanting to take this last step is also not an easy thing. Our strengths have made considerable improvements during these few years. If he really wants to deal with the few of us, I'm afraid that it's not enough yet. Therefore, what we have to do now is to strengthen ourselves. The group of Tao ancestors had dispirited faces. They, as Tao ancestors, roamed the world unhindered. Now, they were actually forced into such a situation by someone. But the 9 people did not dare to slacken their efforts. In the remaining days, they comprehended heavenly Tao desperately, strengthening themselves. For years later, on one fine day, heaven and earth suddenly changed. The wind swept the clouds away. The mountains cried out and the sea howled. Lightning flashed and thunder clapped. It was as if the end of the world had arrived for the heavenspan world. The powerhouses were all extremely terrified. This kind of heavenly might, they had never experienced it before. On Heavenspan Mountain, one silhouette after another flew out. They were kicked out by the Heavenspan Mountain. What happened? Why did the Heavenspan Mountain not allow cultivation anymore? Heavenly Tao Samsara. This must be Heavenly Tao Samsara. I didn't expect that. It would arrive so quickly. What to do about it? Once Heavenly Tao Samsara begins, the power of rule on Tao ancestors will be taken back by Heavenly Tao. What can we do to resist the divine race? On Heavenspan Mountain, spiritual energy was vast and mighty, but a powerful force blocked everyone out. Currently, Heavenspan Mountain already became a forbidden land. There were people being thrown out continuously. Those who were thrown out in the beginning were all some weaklings. Following that, those who were thrown out got stronger and stronger. Until the back, there were even quite a number of Deva realm powerhouses who were squeezed out of Heavenspan Mountain against their will. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several more figures were thrown out of Heavenspan Mountain one after another. The moment these people appeared, it immediately caused a stir. It's the 9 great Tao ancestors. They were forced out too. Their auras are a bit chaotic. Could it be that their power of rule has already been taken back? But it feels like their aura doesn't seem to have been affected much. Don't you all know that they took away that precious treasure from Saint Azure? I reckon that this time they gained a big advantage. In terms of shamelessness, I concede to the few of them. Seeing the Tao ancestors appeared, it did not arouse the respect of the strong, but rather a large wave of scornful voices. That day when Yi Yuan mobilized the aura of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, the world already knew the truth long ago. The 9 great Tao ancestors borrowed the name of humanity's righteous cause to do filthy things and forced Saint Azure away. This matter was despised by the world. Azure Saint exhausted his mind and body for the human race until his heart ceased to beat. In the end, what he got was actually such a treatment. The people were indignant at the unfairness. Saint Azure fought on the front line, but these Tao ancestors stabbed him in the back. This way of doing things ruined their favorable impression. If not for their strength being too strong, they would probably have been swarmed to death by people. Boom! Suddenly, the power of flames burst forth, dyeing half the sky red. A group of powerhouses directly turned to scattering ashes. Whoever keeps being noisy, this is the outcome, Ancestor Fire said with a cold gaze. How could they not hear these people's comments? Ancestor Fire's fuse was the shortest. He actually directly went on a killing spree. The moment he raged, sure enough, no one dared to speak anymore. Except those powerhouses were all indignant at the unfairness, glaring angrily, dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. When dealing with the divine race, they did not see these few Tao ancestors showing their faces. But when dealing with their own people, they killed readily. With a wave of a hand, there were probably thousands of powerhouses that fell. It could be seen that in the eyes of the few great Tao ancestors, they were merely a bunch of ants. Lin Chaotian furrowed his brows, but in the end, he did not speak. Just earlier, Heavenly Tao took back the power of rules. The 9 of them were already no longer Tao ancestors now, but because of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, the 9 of their strength did not weakened by a lot. During these 10 years, the 9 of them made great progress, especially in terms of cultivation methods. They remolded their cultivation methods and greatly improved their strength. At present, they had practically already reached the limit that human beings could attain, apart from being unable to break the shackles. Therefore, even though heavenly Tao was transmigrating, their strength did not decline too much. Ha ha ha. These Tao ancestors are really amazing. Attacking their own people, they actually didn't show any mercy. Right at this time, a burst of hearty laughter reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One figure after another stepped out of the sky, each one having an extremely powerful aura. The expressions of the human powerhouses changed wildly. These powerful auras crushed them until they were virtually unable to breathe. Divine race. It's the divine race. What powerful auras. See, could it be that they are the legendary progenitors? Really so strong? Is it possible that humanity's doomsday is arriving? These powerhouses that came were precisely members of the divine race. And the one talking was Tian Qing. The expressions of the human powerhouses changed one after another. They were shocked by the progenitor's powerful auras. This was a peerlessly domineering aura. Tian Qing's might made people unable to look him in the eye. The 8 great progenitors' auras virtually covered the entire horizon. When they appeared, it astounded the entire era. Lin Chaoyan's expression was solemn as he said in a deep voice, "Being disrespectful to Tao ancestors, don't they deserve to die?" Tian Qing laughed loudly and said, "Don't give me that. You don't think that this progenitor doesn't know about the heavenspan world's affairs because I'm in the abyss world, right? Hoo-hoo. This progenitor is very grateful to you all for driving Yi Yuan away." Lin Chaoyan's face turned black. This guy was really skilled with words, rubbing their noses in it. Lin Chaoyan said in a cold voice, "Why does progenitor Tian Qing think that with the few of us having the power of heavenly Tao taken back, you'll be able to take advantage of people? Hoo-hoo. Since that's the case, bring it on." But Tian Qing did not have the intention of taking action. He still had a beam on his face as he said, "This progenitor knows that you all obtained a precious treasure from Yi Yuan there. However, you all didn't seem to have broken the shackles. What a pity! What a pity! Do you all think that having obtained a precious treasure, you'll be able to stop this progenitor?" Lin Chaotian said in a deep voice, "Although this ancestor didn't break the shackles, but I don't fear you either." Tian Qing was calm and composed, and said with his hands behind his back, "Is that so? Ho-ho? Little Li, show yourself and let them take a look at our divine race's true strength." The moment his voice faded, a beautiful figure stepped out of the sky. That beautiful figure was beautiful until she could topple kingdoms, and that the moon hid its face and flowers blushed in shame. Who could it be if not Yu Mengli? It was just that the current Yu Mengli was different again from that time. When Yi Yuan saw her, her aura was actually not the slightest bit weaker when compared to Tian Qing. One had to know, among the 8 great progenitors, Tian Qing's aura could be said to outshine the others, overwhelming everyone. Now, Yu Mengli's aura was actually not weaker than Tian Qing. Lin Chaoyan's expression changed wildly, a look of shock on his face. A feeling called despair spread in everyone's heart. The current Yu Mengli was noble and glamorous, overlooking the world. She was akin to a fairy maiden who came down to the mortal world. Her aura was already completely different. That sort of nobility added a little more mystery to Yu Mengli's peerless looks. What a beautiful woman! Who is she? Doesn't the divine race only has 8 great progenitors? Why is there an additional woman? I heard that Saint Azure Yi Yuan's beloved fell into the divine race. Furthermore, her talent is extremely high. Could that be her? Won't be wrong. Back then, when Saint Azure confronted her, many people saw it with their own eyes. But at that time, her strength was far less powerful than it is now, right? The human powerhouses were discussing animatedly, guessing Yu Mengli's identity very quickly. This matter was already well known and not considered a secret. It was not too hard to guess. It was just that no one expected that Yu Mengli's strength would actually reach the level of a progenitor. If it were 9 versus 9, could the human Tao ancestors who lost the augmentation of heavenly Tao still be the divine race's match? She took a step out and said to Lin Chaotian coolly, I've long heard that Tao ancestor life is the human race's #1 Tao ancestor. This girl is incapable and seeks guidance. One sentence shocked everyone until they could not close their mouths. Yu Mengli's coming into being battle, she actually directly chose the strongest Tao ancestor life. Lin Chaotian was also stunned, then immediately laughed in spite of himself, and said, Little girl, your arrogance is indeed carved out of the same mold as Yi Yuan. It's just that, did you pick the wrong opponent? Yu Mengli said coolly, That's right. It's you. Come on. Lin Chaotian snorted coldly and said, Since you're courting death yourself, then Yi Yuan can't blame this ancestor too. Powerful wood attribute rule instantly bloomed. A terrifying spiritual energy undulation actually divided the mighty storm, opening up a vacuum zone. Lin Chaotian's might could actually rival heaven's might. This kind of means was truly formidable. Myriad swords facing the sky. Lin Chaotian gave a low cry, spiritual energy vast and mighty. In an instant, countless barbs actually grew out of the earth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless barbs rose from the ground up and shot toward Yu Mengli. For a time, the sky was full of dense barbs, sealing off all of Yu Mengli's escape routes. These barbs did not seem to have the cutting edge of blades and swords, but places that they passed through actually cut the space apart. The entire sky seemed to have countless gaps cut out. When the human powerhouses saw this scene, they could not help revealing slightly hopeful gazes. Although they were very unhappy with Lin Chaotian, in the face of such a doomsday battle, they naturally stood on humanity's side without prior agreement. Is this Tao ancestor life strength? Even if it's heavenly Tao samsara, it also didn't really affect his strength. Heh? The divine race's wishful thinking fell through. Finish the divine race off. Facing such terrifying power, Yu Mengli's expression still did not change. It was only to see her eyes flickered. Her bright red lips opened slightly. Heavenly Tao, true martial, boundless moonlight. A layer of white gauze suddenly fell on the world, seemingly beautiful and cold. Everyone only saw a blur before their eyes. The place where Yu Mengli was standing actually became Lin Chaotian in a flash. Those countless barbs actually all stabbed toward him. Lin Chaotian's pupils constricted, all the hair on his body standing on end. He actually did not even know how he was switched over here, except he already did not have time to think too much. Those barbs had already come over. He hurriedly urged his spell. The barbs that filled the sky instantly turned into nothing, as if they had never appeared before. Lin Chaotian had a solemn look, looking at the Yu Mengli not far away. This woman gave him an extremely strange feeling. He was a Tao ancestor and actually had his position swapped by Yu Mengli. Unknowingly, this sort of means was truly inconceivable. Everyone opened their eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. It was just that Yu Mengli did not give everyone the time to be shocked. One Tao mark after another rose up from his body. 1, 2, 10. When Lin Chaotian saw this scene, his pupils shrank, and he immediately drew a breath of cold air. Not just him, the 9 great Tao ancestors were all extremely shocked at this time. 10 marks, heavenly Tao realm. How is this possible? 2 10 marks. Heavenly Tao realm powerhouses actually appeared in the divine race. Lin Chaotian cried out in surprise. Over on humanity's side, they directly burst into an uproar. No one expected that this woman was actually a legendary 10 marks powerhouse. Tianqing was a 10 marks powerhouse. This kind of supreme existence, there were actually 2 that appeared all of a sudden. Tenmark's powerhouses possess the ability to connect to heaven and penetrate the earth, undying and imperishable. Back then, Grand Ancestor Spacetime fused the two great supreme laws and was unable to do anything to Tianqing, a Tenmark's powerhouse. Now another Tenmark's powerhouse appeared in the divine race. Does heaven want to doom our human race? At this very moment, the human powerhouses really despaired. A single Tianqing already left them at a loss on what to do. Now, there was actually another Yu Mengli. One had to know Tianqing severely wounded 3 great Tao ancestors with his power alone. With 2 Tianqings, that was equivalent to having 6 Tao ancestors. Then these remaining progenitors, who was going to deal with them? The moment Yu Mengli debuted, it already pushed humanity to the brink of defeat. Damn it. Really damn it. That pig around Saint Azure is also a rule powerhouse. Its strength is even stronger than a Tao ancestor. If not for this bunch of damn guys who offended Saint Azure to the core, he would definitely step forward. Sad.
Lamentable.
Lord Saint Azure must have had his heart turn cold now. Already, right? In the midst of despair, people always tried to find hope. Naturally, they thought of Treasure Pig. They even thought of Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. If these 2 rule powerhouses came forward, it could definitely salvage humanity's declining trend. It was just that, among these 2 mighty rule powerhouses, Sacred Ancestor High Priest was duped into refining pills by Lin Chaotian, who then failed to make good on his promise. The other, the Treasure Pig, was jointly pursued by Tao ancestors. Saint Azure was also forced to hand over the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. If not, with Saint Azure's strength, he might already be able to deal with progenitor powerhouses now. It was just a pity that both sides were already in the situation of being irreconcilable till death. Boundless moonlight, limitless samsara. Right at this time, Yu Mengli's scarlet lips opened again. 2 round moons reflected in the pupil of her eye. A white gauze lightly enveloped heaven and earth. Lin Chaotian's entire body trembled as if he had arrived at another region of time and space. Heaven and earth were peaceful. The noisy figures had already disappeared. Even the other 8 great Tao ancestors had gone missing too. Opposite, Yu Mengli stood in the air, expressionless. Lin Chaotian's brows furrowed and he said with a cold snort, "Lass, you want to trap this ancestor by using this method? You're also a little too naive." Yu Mengli said coolly, "This is the Moonlight Dreamland. Enjoy it well." Finished saying, her figure moved, disappearing. A strange atmosphere reverberated in this space. At the outside world, the corners of Tianqing's mouth smiled slightly, and he said, "Boo-hoo. Boundless moonlight, limitless samsara, this is probably the strongest ocular art since time immemorial. Getting caught inside is getting caught in limitless samsara. You clearly know that it's an illusory realm, but you cannot control yourself at all. Even this progenitor also needs to expend tremendous effort before I can break free. This Lin Chaotian will probably have to suffer a lot. Take advantage of this time. Everyone attack together and finish off the others." The power of moonlight enveloped heaven and earth. Those who were weak were already long unable to control themselves already, getting caught in an illusory realm and being unable to extricate themselves. This was limitless samsara. Although Yu Mengli's move was not unleashed against them. Only by reaching Deva realm and above could one barely avoid being dragged into samsara. This move was too horrifying. What powerful ocular arts. She clearly only cast the spell against Tao ancestor life alone. But her power of moonlight affected everyone present. Tenmark's heavenly Tao realm, it's actually even this kind of extremely strong ocular art. Our human race is really doomed this time. I didn't expect that the moment heavenly Tao samsara starts is the moment when our human race collapses. Each and every one of those Deva powerhouses was incomparably in despair. The strength that Yu Mengli exhibited made them lose all hope. The 9 great Tao ancestors' strongest Tao ancestor life was directly controlled by the illusory realm. Then of those remaining, who could be Tianqing's match? Back then, the 18 grand ancestors failed just one step short of success. Brother Chaotian, quickly wake up. Ancestor Fire and the rest were very anxious when they saw the situation, utilizing various means, attempting to call Lin Chaotian back. But it was completely useless. Lin Chaotian stood there straight as a ramrod, motionless. They immediately realized how terrifying this ocular technique was. Hoo-hoo? It's no use. Even if this progenitor gets hit by this move, I can forget about escaping without 10 days to half a month too. If the heavenly Tao true marshal of a 10 marks powerhouse is so easily broken, then this progenitor would also be too useless as the divine race's number one person. Tianqing said with a light smile. Before this 10 marks powerhouse, there was only him alone in the divine race. His might was indisputable. Now Yu Mengli squeezed into the ranks of 10 marks, displaying her heavenly Tao true marshal. The power was naturally terrifying. Ancestor Fire said in a solemn voice. Humph. So what? Tianqing, you're also looking down on the few of us too much. Tianqing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, You're right. This progenitor really does look down on the few of you. Tao ancestors? Have you all forgotten? This progenitor was also a Tao ancestor in the past. How much capability you all have, would this progenitor not know? The expressions of Ancestor Fire and the rest were ugly to the extreme. In front of the 8 great progenitors, they really did not have any capital to be proud of. If not for having obtained the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, they would not even have the courage to fight. Now Tao ancestor life was trapped. They really could not see any chances of victory. At this time, Tianqing finally reined in his expression and said coolly, Kill! Swoosh! 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 7 lineages progenitors as well as the heaven lineages Tianqing. 8 people rushed forward together. A powerful to the extreme pressure crushed them until everyone could not breathe. This was a progenitor-level battle. Although Tianxian was just the heaven lineage's number 2 person, his strength when compared to the 8 lineages progenitors was about the same. 2. It was already enough to deal with a Tao ancestor with diminished strength. With 16 astonishing auras rising up to the sky, it caused everyone's expressions to change wildly. Those Deva realm powerhouses had long already hidden themselves far away. But on the scene there were still tens of thousands of human powerhouses who were caught in the illusion. The moment the great battle started, they would die without a burial ground. It was just that at this time, there was already no one who cared about them anymore. Tianqing stood calmly with his hands behind his back, clearly an appearance of watching a show. The current situation might not need him to take the stage at all. Of course, he did not lower his guard. With Yu Mengli attaining Tao ancestor, the divine race came into being once more. The person that he was most worried about was not the 9 great Tao ancestors but Yu Mengli. He knew that with the divine race coming into being, Yi Yuan absolutely would not be willing to take things lying down. However, he did not care about it a lot. With Yu Mengli this trump card around, Yi Yuan could not stir up any waves either. Both sides were all set for a showdown, the auras astonishing, looking as if they were about to clash. Right then, an abnormality suddenly occurred. In the dark night, a white figure rose into the sky, heading straight for the clouds. Crack, crack, crack. Immediately, lightning flashed and thunder clapped. That figure rose steadily up, flying higher and higher. The lightning in the sky also became more and more terrifying. Terrifying heavenly Tao pressure overshadowed these 16 supreme powerhouses. Very quickly, the entire sky was thrown into upheaval by that figure. Tianqing's pupils constricted and he exclaimed, It's Yi Yuan. What does he want to do? Over on the human race's side, cries of surprise also linked up together. It's Lord Saint Azure. What does he want to do? There's extermination lightning above the sky. Does He want to commit suicide. It's dangerous up in the sky, but the spiritual energy there is also the thickest. He wouldn't be thinking of breaking through there, right? Above the sky was a forbidden area to all martial artists. The higher up, the more dangerous it was. Even with the might of a Tao ancestor, one could only soar over 1,000,000 miles. If one exceeded this height, they would be killed by extermination lightning. That white figure was none other than precisely Yi Yuan. His figure went higher and higher, reaching several 100,000 miles in a blink of an eye. However, he did not stop but went higher and higher instead. Currently, it was precisely during Heavenly Tao Samsara Heavenly Tao was in disorder. Yi Yuan reaching this height already aroused Heavenly Tao's chaos. Above the void, extermination lightning was already eager to make trouble. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the void, swift to the extreme. Including Tianqing, everyone's expressions changed abruptly. This lunatic! Quickly retreat! Tianqing gave a loud roar and did not have time to think too much. Directly, dashing away. The expressions of the 7 great progenitors, as well as the 8 great Tao ancestors, changed one after another, too, hurriedly retreating. Lin Chaotian's entire body trembled, and he actually broke free from the illusion. This bolt of shocking lightning actually broke Yu Mengli's boundless moonlight. Yu Mengli also revealed her figure, her aura slightly chaotic. When they saw that dreadful lightning dragon, their expressions changed. Wildly, hurriedly retreating. Fighting at this time was tantamount to seeking death. Who knew where that wildly dancing electric snake would land? As long as you touched it, you would be dead. Those human powerhouses were also startled awake, retreating one after another. Very soon, Yi Yuan arrived above 1,000,000 miles. Here, spiritual energy was extremely abundant. Every pore on his body opened. That was right. He was here to break through. Feeling Heavenly Tao Samsara, spiritual energy surging wildly, Yi Yuan knew that this was the best time for him to break through. The great battle of the divine race's progenitors and the Tao ancestors was about to start. Once the battle started, the people would surely be plunged into misery and suffering. Yi Yuan's power alone was unable to stop them. Then he might as well trigger the power of Heavenly Tao. Being in the midst of a breakthrough, it would stop this grand battle. Boom! Yi Yuan's divine sea seemed to have directly opened up the watergate, letting spiritual energy flow in crazily. These 10 years, Yi Yuan already broke through to the realm of Tao Pil. The act of repairing divine sea and meridians was already not considered a difficult task to him. Crack, crack, crack. The crazed electric snake wandered around him fitfully. But he did not care. Yi Yuan released soul force, wrapping his entire body up. Boom! Lightning fell.
Ye Yuan's divine soul trembled.
He was actually completely unscathed. Chaos origin divinity was fearsomely powerful. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. Shocked. Speechless. What was originally an astonishing great battle earlier now became Yi Yuan's one-man show. Just what kind of realm did this guy's divine soul reach? Even extermination. Lightning actually can't harm him. Ancestor Fire opened his mouth wide and said with a shocked face, "He really is a crazy fellow. He never takes the usual path when breaking through realms." Lin Chaotian said with an ugly expression, while Tianqing's brows furrowed slightly, and he said with vicissitudes of emotion, "Really, damn it. He's making use of extermination lightning to temper his fleshy body and break through the divine essence realm at the same time. This guy's monstrousness is really unreasonable. Apart from Yi Yuan, no one dared to play like this. The high and mighty Tao ancestors could not. He, a 10 marks powerhouse, similarly could not. Extermination lightning, capable of destroying everything. Even though they were paramount existences, in front of heavenly might, they were still incomparably insignificant. The expressions on the faces of the groups of old ancestors were incomparably complicated. completely unable to describe their current feelings. An earth-shattering great battle that had already been planned for a long time was disrupted just like that. Over on humanity's side, they all let out a long sigh in relief. Just now, if not for Yi Yuan's timely appearance, all those present who were under Deva realm would probably have died off. The area that a Dao ancestor-level battle covered was too vast. It was not what they could resist at all, let alone that they were even hit by the ocular art and got caught in an illusion. Lord Tianqing, what should we do now? Profound lineage's progenitor. Origin Smile said with a frown. Tianqing mused for a moment and said, I really want to see what level his strength will reach after he breaks through. We've waited far too long for this war. We can't just give up. The few progenitors also nodded their heads slightly, making them give up just like this and return to the abyss. That was impossible. Furthermore, they currently possess two great 10 marks powerhouses. Their strength already could not be mentioned in the same breath long ago. There was no need to fear anyone. Boom! Crack! Wind, rain, lightning, and thunder crisscrossed. Yi Yuan was situated inside, glimmering and fading indeterminately. That appearance was like a small rowboat in a tsunami. It was just that no matter how big the storm was, he stood firm as a rock. His fleshy body realm and divine essence realm were advancing frenziedly. To him, the divine essence required for breaking through one cultivation realm now was too vast. Cultivating according to the normal routine, he would only be able to cultivate the creation realm to the realm of grand completion after God knows how long. But this heavenly Tao Samsara created an opportunity for him. The Chaos Origin Divinity is really useful, although I still haven't figured out what it is. Without a doubt, it's very strong, Yi Yuan said, gleefully. Judging from the shock of that mysterious voice, the Chaos Origin Divinity was not an ordinary thing too. Looking at it now, not only was the Chaos Origin Divinity undying and imperishable, it could even withstand extermination lightning. The extermination lightning that even Tao ancestors and 10 marks powerhouses avoided like the plague. He faced it calmly. Furthermore, he did not go all out. He deliberately leaked a trace of extermination lightning power, and he used it to temper his physical body. With the extermination lightning's power, using it to temper the physical body was most suitable. Yi Yuan's physical body had long already transcended the 9th nirvanic tribulation, reaching the level of perfect 9th transformation. But after reaching the 9th transformation, his progress became extremely slow, because there were virtually no treasures capable of enhancing his physical strength anymore. Now, with the tempering of the extermination lightning, the strength of his physical body gradually reached grand completion. His strength was growing rapidly. Earth-shaking changes were also occurring to Yi Yuan's chaos world. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers gradually became real. When the 9 great Tao ancestors saw this scene, their gazes revealed extremely envious looks. Especially Lin Chaotian, he was incredibly jealous. He expended so much thought to acquire the lesser Heavenspan mountain. In the end, it was all for naught. Just what kind of cultivation method did this guy comprehend? The commotion of his breakthrough is a little too big, right? Ancestor Fire said in a solemn voice. The commotion of Yi Yuan's breakthrough was seriously too great. Even above the 9th heaven, that powerful pressure made everyone's hearts shock too. I really don't know what kind of cultivation method can make world power so solid. I have a feeling that this is the key to him being different from us. He doesn't need to transcend the tribulation, Lin Chaotian said in a solemn voice. No matter how Lin Chaotian racked his brain, he also could not imagine that Yi Yuan relied on his own comprehension ability. He forcibly created a small world that was comparable to the Heavenspan world. Hence, they could only be envious. No idea how long had passed either. Yi Yuan's aura finally climbed to the peak, and it could not increase anymore. At this point, his Chaos Heavenspan canon was finally cultivated to the realm of grand completion. Yi Yuan did not have any clues about the next realm. He had devoted himself to studying the lesser Heavenspan mountain before but did not have the slightest clue. It seemed like everything ended here. But Yi Yuan had a feeling that his cultivation method should be able to break through to a higher realm. Yi Yuan examined his own small world. Everything was already created. Completely. A great world had already taken shape. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly and he said to himself, "My world is missing something. Yes, although my world is powerful, it doesn't have the slightest lease of life. No flowers, grass, and trees. Without birds and animals, let alone cultivating martial artists. Even if a martial artist is in my world, they wouldn't be able to cultivate too. But how should I let it have a myriad of lives?" Yi Yuan felt that this was the key to his breakthrough to the next realm. It was just that he did not know where the problem was. Creating a world was not saying that if God wanted light, there would be light. If it were so simple, Yi Yuan also would not have walked with so much difficulty. Although the time that he cultivated was not long, the things that he experienced, ordinary people simply could not imagine it. Not talking about other things, just the comprehension of the chaos heavenspan. Canon was not what ordinary people could understand. When other martial artists cultivate, as long as they reach Divine Lord realm, they will be able to form a small world and can derive life. But it doesn't seem to work for my world. While it's strong, it's missing something. Yi Yuan said helplessly. Forget it. Take it one step at a time. My power of laws isn't perfected yet. After I reach the realm of rule, I should be able to do whatever I want in the Heavenspan world. After the Chaos world had finished evolving completely, his strength also reached an inconceivable level. Ordinary Deva Fifth Blights were utterly not worth mentioning in front of him. Only Tao ancestors relying on the power of rule could have a battle with him. Yi Yuan took a step out and directly returned to the surface of the earth. He looked at Tianqing from afar and said in a cold voice, "Tianqing, I don't have objections about your divine race wanting to return to the Heavenspan world. But if you all dare to inflict living things with great suffering or want to continue enslaving the myriad races, this Yi will definitely kill you. With my own hands." With him saying these words, it was equivalent to protecting the 9 great Tao ancestors. Although Yi Yuan was full of unhappiness with these few guys, they could not do it. Without them, the myriad races would lose their support. His current strength was still not enough to overwhelm the divine race. But it was enough to make the divine race dread him. However, Yi Yuan's words were arrogant to the extreme. Personally killing the divine race's #1 person, only Yi Yuan dared to say these words. Sure enough, Tianqing laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, it depends on whether or not you have the qualifications to say this." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, "You can come and give it a try to see whether I have the qualifications to say this or not." Origin smile, "You go and play with him," Tianqing said coolly. He had precisely the intention of probing Yi Yuan's strength and naturally chimed in easily. Tianqing could tell that Yi Yuan's power of laws was not at perfection and did not reach the realm of rule. Although the commotion that Yi Yuan caused was huge, he did not think that Yi Yuan had the capital to pose a threat to him. His dread toward Yi Yuan was primarily still because of Yi Yuan's bizarre movement technique. An unkillable opponent was clearly the most difficult to deal with. However, it was also merely limited to being difficult to deal with. This kind of dread was relative. He was wary of Yi Yuan killing people. But was Yi Yuan not apprehensive of him killing people? It was just that this scene was akin to a bolt out of the blue in the view of the others. Yi Yuan's current realm could at best be regarded as Deva Fifth Blight. Deva Fifth Blight challenging the divine race's progenitor? You got to be kidding. The divine race's progenitors were all 9 marks grand completion realm. Coupled with the divine race's heavenly Tao true martial, their strengths were comparable to that of Tao ancestors. It was real Tao ancestors, and not Tao ancestors after heavenly Tao samsara. Right now, Yi Yuan was actually going to challenge a Tao ancestor level. Powerhouse? Wasn't this nonsense? Origin Smile voiced his acknowledgement, took a step out, and looked at Yi Yuan. As he said with a smile, Yi Yuan, if you reached the realm of rule and became a grand ancestor, this progenitor would still fear you somewhat. It's just that right now, you'd best tuck your tail between your legs and run. In a frontal confrontation, you're not this progenitor's match. Divine race progenitors, each one was a super powerhouse that shook heaven and startled the earth. The doomsday battle back then, only grand ancestor spacetime could faintly overpower them. The others had to band together before they had the power to fight. But in the end, it was also all the outcome of perishing and Tao dissipating. They naturally had absolute confidence. Below rules, they would not look someone in the eye at all. Not even Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said coolly, if bragging is useful, then still. Cultivate for what? Moving your lips are enough. Origin Smile was taken aback and said, fine lad. Then this progenitor will measure just how much capability you have. Boom! The moment Origin Smile's aura was released, 9 sturdy Tao marks revolved around him. His every action and movement actually carried the might of heavenly Tao. This was the divine race. Swoosh! It was only to see Origin Smile's figure flashed, already arriving in front of Yi Yuan in an instant. A fist smashed over. The void trembled. Boundless strength completely locked Yi Yuan down. Even when separated by an extremely far distance, the piercing cold fist wind still howled until people's cheeks hurt. Without any flashy martial technique, this punch was great Tao simplified to the utmost. The first time a divine race progenitor showed his strength in front of the world, it shocked all sides. Hiss! Is this the strength of the divine race's progenitors? Really too terrifying. I finally understand why that war 10 billion years ago was called Doomsday Battle. Such horrifying power is virtually world-destroying. Lord Saint Azure is still lacking a bit of skill level. If he can reach the realm of rule, he should be able to have a battle with the divine races. Progenitors, right? But it's fine. With that bizarre movement technique of Lord Saint Azure's, the divine race's progenitor can't hurt him. The great battle previously was disrupted by Yi Yuan. Although the human powerhouses were shocked earlier, now the shock they experienced became even greater after directly watching this scene now. Origin Smile's strength erupted completely, shocking the world. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan would avoid the sharp edge. This level of power, apart from Tao Ancestor, no one could block it at all. But in the next instant, an unexpected scene occurred. Yi Yuan gave a roar. The sound of a dragon roar rose to the sky. This dragon roar shocked until everyone's eardrums hurt, shocking until heaven and earth rippled. It was only to see him stomp his feet and similarly slam a punch out. A head-on clash, quicker than words could tell. With their movement power, it was merely a matter of an instant. Everyone did not react to it yet, and these two people already clashed. Rumble. Terrifying energy undulations rippled out crazily. Those who were weak were directly sent flying. Fortunately, they were far enough away such that they would not be killed by this air billow. Tianqing extended his sleeves and flicked lightly, swiping this force away. It was just that a shocked expression showed on his face. This blow was evenly matched. What terrifying physical power! Grand completion, 9 transformations golden. Body is what no one could achieve since ancient times, Tianqing said in a solemn voice. By the side, Tianqing said in shock. 9 cycles of nirvanic tribulation, 9 life and death samsara. Ordinary people can't even imagine the price that's paid. The 9th transformation, nirvanic tribulation, is 100 times even more terrifying than Deva 5th blight. Even powerhouses who have transcended the 8th transformation, nirvanic tribulation, don't dare to transcend the 9th transformation, nirvanic tribulation too. Really don't know how he pulled through. Tianqing nodded and said, the world only sees his amazing talent, but overlooked his astonishing will. This is the most terrifying thing about Yi Yuan. Origin Smile's divine sea churned. He was also shocked by Yi Yuan's strike. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would be able to stand up to him as an equal, just by relying on the power of the physical body. Is this the strength of the legendary divine race progenitors? Merely thus. Are you really not using heavenly Tao true martial? Yi Yuan said with a smile. That was not a smile. Origin Smile's gaze turned slightly dark and he said, Grand Completion 9. Transformation's golden body. The power of a primeval dragon. Turns out that your physical body has already reached the realm of a primeval dragon. Furthermore, you're probably the strongest one out of primeval dragons. Grand Completion 9 Transformation's golden body has never happened since ancient times. What? The power of a primeval dragon. Strongest primeval dragon. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan already reached the realm of Grand Ancestor in terms of physical body? Ancestor Fire said in shock. Lin Chaotian nodded slightly and said, Extermination lightning tempering the body stimulated all of his potential. 9th transformation Nirvanic. Tribulation, even if it's successive primeval dragons no one dared to cross it too. Not only did Yi Yuan transcend this tribulation, he even tempered his physical body to the extreme. His strength likely isn't inferior to you all. Already, Ancestor Water frowned and said, I've also heard before that the 8 great supreme demon clans all have inheritance methods for perfect 9th transformation. It's just that successive samsara progenitors could only all transcend the 8th transformation nirvanic tribulation and were unable to transcend the 9th transformation nirvanic tribulation. Those who attempted to cross the tribulation all died. I didn't expect that Yi Yuan could actually complete the 9th transformation nirvanic tribulation. Before this, no one would care about Yi Yuan's physical strength. Yi Yuan's might was firstly because of his strange movement technique. Secondly, it was because of his law fusion that set the world on fire. But currently, when Yi Yuan punched out, the world was shocked. His physical strength had reached an unprecedented realm. Reaching the realm of a primeval dragon was already reaching the realm of a grand ancestor. Now, Yi Yuan was even Grand Completion 9 Transformation's golden body, becoming the strongest primeval dragon. His strength was already unimaginable. Hence, that was how he was able to be evenly matched with Origin Smile. I underestimated you. You indeed have the qualifications to fight with this progenitor. Since that's the case, you're worthy of me, this progenitor, showing my heavenly Tao true martial. Origin Smile stomped his feet. The might of heavenly Tao suddenly descended. 9 Tao marks bloomed with a dazzling light. However, nothing changed about Origin Smile. Yi Yuan's gaze turned slightly grim. His expression also became solemn. No change was maybe even more terrifying than changes. Although he reached the realm of a primeval dragon, each of these divine race progenitors was an old monster who had lived for countless billions of years. None of them were easy to deal with. Boom! Origin Smile's speed was inconceivably swift. In a blink, it was another punch. The confrontation this time was evenly matched again. On humanity's side, the group of Tao ancestors was puzzled. What kind of heavenly Tao true martial was this? It was totally useless. Continue fighting at this rate, even if they punched a hole in the sky, it could not determine the victor too. No? Heh! This profound lineage's progenitor is a fake. Is heavenly Tao true? Martial is actually completely useless. Since Saint Azure reached the realm of a grand ancestor. So how can this bit of attack power do anything to him? This guy is here to play a fool, right? On humanity's side, everyone revealed contemptuous looks. Of course, Origin Smile was very powerful. But they were no longer worried about Yi Yuan, because he already reached the realm of Grand Ancestor. Furthermore, he was even the strongest primeval dragon. This degree of attack could no longer hurt him. It was just that a hint of an imperceptible slight smile flashed across the corners of Tian Qing's mouth. Boom! Origin's smile did not stop, throwing another heavy punch. Yi Yuan's expression changed greatly. His figure retreated immediately. This punch just now actually gave him an overwhelming pressure. Origin's smile's movements were unbelievably swift. He threw a punch again, not giving Yi Yuan a chance to catch his breath at all. One punch after another, the expression on everyone's faces finally changed. They discovered that something was amiss very quickly. Yi Yuan could not hold out more and more in front of Origin's smile. Bang! Finally, Yi Yuan could not bear it. Spurting a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, he flew away. Tianqing smiled and said, "Among the divine race's progenitors, which one isn't a veteran of 100 battles? Heavenly Tao true martial 1,000. Martial myriad caddies. With each punch thrown, the power is 5 times the previous punch. Stacking it up, the power will be extremely terrifying. Having Origin smile unleash more than a dozen punches in a row, even this progenitor will get seriously injured too." This bunch of fools actually ridiculed Origin smile for being a fake? Who gave them the courage? Over on humanity's side, the expressions of the group of Tao ancestors changed. Abruptly, this heavenly Tao true martial sounded average and looked even more ordinary. But it was actually unbelievably terrifying. One had to know Origin smile's one punch already possessed incredibly terrifying power in itself. Wanting to withstand this punch was extremely difficult to begin with. That kind of fist clashing only Yi Yuan, the strongest primeval dragon, dared to do it. How could the other Tao ancestors dare to clash like that? Wanting to deal with this move unless it was winning with one move, or you could avoid all of his attacks. Except against a powerhouse standing at the summit of the heavenspan world. How difficult was it to achieve this? Therefore, this move had virtually no flaws. To continue fighting with Origin smile, the more the other party fought, the stronger he got. There was no solution at all. Origin smile stood in the air and said smilingly, "This trick can't do anything to you, but it's still not your turn to come and be arrogant in front of this progenitor yet. Your threat is no threat. This heavenspan world is our divine races." He said could not do anything was because he knew Yi Yuan's strange movement technique. But if Yi Yuan really wanted to threaten them, he needed to bring out sufficient strength and defeat them head-on. Without sufficient strength, his threat appeared laughable. Yi Yuan stabilized his figure, wiped away the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth and said with a grin, "Is that so? You've already used your heavenly Tao true martial. But I haven't made a move yet." The current Yi Yuan still had extremely exuberant blood vitality, like he had not gotten injured at all. Origin smile could not help criticizing in his heart, secretly scolding freak. Grand completion 9 transformations golden body was too terrifying. Even if a Tao ancestor took this punch of his, it was also impossible to be like Yi Yuan, completely fine. However, his face was still very calm and he said, "It's no use, this move of mine 1,000 martial myriad caddies unless you have absolute strength. Otherwise it has no counter. Back then your human race had 3 grand ancestors who died under this move." Yi Yuan's smile reigned in, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The 18 grand ancestors were like his disciples, but they all died at the hands of the disciples. Now, Origin smile actually had a smug appearance. How could Yi Yuan not be angry? It was only to hear a cold laugh. He said, "Is that so? Then take a look at whether you can block it or not." Yi Yuan pressed his palms together, causing an astonishing dragon might to rise up to the sky. Rumble? The astounding dragon might desired to compete with heaven's might. Origin smile's expression instantly changed wildly. This pressure gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. At the same time, there was also Tianqing as well as the divine races. Various lineages progenitors whose expressions changed. This move, could it be 9 dragons descending upon the world? Beside Tianqing, a progenitor said in surprise. Tianqing nodded slightly, his expression solemn as he said, "Won't be wrong. It's that move. The previous generation primeval dragon strength was lacking, and could only summon 3 true dragon spirits. But it already caused considerable problems for us. Looking at Yi Yuan's power, there's likely no less than 6. His voice had yet to fade when 3 golden true dragon spirits flew out from the horizon, traversing indeterminately amidst the strong wind and rain. Roar! The 3 true dragon spirits rushed toward Origin Smile frenziedly under Yi Yuan's guidance. Bang! 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 The 3 true dragon spirits bared their fangs and brandished their claws, clashing together with Origin Smile. These 3 true dragon spirits, each one had Grand Ancestor level strength. 3 dragons teaming up actually directly suppressed Origin Smile. Origin Smile's 1,000 martial myriad caddies was unable to link up at all. For a time, the battle fell into a stalemate. But at this time, Yi Yuan's hand movements changed irregularly, and palms faced the sky. Roar! 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 Another 3 true dragon spirits flew out, heading straight for Origin Smile. Tian Qing's expression changed wildly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Yi Feng, you go and help him." Yi Feng was the yellow lineage's progenitor. Yi Feng did not say a word, directly joining the battle. However, the 6 true dragon spirits overlaying together was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. These 6 true dragon spirits, each one had a different attribute. Attacking together, the power multiplied. When Tian Qing saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly and he said, "This guy is really unreasonable monstrous. If we wait for him to step into the realm of rule, this progenitor won't be able to do anything to him either." Suddenly, his expression changed again, and he cried out in surprise, "Seventh one? Hiss! This guy!" It was only to see Yi Yuan's seals change again. The 7th true dragon spirit stepped out of the sky. With 7 true dragon spirits joining forces, they forced the 2 great progenitors into a fluster, practically without the strength to fight back. Over on humanity's side, everyone was stunned. Suddenly, a group of powerhouses arrived with a howl. Seeing this scene, one could not help laughing excitedly as he said, "Ha ha ha! It's the primeval dragon's supreme innate divine ability, 9 dragons descending upon the world. His Excellency is actually able to summon 7 true dragon spirits. He's really my dragon clan's strongest through the ages." The arrival was precisely Long Yi. With him there were Bai Chun and the rest. When Long Yi saw the scene of 7 dragons battling 2 progenitors, he yelled excitedly, 9 dragons descending upon the world. However, when casting this move, what each generation of primeval dragon could achieve was different. But in the records of the Dragon Clan, the most was also just 5 true dragon spirits. Yi Yuan actually summoned 7 at once. Suddenly, his expression changed and he cried out in surprise, "The 8th!" It was only to see another true dragon spirit tunnel out of the void, heading straight for the battlefield. Tian Qing's entire body trembled, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! This progenitor doesn't believe that you can still summon 9 true dragon spirits. Bo Yi, you go too." With 3 great progenitors taking action at the same time, the power was truly heaven-shocking. The spectacular sight of the Doomsday battle was virtually being put on show again. Furthermore, Bo Yi's strength was second only to Tian Qing in the entire divine race. His addition turned the tide of the battle all at once. Even with the 8th true dragon spirit, it was also counterpressured by the 3 great progenitors. The 3 great progenitors activated their heavenly Dao true martials, forcing until the 8 true dragon spirits were unable to get close. At this moment, the might of the divine race's progenitors were displayed in its entirety. However, what was even more shocking was still Yi Yuan. Ancestor Fire opened his mouth wide and said with a look of shock, This is also too monstrous, right?" He actually forcefully resisted 3 great divine race progenitors with his power alone. This is him not entering the realm of rule yet. If he reached the realm of rule with his fused rule, coupled with this kind of earth-shaking physical strength, who can still be his match? Lin Chaotian frowned and said, "To us, it's a calamity, not a blessing." Lin Chaotian's expression flickered incessantly, not knowing whether to be happy or to be sad concerning Yi Yuan threatening the divine race with his power alone. They naturally welcomed it. But he similarly knew that his enmity with Yi Yuan was big. The stronger Yi Yuan's strength was, the harder he would find it to eat and sleep. But the other human powerhouses did not have their worries. Each and every one of them danced for joy, seeing the hope of new life. Yi Yuan's strength forcibly hurled them out of despair. Lord Saint Azure is mighty. Lord Saint Azure is overwhelming, suppressing the divine race. Ha ha ha. Lord Saint Azure, it really blinded my dog eyes. With your strength, how can you possibly lose to the divine race? Yi Yuan's prestige was exceedingly high in the human race to begin with. Currently, he made a grand display of invincible might, fighting 3 progenitors by himself. It exerted this glory to the extreme even more. The human race powerhouses, regardless of whether male, female, old, or young, their gazes when looking at Yi Yuan was like looking at a divine Buddha. Currently, Yi Yuan was no longer a person in their hearts, but a totem. They firmly believed that Yi Yuan would lead them to victory. But at this time, sweat also oozed out of Yi Yuan's forehead slightly. Summoning 8 true dragon spirits, the burden was still too heavy to him. However, his hand seal changed again. Seeing this scene, Tianqing's expression changed wildly, and he cried out in surprise, "Damn it, this brat wouldn't really be summoning 9 true dragon spirits, right?" His voice had yet to fade when there was a violent shaking in the void. A golden dragon head slowly extended out. As if feeling the appearance of the 9th true dragon spirit, the other 8 actually increased greatly in strength and launched a counteroffensive. Frenziedly, Long Yi, as the Dragon Clan's highest chief, almost jumped up in agitation. The 9th true dragon spirit. This is a scene that surpasses the ancients and amazes the contemporaries. 9 dragons arriving simultaneously, invincible, under the heavens. Once the 9th true dragon spirit arrives, what does Tianqing count as? My dragon race clan will be able to suppress the divine race. Long Yi was agitated until his entire body trembled. This scene was seriously too soul-stirring. But at this time, Yi Yuan's complexion became paler and paler, appearing rather strained. The 9th true dragon spirit was not like before, it came out very slowly. But with every little bit that the true dragon spirit came out, the strength of these 8 true dragons would rise by a level. Their strength was skyrocketing. Originally, 3 great progenitors already suppressed the 8 true dragon spirits. But now, both sides were already equally matched in strength. Tianqing's pupils constricted. He was also startled by this scene. Looking at this stance, if the 9th true dragon spirit really came out, it would probably really suppress even him too. He sucked in a cold breath, his expression ugly as he said, "This brat is without an end." He shouted crazily in his heart, "Don't come out! Don't come out!" If Yi Yuan summoned the 9th true dragon spirit out now, then it would really be over for the divine race. But the 9th true dragon spirit was still slowly coming out. Before long, the 3 progenitors were suppressed by the 8 true dragons. Again, without the slightest strength to fight back. However, right at this time, all of a sudden, Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, his seal directly being interrupted. The 9th true dragon spirit directly dissipated without a trace with a bang. The trembling of the void finally stopped. Yi Yuan's breath being interrupted, those 8 true dragon spirits were also unable to maintain their figures, roaring a few times in the air. They finally disappeared without a trace. Over on humanity's side, there was a uniform sigh. Sigh? Just a little, just missing one last bit. A pity. What a shame. Long. He smacked his thigh and said with endless regrets, 9 dragons arriving simultaneously, shaking the heavens and startling the earth. This kind of spectacular and sacred scene, it was missing just a bit more. Origin Smile, Yifeng, Bo Yi, 3 great progenitors all had disorderly breathing, looking at Yi Yuan with incomparable shock. They never dreamed that they would actually be forced into such a state. When Tianqing saw this scene, he secretly sighed in relief at his good fortune. Fortunately, Yi Yuan's blood vitality power was not enough to summon the 9th true dragon spirit. Otherwise, they would really have to head back home. Yi Yuan gasped heavily for air, his entire person dead tired. He practically drained his blood vitality empty in order to summon the 9 true dragon spirits. Becoming weak at this time made sense too. But right then, a punk shadow flashed and landed below Yi Yuan's body, and propped him up, putting him on its back. Grunt, grunt. This ink figure was precisely Treasure Pig. Treasure Pig's appearance also made Tianqing's expression change. He already heard that this pig could rival 2 great Tao ancestors. Its strength fearsome. There was still such a powerful existence by Yi Yuan's side. Yi Yuan leaned on Treasure Pig, looked at Tianqing from afar and said, "Coolly, Tianqing, I wonder if my threat is considered a threat or not. You also know that I haven't stepped into the realm of rule yet. After I reach the realm of rule, how much confidence do you have in dealing with me?" Tianqing's expression was very ugly. He was actually threatened by someone. Tianqing battled through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even when he encountered Grand Ancestor Spacetime, that kind of peerless character, he also fought until he perished, his Tao dissipating. But today he was actually being threatened by someone. But he knew that what Yi Yuan said was not wrong at all. The heaven span world's myriad races. No one could enter his arcane sights. Even Tao ancestor life Lin Chaotian could not as well, dividing a mountain and ruling. This matter was decided just like that. What Yi Yuan said represented the attitude of the myriad races. No one refuted it. Even Lin Chaotian and the rest of the 9 great Tao ancestors did not dare to refute it either. Refuting it would mean that they would be facing the divine race. Concerning the might of the divine race's progenitors, they already had a profound experience. No one would be stupid. Disregarding other things, just talking about the 2 great Tenmarks. Powerhouses, they were not what the human race could deal with. Of course, none of these mattered. The important thing was that the doomsday battle did not need to be fought anymore. Yi Yuan suppressed the all-powerful divine race that possessed 2 mighty Mark's powerhouses with his power alone. No earth-shaking great battle. No abyss of suffering. The divine race accumulated for 10 billion years to stage a comeback. How colossal was the momentum? However, Yi Yuan destroyed the army first and then he suppressed progenitors. Afterward, averting a war that would obliterate heaven and decimate the earth to nothing. Such achievements surpassed the ancients and amazed the contemporaries. After this battle, the divine race went on a large-scale migration and entered the heaven-span world. The myriad races also issued a strict order to immediately withdraw from the west of the heaven-span mountain. An unprecedented grand migration unfolded in the heaven-span world. But to the vast majority of the martial artists, not fighting a war was naturally the best. The world of martial artists was full of slaughter. But this kind of doomsday battle was a little too cruel. Under such a war, even if your strength was immensely formidable, you would ultimately be cannon fodder. Back then, how powerful were humanity's 18 grand ancestors? But in the end, they turned to dust too. Once the Doomsday War started, it would be equivalent to a meat grinder. Even if many powerhouses were not willing to get involved, it was inevitable to be affected too. Therefore, within the human territories, they were practically all talking about Yi Yuan's great achievements. Talking about information, it was naturally Bao Inquire who was the most well-informed. Currently, Bao Inquire was already surrounded by a large group of heavenly emperor powerhouses, inquiring from him about the beginning and end of the human and divine war. Bao Inquire had a look of exultation, recounting the scene of Yi Yuan battling 3 great progenitors by himself. His eloquence was good too, talking like it happened to him personally. All around him, the heavenly emperors listened with intoxication. Talking until the exciting parts, Bao Inquire himself was also very excited. That 9th true dragon spirit struggled to free itself bit by bit. You all can't imagine the expression of the divine race's progenitor Tianqing. It was wonderful. He wished to rush forward and crush that 9th true dragon spirit. The 8 true dragon spirits got stronger and stronger, and the 3 great progenitors were looking like they were giving out. Bao Inquire said with a look of exultation. A heavenly emperor by the side said nervously, Then after that. Actually, the heavenly emperors present already knew the outcome long ago. In the end, the 9th true dragon spirit collapsed and did not appear. But the atmosphere was already built up to this point. They seemed to have already forgotten about the result, and they were only following the plot. After all, a human battling 3 great progenitors by himself, no one was able to imagine this sort of thing before this at all. 9 great Tao ancestors being able to defeat a progenitor one-on-one was already something very impressive. In reality, it was simply impossible for them to be a progenitor's match. Regarding this point, everyone was clear in their hearts too. But Yi Yuan battled 3 great progenitors by himself. Just thinking about it made people feel their hearts leap, let alone that he nearly defeated 3 great progenitors. Bao Inquire let out a sigh and said, Unfortunately, right at this time Lord Saint Azure's blood vitality was depleted, and the 9th true dragon dissipated. But you all don't know something. If Lord Saint Azure could really summon the 9th true dragon spirit, the divine race might not even have gotten half of this world currently. You didn't see back then when Lord Saint Azure gave a cold laugh and asked progenitor Tianqing whether he had the qualification to threaten him or not. Progenitor Tianqing hurriedly retorted, saying that the divine race can enter the heavenspan world. Saying that this was what Yi Yuan said earlier. That expression was fearful of Lord Saint Azure. Going back on his word? Ha ha ha. Feels really invigorating. Yeah, really feels King awesome. Don't the divine race call themselves the messengers of heaven all day long, invincible under the heavens? Lord Saint Azure really slapped their faces resoundingly. Isn't that so? If they are the messengers of heaven, then as the human race's representative, Lord Saint Azure is heaven? Ha ha ha. The group of heavenly emperors all had excited looks on their faces, feeling honored. Ever since the divine race came into being, the secrets of history were dug up. Bit by bit, virtually all of the human powerhouses were living in the shadow of the divine race. The might of the divine race made them unable to breathe. Today, they finally felt exaltation upon fulfillment. It was Saint Azure who gave them the chance to walk with their heads held high. But Bao Inquire reigned in his expression and said with great veneration, Lord, Saint Azure's achievements are worthy of all of us to remember. Although he's already respected as a grand ancestor powerhouse, he's completely different from those 9 old thieves. He has compassion for all life, and he's truly fighting for the human race. Even during that war, he didn't forget to warn the divine race to not harm the innocent. If not for him, we'd have already become the divine race's slaves now, and be doomed for all of eternity. The heavenly emperors felt the same way, nodding their heads one after another. Heavenly emperor powerhouses were indeed the heavenspan world's supreme powerhouses. But in front of doomsday battles, in front of this kind of doomsday battle, heavenly emperors were too insignificant. Tao ancestor-level powerhouses were the world's real masters. They already surpassed the level of ordinary martial artists and would not care about the life and death of ordinary people at all. But Yi Yuan was different. His actions made these heavenly emperors feel respect. That was right. It was respect. Reaching Yi Yuan's level, he completely did not need to care about the life and death of ordinary martial artists. But he still fought for all living things. He did not bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. But, in front of the cardinal principles of righteousness, he would never give in. Lord Saint Azure is well deserving of being a man of great talent and virtue. Through the ages, if it was me being framed by the 9 great Tao ancestors, and being spurned by numerous people, I'd never have stepped forward. That's right. Lord Saint Azure is a saint. He doesn't refrain from killing, but he also doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately. In front of the principle of right and wrong, he proceeds without hesitation. Yeah, Lord Saint Azure created the legend of the human race. His achievements illuminate through the ages. He is really worthy of all of us admiring him. Talking up to here, these heavenly emperors all expressed admiration from the bottom of their hearts. Actually, before this battle, many people had already lost hope. The 9 great Tao ancestors offended Yi Yuan to the core. Their shamelessness had no lower limit at all. But in the end, Yi Yuan still stepped forward and overturned the raging tides. Just as they were chatting idly, a massive ripple suddenly set off in the direction of the Heavenspan Mountain. A series of comets flew out from the Heavenspan Mountain, tore across the horizon, and flew to each corner of the Heavenspan world. A powerhouse said in surprise, "Amen? What happened to the Heavenspan Mountain?" Again, ever since Heavenly Tao Samsara, the Heavenspan Mountain couldn't be entered anymore. Now, I don't know what's happening. Bao inquires, gaze flickered, and he said, "Eh?" Looking at this appearance, it should be the Heavenspan token. The doomsday battle has just subsided. I'm afraid that another sanguinary slaughter is about to be set off again. The gazes of the heavenly emperors turned intent and they asked, "What's this Heavenspan token for?" Bao Inquire smiled and said, "You all should not think much about it. This thing is a calamity. It is not a blessing for you guys. Without Deva 4th or 5th blight strength, better don't think about it." "What's the Heavenspan token?" Yi Yuan asked with a curious face. The appearance of the Heavenspan token made the entire Heavenspan world seethe with excitement again. Currently, the outside world was already in chaos. Each Deva realm powerhouse was mobilizing the heavenly emperors and empyreans under them to go out and search for the Heavenspan tokens, stirring up a sanguinary slaughter. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret said, "Heavenspan token is the key to enter the Heavenspan Mountain during Heavenly Tao Samsara. Only with it can one have the qualification to contest for the qualifications of a Tao ancestor, and then dominate the next Samsara." When Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. After the war, he attempted to enter the Heavenspan Mountain. But upon reaching the borders of the Heavenspan Mountain, he was pushed away by a powerful force. Even a powerhouse like him was unable to resist it. This was heaven's might. Mortals could not resist it. Presumably, those few are already raring to move out, right? Yi Yuan said, with a smile that was not a smile. Those few that he spoke of were naturally referring to the 9 great Tao ancestors. The 9 of them had been in control of the Heavenspan world for an epoch. How could they be willing to submit to others? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, "That's of course. In reality, they have already prepared for a very long time. Right now, the nest has long already been cast, right? With their 10 billion years of management, obtaining a Heavenspan token is naturally nothing difficult. But this time, if they want to obtain the position of Tao Ancestor again, it would likely not be so easy anymore. Furthermore, attaining the position of Tao Ancestor also doesn't rely on just strength only. Luck is very important too. The last heavenly Tao Samsara, the divine race's progenitors were already beaten down by the 18 grand ancestors until they did not have the strength to fight back. That was how they had the opportunity to take advantage of. This time, the divine race's progenitors have all returned. They would naturally join in the fight for Tao ancestor qualifications. it would naturally be doubly difficult for the few of them to want to become Tao ancestors again. Oh? Why do you say that? Yi Yuan asked out of curiosity. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, the Heavenspan Mountains area is extremely vast. Where the rule crystal appears, nobody knows either. Furthermore, even if you obtain it, you might not be able to become a Tao ancestor either. Back then, Tao ancestor light was the weakest among them, being only Deva second blight. But the powerhouses competing for the rule crystals all died out in the end. But he slipped through and became Tao ancestor light. Therefore, he's also the weakest one among Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan could not help being secretly tongue-tied when he heard it. A Deva second blight actually obtained a rule crystal. This luck was insane. But this time, the divine race would also join in the contending army. Furthermore, the Tao ancestors who retired this time, each of them was shockingly powerful. The competition would surely be even fiercer. Although luck was very important, strength was more important. With so many grand ancestor-level powerhouses joining in, it was obvious that the weaker ones had even small chances. Yi Yuan, during this heavenly Tao samsara, you must win and return with the position of Tao ancestor. Only by becoming a Tao ancestor can you suppress the divine race and make them not dare to behave wildly. Of course, those few guys will avenge grievances if there are any, and take revenge if there are grudges. The shamelessness of the few Tao ancestors also disgusted him badly. He was filled with displeasure towards those few. Tao ancestor? Who? I'm definitely going to the Heavenspan Mountain. Just that this status of Tao ancestor, I don't have any interest in it.
Yeah.
Yuan shook his head and said with a laugh. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' expression changed, and he said, Yi Yuan, this isn't the time to decline out of modesty. With your strength coupled with a rule crystal, you'll absolutely become the #1 Tao ancestor. Without you, the human race wouldn't be able to suppress the divine race too. Just based on the few of them, they aren't qualified enough at all. On the divine race's side, once they become Tao ancestors, their strength will become unimaginably strong. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, I have my own path. I don't need the enhancement of rule crystals. Furthermore, don't you feel that this Heavenspan world is like a giant cage, imprisoning everyone here? Talking up to here, Yi Yuan lifted his head to look at the sky, his gaze revealing a complicated look. At present, Yi Yuan was practically already standing at the very summit of the Heavenspan world. The scenery before his eyes was already completely different. Lin Chaotian, they all would lament about what was above the Heavenspan mountain. Then how could Yi Yuan not be filled with vicissitudes of emotion? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment. Could it be that the thing Lin Chaotian they all worried about would actually come true? Yi Yuan would break the shackles and become an existence above Tao ancestors? But how was this possible? There had never been such a record in the Heavenspan world, let alone such a legend. Even Tianqing back then was also unable to break the shackles with the augmentation of the rule crystal. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's words earlier were earth-shattering. He actually said that the Heavenspan world was a giant cage. What do your words mean? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets felt that his breathing became somewhat ragged. Yi Yuan was filled with vicissitudes of emotion as he said, You know, I avenge grievances if there are any, and take revenge if there are grudges. And the divine race shouldn't be able to coexist under the same sky. Then why did I take the initiative to let them enter the Heavenspan world? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was taken aback and said, Yeah, I was very curious too. This isn't your style. The enmity between Yi Yuan and the divine race could be said to have stretched for 10 billion years. If he really thought of it, the 18 grand ancestors were all his disciples. These 18 people all had fallen, let alone that the divine race forcibly abducted Yu Mengli, making the pair of them lovers unable to accept each other despite meeting. With Yi Yuan's personality, he should have suppressed the divine race firmly in the abyss world, but he did not. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, I made a trip to the divine race this time. Only then did I discover that they are also a bunch of pitiful people. Maybe the things that they did were all against their own will. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted, and he said, what on earth did you discover? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I haven't got a clue right now yet, but I have a feeling that everything in the heavenspan world seems to have been manipulated. Tao ancestors, divine race, human race, everyone and everything, all seems like it's being manipulated by an entity in secret. And we're living, fighting, falling into samsara over and over again according to this rule. A raging storm was stirred up in Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' heart. Yi Yuan's words really subverted his understanding of this world. All along, his life's creed was to guard the heavenspan world and not let the divine race re-enslave the human race. But Yi Yuan's words made him think deeply. Who was overlooking the world? Who was deciding their fate? They were merely a bunch of piglets reared in pens? But who's controlling all these? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said, rather flusteredly. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, I don't know, but I feel that it should be related to the divine race's totem statues. Maybe the day when I break the statues there will be an answer. But no matter who's controlling us, we're too insignificant in front of him. Therefore, I need even greater power. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets muttered, even greater power, could it be that Tao ancestor isn't enough yet? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, a strength capable of controlling the heavenspan world. Can you imagine how powerful it is? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' complexion turned deathly pale, and he said, does this mystery really need to be uncovered? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was afraid. A power capable of controlling a world was seriously too terrifying. Therefore, he would rather not go and uncover this lid, because uncovering it would mean going to confront it. Just like the mortals in his small world, no matter what boundary they cultivated to, it was also impossible to defeat him. How could they possibly defeat such an existence? Yi Yuan shook his head and said, sorry, I have to do this thing, because if I don't do it, I won't be able to save Lear. Relax. Regardless of who he is, he will be faced by me. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled bitterly and said, face? What will you use to confront him? Yi Yuan smiled and said, maybe I can really break the shackles? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' entire body trembled, and he said in alarm, is this really true? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I have a feeling that my cultivation realm hasn't reached the end yet. It's just that, for the time being, I haven't found the way to break through yet. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets had a look of astonishment, and he said, how is this possible? Deva Fifth Blight is the end. How did you do it? Yi Yuan said, actually, Lin Chaotian guessed half of it correctly. I indeed became powerful because of the lesser heavenspan mountain. It's just that my greatest reliance isn't the lesser heavenspan mountain, but a set of cultivation methods that I comprehended from the lesser heavenspan mountain. It's precisely this set of cultivation methods that made me who I am today. But unfortunately, your small worlds have already been set, and you can no longer cultivate this set of cultivation methods anymore. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted, and he said, cultivation method capable of breaking the shackles. See, could it be that our cultivation was all wrong? Yi Yuan nodded and said, my small world isn't opened up by myself, but it evolved and formed naturally. When you all cultivate to the Deva realm, the small world already reached the end form, but my small world isn't fully formed yet. This is also why I don't need to cross the Deva Blight tribulation. Monstrous waves were set off in Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' heart. The impact that Yi Yuan's words had on him was seriously too strong. Yi Yuan's small world actually had not taken shape yet. The cultivation method of everyone in the heavenspan world was actually wrong. What was even scarier was that Yi Yuan actually walked out a path that belonged to himself. This talent simply rendered people speechless. Others all used 1 in a million to describe talent. But Yi Yuan was the only one in the heavenspan world. Among trillions of living beings, he was the only one. After a long time, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets shook his head and said, with a bitter smile, No wonder how this Emperor divined it. I wasn't able to see through your destiny too. Your destiny has already jumped outside of heavenly Tao. How can it be what a mortal could divine? Whatever. Unpredictable child. Whatever talks of destiny, it doesn't exist to you. The two people were currently chatting when Jian Yunxin came. Lord Saint Azure, Father, there's a Deva 4th Blight martial artist outside, called Zhang Zhen, who says that he has an urgent matter to see Lord Saint Azure, Jian Yunxin said. Yi Yuan said, Did he say anything? Jian Yunxin shook his head and said, He didn't say anything. He says that the matter is of utmost importance and must see you in person. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Let him come in then. Before long, a middle-aged man wearing a navy blue robe walked in under Jian Yunxin's lead. The moment the arrival saw Yi Yuan, he knelt down and said, This lowly one, Zhang Zhen, pays respect to Lord Saint Azure, Lord Profound Secrets. Yi Yuan nodded and said, Get up. What are you looking for me for? Zhang Zhen fished out a very strange-looking stone. But the moment this stone appeared, an aura of great Tao immediately filled the great hall. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' pupils constricted and he said, Heavenspan. Token? Yi Yuan asked rather curiously, This strange stone is the Heavenspan token? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets nodded and said, This aura can't be wrong. Zhang Zhen said, This lowly one came here to offer the Heavenspan token to Lord Saint Azure. Yi Yuan said in surprise, Such a treasure. You actually want to offer it to me? Zhang Zhen nodded and said, Yes. Yi Yuan frowned and said, Can you tell me the reason? Zhang Zhen said, To be candid, this lowly one is Tao Ancestor Life's subordinate. This Heavenspan token was also snatched from the hands of numerous powerhouses under his orders. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he became even more curious. Lin Chaoyan's subordinate was actually giving the Heavenspan token to him, only to see Zhang Zhen continue. But this lowly one doesn't want to work for that shameless man anymore. Lord Saint Azure understands and sympathizes with martial artists of my generation, making contributions high until it shocks the world. This lowly one admires Lord Saint Azure greatly. Therefore this lowly one is willing to offer this token to your excellency. Furthermore, to be honest with you, this lowly one still has another Heavenspan token in my hands. I hope that I can get Lord Saint Azure's protection and bring me into the Heavenspan mountain. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he immediately understood. The struggle for Tao Ancestor this time was totally different from last time. These Deva realm martial artists, could only be the vassals of the various great Tao ancestors. Otherwise, there would not even be a chance to enter. Hence, regardless of who obtained the Heavenspan token, they would probably have to choose to join a faction. Over on the 9 great Tao ancestors' side, their reputation already went sour. Even their own subordinates were actually unwilling to follow them anymore. This Zhang Zhen actually wanted to seek his protection. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets heard that, he could not help laughing. As he said, Ho ho! The public attitude. Lord Saint Azure's name of being a saint already reigns supreme in the Heavenspan world. I reckon that Zhang Zhen is just the beginning. In the future, I'm afraid that there will be even more martial artists coming here to seek your refuge. Zhang Zhen followed up, Yes. Lord Saint Azure had extremely high prestige in the eyes of martial artists of my generation. Whoever mentions Lord Saint Azure all can't help but give a thumbs up. When Yi Yuan heard that, he could not help being speechless too. He also did not expect that such a thing would actually happen. However, he shook his head and said, "Leave. I can't protect you." Zhang Zhen was taken aback and his expression immediately changed drastically. And he said, "Your Excellency, why is this? Could it be that Your Excellency looks down on me because of my background?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "It has nothing to do with your background. It's just that when I enter the Heavenspan Mountain, I won't be taking part in the struggle for Tao Ancestor. I'll naturally be unable to protect you." Zhang Zhen opened his mouth wide and said with a look of disbelief, "Why, Your Excellency is actually not competing to be a Tao Ancestor?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I'll enter the Heavenspan Mountain, but it's just in order to obtain the Tear of Life. I'm not interested in the position of Tao Ancestor." Zhang Zhen was utterly speechless. Presently, the entire Heavenspan world was crazy for the position of Tao Ancestor. Outside, blood already flowed like rivers for a single Heavenspan token. But this big shot actually turned his nose up at the position of Tao Ancestor. He thought about it and said, "Your Excellency, accept this Heavenspan token. I only request for Your Excellency to bring me into the Heavenspan Mountain. After entering the Heavenspan Mountain, this lowly one will naturally go and find lucky chances on my own. What does Your Excellency think?" Yi Yuan was just thinking of opening his mouth to refuse when Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret said, "Lord Saint Azure, if you reject, they can only choose the 9 great Tao Ancestors. With these people's shitty characters, they will definitely only be making use of these people. I'm afraid that, in the end, they won't be able to avoid the end result of dying. Right now, apart from you, no one can guarantee their safety. Moreover, you definitely won't let those few people off. There has got to be someone replacing them so that you can make a move. Isn't that so?" Bang! The seat under Ancestor Lightning shattered into dust. He had a gloomy look. Could be seen how furious he was at this time. This bunch of animals, this ancestor treated them well, why did they betray this ancestor? Ancestor Lightning said furiously. Below, Pang Zhen stood proudly and said indifferently, "Ancestor, it is public sentiment. The things that you all have done already chilled the hearts of the martial artists under the heavens. Why would they stand on your side?" Ancestor Lightning's gaze turned sharp and he said angrily, "Shut up, you unfilial child. Are you planning to go to his side too?" "Yes," Pang Zhen said without hesitation. Boom! A terrifying pressure immediately erupted. Ancestor Lightning's palm was already pressed on top of Pang Zhen's head. Just a bit more and it could take his life. But Pang Zhen's expression did not change, and his heart did not race. He stared straight at Ancestor Lightning just like that, as if he did not care about his own life at all. Ancestor Lightning had a look of thunderous rage, but he could not press this palm down no matter what. Scram! Get lost for this ancestor. In the future, you're no longer a member of my Pang family," Ancestor Lightning said with an angry roar. Pang Zhen knelt down and did 3 kowtows toward Ancestor Lightning and said, "No matter whether Ancestor acknowledges or not, I'm a member of the Pang family." Finished talking, he got up and left. Similar scenes were happening to the various great Tao ancestors. The 9 great Tao ancestors were forsaken by friends and allies virtually, becoming completely solitary. Their fury could be imagined. There were even many of their direct lineage martial artists, such as the likes of Pang Zhen, who defected from their camp, because they had a better choice now. On this day, in front of the Heavenspan Mountain, the 9 great Tao ancestors and the divine race's 8 great progenitors were shockingly present. Over on the divine race's side, there were roughly over 100 people, while on the 9 great Tao ancestors' side, it appeared rather deserted. When Tianqing saw this scene, he could not help smiling as he said, "Hoo-hoo. The exalted Tao ancestors actually only have these few people by their side. It's beneath your dignity." Lin Chaoyan's expression was very ugly. Giving a cold snort, he said, "There are only just a few rule crystals. Why do I want so many people for?" Tianqing had an expression of sudden enlightenment, and he said, "Oh, so, that's how it is?" Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter was full of mockery. Lin Chaotian and the rest were angered until their expressions were livid. Right at this time, many small black dots appeared on the horizon. Everyone's expression turned intent. Yi Yuan arrived. The little black dots gradually grew bigger. A large dense group of people was following behind Yi Yuan. There were likely 600 to 700 people. Treasure Pig was sleeping soundly in Yi Yuan's arms. Beside him, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, and the rest were shockingly present. Among the others, Deva Fifth Blights were not in the minority too. There were only a total of 1080 pieces of Heavenspan tokens. But Yi Yuan's side occupied more than half and was even more than the sum of the other two parties. Could be seen what kind of shocking level Yi Yuan's prestige reached. Seeing those familiar figures behind Yi Yuan, the expressions of the few Dao ancestors became very ugly. Zhang Zhen, Wang Jin, Su Zheng, you guys are excellent. Very good. Lin Chaotian's eyes wanted to spew fire as gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Zhang Zhen, Wang Jin, and Su Zheng were all generals under Lin Chaotian that were held in high regard. Lin Chaotian also knew that his reputation had gone bad now, so the ones he sent out were all his trusted confidants. But he did not expect that even these trusted subordinates turned their backs on him. The confidants that he sent out, in the end only a scanty few people returned. Seeing Zhang Zhen and the rest currently, coupled with Tianqing's jeering remarks earlier, it could not help but upset him greatly. Feeling Lin Chaotian's powerful pressure, the expressions of Zhang Zhen and the rest also changed slightly. After all, Lin Chaotian's accumulated awe was too strong. Humph! Lin Chaotian, that thing that you all did, don't you all have any idea? In your hearts? As long as one isn't a fool, they won't continue to work themselves to the bone for you, Sacred Ancestor High Priest said with a cold snort. Lin Chaotian's power of rule blossomed and actually had an appearance like he was all set for a showdown. Is that so? Then this ancestor wants to see whether or not he can protect you all. The moment Lin Chaotian's aura released, that terrifying pressure made everyone's expressions change abruptly. Yi Yuan was very strong, but he had not reached the realm of rule after all. Furthermore, casting a big move like 9 dragons descending upon the world might not be able to deal with Lin Chaotian too. Lin Chaotian could not kill Yi Yuan, but if he wanted to kill Zhang Zhen, these people, Yi Yuan probably could not protect them either. They sought Yi Yuan's protection but did not expect that Lin Chaotian was so decisive, planning on going on a killing spree outside of the Heavenspan mountain. On the other side, Tianqing looked at this scene calmly, an appearance of watching a joke. The human race's internal friction, he naturally welcomed it greatly. Heh? There's also this ancestor. Ancestor Fire gave a cold laugh. The power of flame rule also bloomed quietly. Such a good thing. How can this ancestor miss it? Dao Ancestor Destruction also joined in. The 9 great Dao ancestors were actually going to join forces again. These few people's subordinates had practically all run off. They had a stomach full of grievances to begin with. Now that there was a chance to make Yi Yuan suffer a loss, they were naturally happy to see it happen. The few people were all looking like a cat that ate the canary, an appearance of cornering Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had a calm expression from beginning to end. It was as if these few people did not exist at all. But right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly moved. It was only to see his figure suddenly disappeared from where he originally was, already appearing in front of Ancestor Fire in a blink of an eye. Ancestor Fire's expression changed and he shouted, "Courting death!" Terrifying flame power erupted in an instant. The entire sky seemed to have been burned red. Incomparably terrifying. But Yi Yuan actually ignored this horrifying temperature and pointed a finger at Ancestor Fire. The current Yi Yuan, His entire person seemed to be a sharp sword. A sharp sword that could cut through heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Lin Chaotian and the rest changed. Wildly. Sword Dao rule. He already reached the realm of Grand Ancestor. Lin Chaotian cried out in surprise. The current Yi Yuan had a terrifying power of rule surrounding his body. That sharpness tore straight through the firmament, making people unable to look straight at it. The Tian Qing, who was originally harboring the attitude of watching a show, his pupils shrunk too. He did not expect that Yi Yuan advanced to the realm of Grand Ancestor so quickly. This guy's improvement was simply unreasonable. Just as everyone was shocked, Yi Yuan and Ancestor Fire faced off. Boom! A terrifying to the extreme force directly swept out. Ancestor Fire spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, his figure flying out. Backward! Tian Qing's pupils constricted and he exclaimed, "What a swift and fierce sword! What an overbearing finger! This finger of his condensed without." Condensing sword Dao to the extreme. Exploding it at one point, it's far more brilliant than Ancestor Fire's technique. The moment Yi Yuan entered the realm of Grand Ancestor, his strength already far surpassed the Grand Ancestor proud sword back then, reaching an unimaginable realm. Among the 9 great Dao ancestors, I'm afraid that apart from Dao ancestor life, there's already none who is his match. This review was transmitted into everyone's ears. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. Just one finger defeated Ancestor Fire. This level of strength stunned everyone, including Lin Chaotian. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Lin Chaotian as he said coolly, "You make a move then, but bear the consequences yourself." This domineering declaration made everyone feel shocked. Lin Chaotian's expression was even ugly to the extreme. What a huge loss of face. Damn brat. This ancestor wants you dead. Right at this time, Ancestor Fire's angry roar came over. A flame power even more terrifying than just now suddenly erupted. There were terrifying flames everywhere in the sky. Clearly, Ancestor Fire was already thoroughly enraged. Fire dance frenzied demon. Die for me. D. Balls of flames exploded around Yi Yuan, shaking the void until it trembled. In an instant, Yi Yuan was engulfed. It's Fire Dance Frenzied Demon, this move. I heard that this move is Ancestor Fire's ultimate big move. The power is indeed terrifying. This move can incinerate all things in the world. Lord Saint Azure will be fine, right? When everyone saw Ancestor Fire blow his top and unleash his ultimate big move, each and every one of them was extremely worried too. Against Dao ancestors, there were none who were easy to deal with. Especially if it was their ultimate trump card, those were all magnitudes that could obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. The moment this move Fire Dance Frenzy Demon was unleashed, the surrounding spiritual energy was burned into a vacuum zone. Could be seen how terrifying this move was. But right at this time, Lin Chaotian's gaze turned intent, suddenly firing out a spell. Spring Wind for 10,000 miles. Powerful wood attribute power was directly injected into Fire Dance Frenzied Demon. Wood begets fire. Ancestor Fire's Fire Dance Frenzied Demon suddenly became incomparably berserk. Under Spring Wind for 10,000 miles, this move, that boundless fire sea actually started blackening, gradually turning black. Color. The temperature of this world suddenly rose to 10 times more than before. The void was being incinerated by flames. When Ancestor Fire saw this scene, he could not help having a look of wild elation, and he said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha. Damn guy, see if you still don't die this time." Everyone's faces changed wildly. No one would have thought that Lin Chaotian's sudden attack could actually make Fire Dance Frenzied Demon hits move undergo such a terrifying change. Lin Chaotian's control of wood attribute rule had clearly already reached a transcendent degree. The wood attribute power that he injected was like a catalyst making Fire Dance Frenzied Demon this move reached the point of qualitative change. This terrifying flame had long already surpassed the Dao ancestor himself. Damn! This Lin Chaotian is really despicable. Sacred Ancestor High Priests. Expression changed as he said. Even Tian Qing's pupils constricted, and he said in surprise, I underestimated this Lin Chaotian. This move is really impressive. If Yi Yuan comprehended 3 great laws to the realm of rule at the same time, perhaps he would be able to block this move. But right now, he's probably fraught with grim possibilities. By the side, Yu Mengli's expression changed slightly too, revealing a worried expression. But right at this time, there was a tremor in the fire sea. A figure dashed out of the fire sea, pouncing straight for Ancestor Fire. Who could this figure be if not Yi Yuan? Within a 30-feet radius around him, countless motes of starlight surrounded him, like there were countless diamonds decorated around him. Magnificently beautiful. Tian Qing opened his mouth wide and said with a look of shock, This guy is really a genius. He actually laid Sword Dao rule densely in the domain, forming an impermeable sword net. This domain is his Sword Dao domain. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually using this kind of method to shield the flame rule outside. Yi Yuan's speed was immensely fast. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Ancestor Fire. He was currently being excited on his own, thinking that Yi Yuan was dead for sure. But in a blink, Yi Yuan appeared in front of him completely unscathed, making him jump in fright. Then it was already too late to think about escaping. Yi Yuan's Sword Dao domain suddenly enlarged, directly covering Ancestor Fire. Inside.
Uni.
Verse. Yi Yuan spat a word out of his mouth without the slightest emotion, while the stars around him that filled the sky suddenly bloomed. Ancestor Fire's pupils constricted. There was no time to think too much. The domain power in his body bloomed. Terrifying power of flames attempted to force Yi Yuan's Sword Dao domain out. It was just that those countless stars seemed to be countless sharp swords. This place became Yi Yuan's absolute domain. Those one sword intent after another pierced right through Ancestor Fire's domain, slicing onto his physical body. Arg! Miserable screams came out from within the Sword Dao domain, being incomparably shrill and forlorn. Each sound seemed to be crying in everyone's hearts. Everyone looked at this scene in extreme shock, their thoughts falling into stagnation. No idea how long had passed either. The miserable screams gradually stopped. Yi Yuan put away universe. The figure fell down feebly. Bang! Ancestor Fire's body fell onto the ground, twitching non-stop. His body seemed to have been serrated by a saw, sword wounds everywhere. His aura was already extremely weak, only one last breath remaining. Hiss! All around came a series of sounds of cold air being sucked in. This kind of scene was seriously too soul-stirring. A Dao ancestor was actually beaten until he lost human form. How long had it been since such a thing had happened before? Even Tian Qing also felt that his breathing became somewhat ragged. Finishing off a Dao ancestor so neat and tidily, even he could not do it too. Universe, is it? Within the domain, I am the universe. A fine move. Universe. What a domineering universe. This Sword Dao domain is simply an absolute domain. Entering inside, one will definitely die without a doubt. Tian Qing could not resist praising. He really had his breath taken away by this move of Yi Yuan's. Yi Yuan only just stepped into the realm of rule. But his application of Sword Dao rule already reached a transcendent realm. This move seemed to only be a Sword Dao domain. But with Tian Qing's knowledge and experience, how could it be just like that? This move, universe, was the perfect amalgamation of Yi Yuan's world power and power of law. This was also to say that Yi Yuan unleashed the power of Sword Dao rule to the extreme with the Chaos Heavenspan cannon. Within this domain, Yi Yuan's offensive power practically had no upper limit. The endless Sword Dao rule was like an endless sea of swords, only giving up after all of your strength was depleted. Lord Tian Qing, this is merely a Sword Dao domain. Is it really so formidable? Tian Qing said with refusal to give in. Tianqing gave him a glance and said, "Even if this ancestor gets caught inside, I'll likely lose a layer of skin if I want to escape too. His power doesn't lie with the Sword Dao rule but the application of Sword Dao rule as well as his powerful world power. If my conjectures are right, Yi Yuan's world power is likely more than 10 times that of ordinary martial artists. It's on completely different levels." When the divine race's people heard that, each and every one of them was incomparably shocked. They did not expect that progenitor Tianqing's appraisal of Yi Yuan would actually be so high. In that case, it was tantamount to acknowledging that Yi Yuan already had the strength to threaten progenitor Tianqing. This was simply inconceivable to them. Yi Yuan still had his hands behind his back, looking at Lin Chaotian as he said coolly, "Now, do you still want to see whether or not I can protect them?" Lin Chaotian opened his mouth wide, instinctively wanting to refute. But the words reached the tip of his tongue and were swallowed back down. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed already reached the acme of perfection. Yi Yuan, who reached the realm of rule, even if it was only a Sword Dao rule, he was already at the level of standing shoulder to shoulder with him too. "See, consider yourself ruthless, brat. Let's each stay out of the other person's business." Lin Chaotian gritted his teeth and said, "So strong. Ancestor Fire and Dao Ancestor Life, two people joined forces and were actually unable to even trap him, crushing Ancestor Fire with one move. The present Lord Saint Azure is really, truly worthy of this title. Yeah, Lord Saint Azure corroborating his Dao is the blessing of martial artists of our generation." After the shock, everyone was extremely excited. Dao Ancestor Life had capitulated. The deterrence was mutual. Yi Yuan's strength could clearly stand shoulder to shoulder with him already. He had long expected that there would be this day. It was just that he did not expect that it would arrive so quickly. Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan had the nominal title of Saint Azure but did not have the strength to match it. But now, with Yi Yuan defeating Ancestor Fire in a single one move, being virtually on par with Dao Ancestor Life, he was already completely worthy of the title of Saint Azure. He was that Saint Azure who created an eternal legend. Boom! However, right at this time, a shocking change occurred again. A piercing cold to the extreme fist wind swept past. It was only to hear a bang. The place where Ancestor Fire collapsed directly turned into nothingness. The high and mighty Ancestor Fire actually perished. Everyone was shocked to the extreme, opening their mouths wide, disbelief on their faces. Hoo-hoo? Weaklings don't have the qualifications to live on. Rather than living painfully, better to let this progenitor send you off, Tianqing said with a faint laugh. The punch earlier was launched by Tianqing. Dao Ancestor Fire Spirit, who had been unrestrained for an epoch actually, perished in front of the Heavenspan Mountain. Just now, with Yi Yuan inflicting heavy wounds on Ancestor Fire, everyone was just amazed at Yi Yuan's strength. But the impact that Ancestor Fire's death brought to everyone was too strong. Everyone realized that an era of heroes vying for supremacy had already arrived. In this era, Dao ancestors had a possibility of dying too. Yi Yuan gave Tianqing a glance, still very calm. He did not express too much. Ancestor Fire was Lin Chaoyan's #1 lackey. If he died, then he died. Yi Yuan did not have much sympathy. His strength had recently improved further. His reliance on the 9 great Dao ancestors was not that strong anymore. Furthermore, very soon new Dao ancestors would be born too. Whether or not Ancestor Fire died was not important. But to Lin Chaotian as well as the other 7 great Dao ancestors, Ancestor Fire's death had clearly touched their most sensitive nerves. Lin Chaotian exploded at once.
Ye Yuan.
You colluded with the divine race and killed my human race's Dao ancestor. What is your intention? Lin Chaotian shouted angrily. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Chaotian like looking at a fool and said coolly, Tianqing murdered people but you don't dare to shout at him. So you're yelling at me? This matter arose because of you. Now Ancestor Fire was killed, but you're blaming it on me? Do you not want face? Yi Yuan had just arrived and Lin Chaotian and Ancestor Fire were like lunatics wanting to target him. He was merely forced to fight back. Now Lin Chaotian pinned another large charge on his head. Truly laughable. Lin Chaotian's eyes wanted to spit fire and he said angrily, "Brat, you wait. For me. We'll showcase our true abilities on Heavenspan Mountain." Finished talking, he flicked his sleeves and left. Rumble. Suddenly, the Heavenspan Mountain gave a strong undulation. An enormous light door appeared slowly. The Heavenspan Mountain opened. Lin Chaotian's pupils constricted and he said, "Go!" It was only to see his figure moved, and he already arrived in front of the light door. Lin Chaotian held the Heavenspan token in his hand and walked into the light door first. Clearly, he was already too impatient to wait. The 7 great Tao ancestors also followed closely behind, entering the Heavenspan Mountain. Tianqing gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with a smile, "You taking your own sweet time, aren't you afraid that they will snatch the position of Tao Ancestor?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "I'm not interested in the position of Tao Ancestor." Tianqing's expression choked and he said with a frown, "Not interested? Hoo-hoo? Interesting. Do you know what kind of level this progenitor strength will reach when I attain the position of Tao Ancestor?" Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "My spatial law and formation Tao law are also both almost reaching the realm of rule already." Tianqing almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He originally wanted to mock Yi Yuan but was choked to death by Yi Yuan. "You, this fellow, really aren't cute at all. Let's go." Tianqing gave a cold snort and entered the Heavenspan Mountain. After waiting for the divine race to enter the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan said coolly, "After entering the Heavenspan Mountain, everyone relies on your own lucky chances. I'll say it again. Whoever helps me find the tier of life, I'll help him ascend to the position of Tao Ancestor." The hundreds of Deva powerhouses were invigorated and said in unison, "Yes, Lord Saint Azure." Originally, Yi Yuan did not want to get involved in the struggle for Tao Ancestor, but later on, he still heeded Heavenly Emperor profound secret suggestion. At least, if there were more people, there was a greater chance of finding the tier of life. As for the rest, he did not care. Arriving before the light gate, Yi Yuan stopped and did not advance, his mood fluctuating a little. After many years of hard work, he was finally nearing this step. Restraining his emotions, Yi Yuan stepped into the light door. In front of his eyes were balls of gray fog. Above the void there were blue bolts of lightning flashing. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Wasn't this scene precisely what was inside the realm fog? "What's wrong, Yi Yuan?" Sacred Ancestor High Priest came afterward. Seeing Yi Yuan's abnormal state, he could not resist asking. Yi Yuan said, "Heavenly Tao Samsara, the realm fog floods the Heavenspan Mountain. I think it should be the rules getting reshuffled. Looking at it this way, each epoch will be a little different." Sacred Ancestor High Priest said in surprise, Is this the realm fog?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I've once entered the realm fog before and seen this scenery." Sacred Ancestor High Priest gave Yi Yuan a glance and could not help being speechless. This guy was really freakish. Sacred Ancestor High Priest felt the realm fog a bit. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly and he said, "Damn, there's the power of great Tao suppressing. In this place, we can't fly in the air or shuttle through the void. We can only walk forward on foot. This place is a huge cage." Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "Really?" Finished talking, his figure flashed, appearing several dozen feet away. Then he kicked his feet and rose into the air. Following that, a bolt of blue lightning struck. He grabbed it casually and actually grabbed that bolt of lightning in his hand. The treasure pig in Yi Yuan's arms suddenly sniffed his nose and swallowed the lightning in one bite. Then he went to sleep again contentedly. Sacred Ancestor High Priest opened his mouth wide, an expression like he had seen a ghost. These two fellows were simply not human. When Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and the rest who just came in saw this scene, each and every one of them was shocked speechless. You, how did you do it? Could it be that you're actually not suppressed by the power of Great Tao? Sacred Ancestor High Priest said in surprise. Lord Saint Azure is too amazing. He can actually fly on the Heavenspan Mountain. Monstrous. Truly monstrous. Being able to teleport, able to fly, it's simply being established in an undefeatable position. Indeed, we were right in following Lord Saint Azure. When everyone saw the scene, they were all extremely shocked. The moment they entered, they were suppressed by the power of Great Tao, thoroughly becoming mortals. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan was actually not affected in the least bit? Yi Yuan smiled and said, My small world is a little special. This power of Great Tao can't suppress me. Sacred Ancestor High Priest smiled bitterly and shook his head as he said, No wonder you look down on Tao ancestors. In the gray fog, on many narrow, winding trails, hundreds of Deva powerhouses had all already entered the Heavenspan Mountain. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was clearly not unfamiliar with this place, and said, These narrow, winding paths all lead above 1,000,000 miles. Each small path you'll encounter all sorts of different lucky chances. But further up, these small paths will merge randomly and eventually lead to 9 exits. At that time, you all will encounter other martial artists. The killing will also kick off at that time. The breathing of the numerous powerhouses also became quicker. Stepping onto this path, they would be opponents. In order to become a Tao ancestor, the final fight would be extremely tragic. There were no friends on the path of becoming a Tao ancestor. Everything was all for the sake of obtaining the rule crystals. Now, you guys each choose a path and set off. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets said. The moment his voice faded, the 600 to 700 powerhouses rushed away, one after another. Yi Yuan looked at Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, Sacred Ancestor High Priest, as well as Pang Zhen, Wan Zhen, and the rest, and said, Are you all with me, or setting off by yourselves? Heavenly Tao Samsara, there would be all kinds of lucky chances on this road, just like the Tear of Life. Previously, the Tear of Life had never appeared. But under Heavenly Tao Samsara it would definitely appear. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan would come to the Heavenspan Mountain. Your Excellency, we want to try it ourselves. Pang Zhen and Wan Zhen said in unison. Yi Yuan smiled and nodded his head and said, Go on. The two were overjoyed and also each chose a small path. As for Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Sacred Ancestor High Priest, their strength was even stronger. They naturally had to personally tackle the Heavenspan Mountain. To them, following Yi Yuan could naturally ensure their safety. But it was impossible for Yi Yuan to always be by their sides protecting them. At times, people had to face things themselves. Furthermore, walking together with Yi Yuan was equivalent to that they would not be able to encounter lucky chances belonging to themselves. After everyone left, Yi Yuan brought Treasure Pig and also set foot on a narrow, winding trail. Yi Yuan walked very carefully, looking very meticulously, not willing to miss a single detail. Yi Yuan had never seen the Tear of Life before. The people around him also had not seen it before. Only the 9 great Tao ancestors had seen the Tear of Life before. Therefore, Yi Yuan would rather be slower than to miss it. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, one gray shadow after another dashed out of the fog, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Each of these gray shadows was extremely powerful, comparable to Deva 4th and 5th Blight powerhouses. When there was an opportunity, there would naturally be danger. On this Heavenspan Mountain, apart from the ever-present blue lightning, there were also other lurking dangers. For example, these gray spirits. Their names were called gray spirits, a creature unique to the Heavenspan Mountain during the Heavenly Tao Samsara period. These gray spirits were extremely powerful. The weakest was also Deva first or second blight. To powerhouses who entered the Heavenspan mountain it was naturally incredibly dangerous. But currently, the strengths of these gray spirits that dashed out were far from just Deva first and second blight. Among them, the weakest was Deva fourth blight too. Furthermore, it was a large group. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, "I've just started, how come I encountered so many gray spirits? Seems like something isn't quite right." Roar! Right at this time, the treasure pig in Yi Yuan's arms suddenly gave an angry roar. The gray spirits that were originally trying to attack Yi Yuan actually trembled all over in the air, suddenly stopping. Treasure pig directly flew out of Yi Yuan's embrace with a whoosh. Then he swallowed a gray spirit in one mouthful. Each and every one of those gray spirits trembled heavily, fleeing frantically into the gray fog. Treasure pig had clearly discovered the deliciousness. So how could he be willing to let them go? It was only to see him whoosh again, burrowing into the mist. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not suppress his laughter. This treasure pig was really becoming more and more gluttonous. Yi Yuan could feel that although these gray spirits had intelligence, they were extremely pure energy bodies. They were absolutely great tonics to Treasure Pig. And Treasure Pig's strength was extremely terrifying. It was virtually equivalent to two great Tao ancestors joining forces. There were really not many existences capable of harming him in this fog. Therefore, he was also very at ease. Roar! 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 In the mist, Treasure Pig's angry roar came from time to time, from varying distances and different directions. Clearly, he was hunting down those gray spirits crazily. No idea how long had passed either. The roars in the fog became thinner and thinner. Suddenly, a pink shadow rushed into Yi Yuan's arms. He was still holding a white sphere in his mouth. Yerp! Treasure Pig burped contentedly and the white ball also dropped in Yi Yuan's palm. Then he went to sleep on his own. Clearly, he ate until he was very full. But Yi Yuan's eyelids twitched wildly. This thing, it wouldn't be such a coincidence, right? Yi Yuan looked at the white ball in his hand and could not help smiling bitterly as he said, "An extremely strong water attribute rule was emitting off of the white ball." That was right, it was precisely the power of rule. This power of rule surged like the bright moon in the dark night, unable to hide at all. Even if Yi Yuan was a fool, he also guessed what this was. Rule crystal. Yi Yuan did not expect that he just went out of the gates and already encountered the rule crystal that everyone yearned after even in their dreams. Judging from the power of rule coming from the rule crystal, it should be the water source crystal. He looked at the water source crystal in his hand and could not help being speechless. Intentionally planting flowers but not blooming. Unintentionally planting a willow tree and the willow tree became a shade. He was originally not inclined to the position of Tao ancestor, but he encountered the rule crystal right after he left the house. How could one make sense of this sort of thing? The rule crystal could appear in any corner of the Heavenspan mountain, but encountering it at this location was extremely rare. Even the Tao ancestor light back then also only encountered it above 10,000 miles. But Yi Yuan just stepped out of the house, being less than a mile out. This luck was simply heaven-defying. Treasure Pig was also impressive. Entering the gray fog and wandering around leisurely, he returned with a rule crystal in his mouth. Yi Yuan could not help feeling helpless. He looked at Treasure Pig and said, "You this fellow, if you brought me a tear of life back, how great would that be?" Treasure Pig seemed to have felt something in his heart and opened his sleepy eyes and gave Yi Yuan a disdainful look. Posturing was not done like how you're doing it. Treasure Pig was not stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely intelligent. How great the value of a rule crystal was, he naturally knew.
Ye Yuan similet bitterli.
Who could understand his pain? However, he was not pretentious either. After all, it was a seat of Tao ancestor. Since he acquired it, it was naturally impossible to throw it away. He put the water source crystal away. But no matter what he did, he was not able to suppress the water source crystal's power of rule. When he carried this thing on him, it was like carrying a lighthouse. On the lighthouse, there was even a sign stating it's here. Yi Yuan could not help being speechless again and grumbled. No wonder in the last struggle for Tao ancestor, of the few remaining human race powerhouses, another large group died. How is this thing some rule crystal? Simply a death-hastening crystal. No matter who it was, having obtained this thing, they were bound to suffer. The besiegement of everyone. The allure of the position of Tao ancestor was seriously too strong, nobody could resist it. Therefore, this was simply a death-hastening talisman. Hand over the mysterious rune and I'll spare you from death. Get lost. Just based on you. Kill. Kill. On the main road there was chaos. The sound of fighting rose and ebbed. Along with the merger of the narrow, winding trails, more and more martial artists started meeting and fought endlessly for lucky chances. Those who dared to come to the Heavenspan mountain were not weak. The fighting was very fierce. On this main road, more than 10 Deva powerhouses were currently undergoing a miserable fight for a mysterious rune. Fierce undulations scattered the gray fog a little. Suddenly, a powerful rule undulation came from below. Everyone's expressions changed wildly and actually stopped the battle at the same time without prior agreement, looking down below with looks of anticipation. Who did not know what happened? Rule crystal. Somebody obtained a rule crystal. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect that the rule crystal appeared so early. Nobody is allowed to snatch with me. The rule crystal is mine. No matter who it is, go up and kill first before talking. The group of powerhouses mustered up killing intent fully, preparing to take action. In the gray fog, that figure advanced unhurriedly, becoming clearer and clearer. Kill! No idea who shouted. More than 10 powerhouses rushed over one after another. Although it was not possible to fly here, how fast was the foot strength of a Deva fifth blight? In a blink, they arrived in front of that person. But when they saw that person's face clearly, everyone's movements abruptly stopped. Everyone seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex, freezing there. Lord Saint Azure. When the powerhouses saw Yi Yuan, their eyes went wide. No one could have thought that the struggle for Tao ancestor just started, and Lord Saint Azure was already holding the position of Tao ancestor in his hand. The rule crystal in Yi Yuan's hand and in their hands were two different concepts. Those able to shake Yi Yuan were only grand ancestor level characters. Furthermore, it was even not ordinary grand ancestors, who was tired of living, to dare snatch the rule crystal from his hands. Yi Yuan's gaze swept across everyone's faces. Everyone only felt their entire body turn stiff as if they were being stared at by heavenly Tao. How could they dare release any hint of greed toward Yi Yuan? They could only bury all of their emotions at the bottom of their hearts, not daring to divulge it in the slightest. Among these people, there were many who were brought in by Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan said it very clearly. He was only responsible for bringing in, and nothing else. As for who could become an ancestor, it each relied on lucky chances. In reality, it was impossible for Yi Yuan to interfere even if he wanted to manage it. Facing the opportunity to become an ancestor, who could let it go? Becoming an ancestor meant reaching the heavens in one step. You guys continue. Yi Yuan said a sentence with a smile and passed through the crowd. We send Lord Saint Azure off respectfully. Everyone sweat profusely, seeing Yi Yuan off with their eyes. It was only after Yi Yuan's figure completely disappeared from everyone's line of sight did everyone feel relieved from the tremendous pressure. They discovered that their backs were already drenched. The present Lord Saint Azure was too terrifying. In the crowd, a martial artist's eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly, "Tear of life. We still have hope. As long as we find the tear of life, with Lord Saint Azure's sainthood name, he'll definitely hand the rule crystal over to us." Another person said, "Right, there's still the tear of life. As long as we obtain the tear of life, not only will Lord Saint Azure give us the rule crystal, he'll even protect us all the way until we corroborate our Tao and become an ancestor. Suddenly, the martial artists that Yi Yuan brought looked toward the other few people with pity. These few people came in with the 9 great Tao ancestors. Heh? You all can forget about it. This us doesn't include you all. Lord Saint Azure is forthright and is clear about what to love or hate. Even if you all obtain the tear of life, the 9 great Tao ancestors will definitely kill and seize the treasure too. Therefore, don't think about it. The martial artists that Yi Yuan brought in had a strong sense of superiority. At this time, while those few people had gloomy faces and were extremely depressed, they were really somewhat regretting it. This was a chance to corroborate one's Tao and become an ancestor. Finding a tear of life was much easier than finding a rule crystal. At least, the tear of life would not be a moving beacon like the rule crystals. That could attract endless killing. Yi Yuan advanced along the way but did not find traces of the tear of life. Fate seemed to be playing a joke with him. He could easily find a rule crystal, but he could not find the tear of life. Boom! 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 Suddenly, incomparably strong undulations came from ahead. In addition, a vast and colossal power of flame rule also came from ahead. No need to go, and Yi Yuan already guessed what happened. The fire source crystal came into being. In front, there were 5 powerful auras, all acquaintances. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said, "Interesting. All-encompassing tide. Immortal rebuking true lightning.
Destruction even shocking palme.
Brahma true body." Yi Yuan advanced slowly. 5 grand ancestor-level powerhouses were currently in the heat of battle. The human race's 3 ancestors coincidentally faced off against the divine race's 2 great progenitors, fighting until the gray fog shook endlessly. Far away, many powerhouses kept a wide berth and did not dare to approach it. Among the 5 people there was a small flame-like ball, flickering indeterminately. Regardless of who obtained the rule crystal on both sides, they would suffer frenzied attacks and could not hold it at all. Suddenly, the 5 people felt something and stopped fighting one after another. It was undeniable that the water source crystal on Yi Yuan was too eye-catching. The 5 people originally thought that another rule crystal appeared. But, upon seeing that it was Yi Yuan, their expressions could not help changing. They were fighting here endlessly, and Yi Yuan had already gotten hold of the water source crystal. When Ancestor Water saw Yi Yuan, he said without the slightest hesitation, "Yi Yuan, the matter previously was all this ancestor's fault. Help me obtain this fire source crystal. In the next 10 billion years from now on, this ancestor will be at your beck and call." This was a super helper. Ancestor Water's mind spun the fastest, immediately judging the current situation. The moment Ancestor Lightning heard, how could he be willing to show weakness? He immediately said, "Yi Yuan, you and I are rather deeply connected. You help this ancestor this time. The Pang family will serve you as our master in this epic." The moment Tao Ancestor Destruction heard, how could he be willing to give in? Hurriedly saying, "Yi Yuan, what they can do, this ancestor can do the same. This ancestor requests for you to take action and help me once." Opposite, the divine race's 2 great progenitors were dumbstruck with amazement from listening. They did not expect that the human race ancestors did not even want their morals anymore for the sake of obtaining the fire source crystal. Weren't these few people still fighting it out to the death with Yi Yuan? Previously, how did it become such a situation in a blink of an eye? They discovered that they were somewhat unable to understand the way humans thought. However, their faces also became solemn. If Yi Yuan joined the battle, they would be under a lot of pressure. Ever since Yi Yuan cut Ancestor Fire down with his sword, the deterrence that he gave everyone was seriously too strong. "Yi Yuan, we stay out of each other's business. You already obtained 1 rule crystal. If you're getting involved in the struggle for the fire source crystal too, You'll be making too many enemies. Yellow lineage's progenitor, Yifeng said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan had a calm face when suddenly, he smiled at this time and said, I'm not interested in being a Tao ancestor, but since I ran into a rule crystal, I can't turn a blind eye to it too. I'll be taking the fire source crystal. You guys, get lost. Get lost. Regardless of whether it was the 5 great ancestors or the powerhouses in the distance, they were all somewhat doubting whether or not their own ears heard wrongly. Yi Yuan was actually making 5 grand ancestor-level powerhouses get lost? Yes, Yi Yuan was strong. But it was also impossible for him to deal with 5 people at the same time, right?
Ye Yuan.
You're also too arrogant, right? Do you think that by killing Ancestor Fire, you can ignore all of us Tao ancestors? Ancestor Water said in a solemn voice. But the corners of Yifeng's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a smile, rather interesting. Are you provoking the 5 of us? Yi Yuan said indifferently, I only want the rule crystal. Of course, if you think that it's a provocation, you can too. Yi Yuan's words were boundlessly domineering. Ha ha ha. When Yifeng heard that, he could not help bursting into laughter and said, I didn't expect that one day, this progenitor will actually be looked down upon like this by someone I also never thought that I would join forces with. Humans one day. What do the 3 of you think? Yifeng was laughing, but he was already genuinely enraged. What kind of figure was he? A progenitor who had once laughed proudly at the summit, monopolizing all life. Now, he was actually being looked down upon by someone to the point of asking him to get lost. If this could be endured, what else could not be? Of course, the one who was angry was not just him alone. The other 4 were all enraged, especially Ancestor Water 3 people. They put aside their egos to beseech Yi Yuan but did not expect to be humiliated by Yi Yuan like so. Ancestor Water had a black face and said in a solemn voice, although this ancestor isn't willing right now, there seems to be no other choice. This brat is too arrogant. Ancestor Lightning also had a dark look as he said, Humph. Refusing face when is given. Originally, we're very apprehensive of you, but you insist on forcing the 5 of us to join forces. This place is the Heavenspan Mountain. You can't fly and can't teleport. This ancestor wants to see whether or not you can survive under the 5 of us teaming up. Tao Ancestor Destruction sneered and said, Yi Yuan, after you attained the position of a grand ancestor, you seem to have become more and more puffed up with conceit. Since that's the case, then this ancestor doesn't mind sending you off. Crazy. Utterly crazy. Lord Saint Azure was going to forcibly resist 5 great Tao ancestors joining forces. Yi Yuan had once escaped with ease from under the joint forces of the 9 great Tao ancestors. It was just that escaping and frontal confrontation were 2 totally different concepts. The surrounding Deva powerhouses were all dumbstruck with amazement, not understanding why Yi Yuan would make such a choice. Yi Yuan's mouth curled and he said disdainfully, refusing face when it's given? Hoo-hoo? Do you guys have face? Not anybody can be this Ye's servant if they want to. It was not that Yi Yuan was showing off his ability, but that he did not have a favorable impression of any one of these people. To these Tao ancestors there were no forever friends and also no eternal enemies. But to Yi Yuan, kindness was kindness, enmity was enmity. These few guys were nauseating to the extreme. Now they were actually still thinking of turning around to cooperate with him. Dream on. Furthermore, since he ran into the fire source crystal, it was naturally impossible to let it go. Holding the rule crystal in his own hands was clearly the best option. There were many people around him suitable to be the next Tao ancestor. The expressions of the human race's 3 Tao ancestors all turned black like the bottom of a pot. Yi Yuan did not take them seriously at all. In order to obtain the rule crystal, they already gave up the dignity of a Tao ancestor. But Yi Yuan did not buy it at all. Humph. Talk about after you can survive from under our hands. All-encompassing tide. Ancestor water did not say another word and directly made a move. Instantly, Yi Yuan was engulfed by the tide. Furthermore, there was even a strange power in this tide, making people unable to shake free. Immortal rebuking true lightning.
Destruction even shocking palm.
Brahma true body. 5 great Tao ancestors each executed their means. It was either an earth-shaking big move or a heavenly Tao true martial. The 5 people's power superimposing together was truly terrifying to the extreme. Yi Yuan's expression did not change, and he casually threw Treasure Pig to one side and joined in the battle. Treasure Pig rolled dozens of times on the ground, ending up under a rock. But he still did not have the intention of waking up. This guy had just eaten to his fill and was dead asleep right now. Universe! Yi Yuan gave a low cry. Universe appeared again. The pupils of Ancestor Water and the rest all shrunk, revealing looks of dread. Ancestor Fire died under this move. The 5 great Tao ancestors were very fearful of Yi Yuan, not daring to get into close quarters with Yi Yuan at all. Once they got caught in Universe's range, they would also not be far from death. But very soon they were shocked. Universe's defense was similarly solid as a metal bucket. The 5 of them working together actually could not breach Universe's defense. Yi Yuan propped Universe up and moved freely among the 5 of them. Occasionally he could even pose some threat to them. These terrifying moves, Yi Yuan received all of them as they were. Sword Tao rule was originally mightier than the unitary 5-element laws. Even Destruction rule was also slightly inferior when compared to Sword Tao rule. Of course, more importantly, Tao Ancestor Destruction strength was inadequate. What the few people were even more unaware of was that Yi Yuan's Chaos World had currently reached grand completion already. His world power was unbelievably strong. World power coupled with the universe's sword art executed with Sword Tao rule, it was virtually the Heavenspan world's strongest swordsmanship already. Wanting to breach universe unless you forcibly broke through from outside, with absolute strength. But very clearly, these 5 people were all not qualified enough. Each and every one of the onlooking Deva powerhouses was dumbfounded with shock. This is also too strong, right? Universe, this move simply has no weakness to exploit. Hiss! This is the legendary sword Tao moving the gods, right? Yi Yuan's fearsomeness deeply shocked everyone present. Previously, when killing Ancestor Fire, Universe only appeared for an instant. Everyone did not feel its might. But now, the might of Universe was exhibited beyond a doubt. Invincible defense, harrowing attack. This kind of move could be rated as without weaknesses to exploit. The more the 5 great Tao ancestors fought, the more alarmed they got. Yi Feng, 2 great progenitors, had already each displayed 2 heavenly Tao true martials but were still unable to break Universe. Damn it! How can this boy be so strong? Gentlemen, stop holding back. Otherwise, no one can obtain the rule crystal. Ancestor Water said with a low roar. As a Tao ancestor, how could they not have any trump cards up their sleeves? Just like Ancestor Fire's Fire Dance Frenzied Demon, this kind of big move could virtually obliterate heaven and decimate the earth. The other 4 people nodded one after another and said, "Okay, looks like we got to bring out our true abilities." The seal in Ancestor Lightning's hands suddenly changed, and he shouted coldly, "Boundless heavenly fiend lightning prison." All of a sudden, the surrounding became a sea of lightning. An enormous cage wrapped Yi Yuan up tightly. Inside were incomparably thick electric snakes, flying around everywhere. Boom! 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 These electric snakes attacked Universe frenziedly, attempting to break through. Tao Ancestor Destruction put both hands together, a horrifying power that could obliterate heaven and decimate the earth erupted from his body, only to see him throw a punch out ordinarily. That terrifying power even opened up a gap in the lightning prison. Shiva, celestial deity, eradicating palm. At the same time, Ancestor Water and the two great divine race progenitors unleashed their strongest attacks one after another. Universe finally loosened up a little under this terrifying power. When Ancestor Water saw this scene, he could not help being overjoyed as he said with a loud laugh, "Ha ha ha! Did you see that, Yi Yuan? This is the power of Tao ancestors. Death is the outcome of you provoking Tao ancestors. Yi Yuan, you look down on us 8 great progenitors too much. Have you forgotten how many grand ancestors died under our heavenly Tao true marshal back then?" Yifeng also said with a cold smile. In reality, among these 5 people, the combat strengths of the 2 great progenitors were even above the 3 Tao ancestors. When they unleashed their full strength, the power was truly boundless. Only then did the 3 Tao ancestors know that previously Yifeng 2 people did not use their full strength at all. Fortunately, Yi Yuan finally forced out these 2 people's hidden strength fully with his formidable strength. When the Deva powerhouses saw this scene, they could not help sighing heavily. Sigh? Lord Saint Azure was still overly confident. Each of these ancestors is an old monster who has lived for 10 billion years. Who doesn't have some trump card? Lord Saint Azure played too big this time. Not only did he fail to get the fire rule crystal, but also probably even the water rule crystal can't be protected. With regards to the current situation, everyone felt pity for him. Yi Yuan's might naturally could be seen clearly. It was just that, facing the strongest few people in this world, he was a little too overbearingly haughty. But currently, Yi Yuan, who was inside Universe, had a calm look. He did not feel panic. Facing Ancestor Water and Yifeng's cynicism, he just said coolly, "You all seem to be very pleased with yourselves. Is this all you have? But I haven't even used my full strength yet." The moment these words came out, the expressions of the 5 great Tao ancestors changed wildly. But very soon, Ancestor Water smiled coldly and said, "Hoo-hoo, did we grow up being intimidated? This move of yours already exerted Sword Tao to the extreme, breaking the joint efforts of Lin Chaotian and Ancestor Fire. This ancestor doesn't believe that you still have an even stronger move." Yifeng also said, "You're also looking down on us, these few old fellows too much? Hoo-hoo? If you still have some trump card, feel free to use it." Not that they did not believe it, but that Yi Yuan's universe move was indeed too strong. They simply could not imagine what kind of level a sword move that was even stronger than this move would reach. Yi Yuan nodded slowly and said, "Rest assured, you'll be able to see it right away." Suddenly, Yi Yuan's universe actually started spinning. The originally invulnerable universe suddenly had an extremely large hole appeared after it started spinning. When the 5 great Tao ancestors saw this scene, their entire bodies shook. Courting death, they were currently like flies, suddenly seeing a crack on the egg. How could they let it go? Immediately, their big moves all rumbled towards that gap. But at the same time, Yi Yuan's body radiated with a resplendent golden light. Terrifying dragon might instantly rippled out. True dragon profound armor. Yi Yuan's body was actually covered by a layer of powerful dragon scales. These dragon scales were all transformed from blood vitality. Boom! The 5 great Tao ancestors' big moves bombarded onto this true dragon. Profound armor in their entirety. Yi Yuan tasted sweetness at his throat, his innards already sustaining serious injuries. But he forcefully suppressed his injuries. The divine essence within his body poured out crazily, injecting into Universe. Right as Yi Yuan was under attack, Universe already converted into 2 blades. The 2 blades started rotating crazily at this time. The terrifying cutting edge of the swords directly split the fog into 2. A scent of death instantly diffused in the air. Originally, the 5 great Tao ancestors all had delight on their faces for having inflicted serious wounds on Yi Yuan. But very soon, their expressions became very ugly. This was the scent of death. Yi Yuan really still had a final hit move. The originally rock-solid and calm universe revealed its sharp edge at this time. The murderous aura without restraint. The swift and fierce sword intent was exerted to the extreme at this moment. Reaching Yi Yuan's realm, the sword was the intent in his chest. There was no need to deposit it inside a material object. His divine essence could similarly be a sword. Dual polarity. Kill. These 3 words popped out of Yi Yuan's mouth. 1. Those crazily spinning 2 blades cut straight through the air, carrying an incomparably sharp edge. At this moment, the cutting-edge intent of the sword was practically going to slice this heaven-span mountain's cage completely apart. And this sword was heading straight for Ancestor Water. Ancestor Water's heart was almost jumping out. The scent of death hit him head-on. How many years had it been? How many years had he not faced the threat of death already? Ever since corroborating his Tao and becoming an ancestor, death, this word, seemed to have already left him. But at this moment, he seemed to have found it again. How could he dare to have the slightest hesitation? Ancestor Water revolved. His divine essence and power of rule madly, attempting to block dual polarity. A turn of the tide, continuous without ceasing. No matter how he blocked, dual polarity was like a cutting machine. Wherever it passed through, it mowed down all resistance. Dual polarity gradually enlarged in his eyes. Finally, bang! Dual polarity breached his domain and broke through his final layer of defense, completely garroting him. Places where it passed through, no corpse or bones remained. Ancestor Water, dead. Poo work. Only now did Yi Yuan spurt out a mouthful of fresh blood. However, he did not care. He said indifferently, "Now I'm collecting the fire. Rule crystal. Who else still has objections?" Each and every one of the remaining 4 great Tao ancestors' complexions turned deathly pale. They were frightened by this scene earlier. Yi Yuan killed someone under the siege of 5 great Tao ancestors. Just now, in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan forcibly resisted the ultimate moves of the 5 and executed the swift and fierce to the extreme big move, dual polarity. This kind of strength made people daunted at the sight of it. The current Yi Yuan was akin to an undefeatable god of war, giving people a feeling of invincibility. The 4 great Tao ancestors actually took several steps back without prior agreement. Very well. It seems like nobody has any objection. Yi Yuan smiled slightly, walked in front of the fire rule crystal, and put it away. From start to end, not a single one of the 4 great Tao ancestors dared to step forward to stop him. Putting away the fire rule crystal, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Do you all want to continue, or scram?" The current Yi Yuan was full of energy when speaking. Although his aura was somewhat unstable, he did not seem to have suffered too much damage. Yi Feng's expression was ugly to the extreme. Although he was a divine race progenitor and his power was boundless, wanting to kill a Tao ancestor was not an easy matter. Defeating and killing were 2 completely different things. Tao ancestors had experienced the baptism of rule crystals. Their strength was more than a magnitude stronger when compared to grand ancestors. You're really a freak." Yi Feng gritted his teeth and turned around, merging into the gray fog. The other person also followed closely behind. Ancestor Lightning's expression was ugly as he said, "The 5 of us struck with our full power, and yet you actually only suffered light injuries. See, consider yourself ruthless. This ancestor will stay a respectful distance from you in the future." Finished saying, he also turned around and merged into the gray fog. When Tao Ancestor Destruction saw Ancestor Lightning leave, he also did not bother to speak, hurriedly running away. The feeling that Yi Yuan gave them was really extremely monstrous. Corroborating one's Tao and becoming an ancestor, this signified eternal life. To the 9 of them, death was already a distant noun. But now, Yi Yuan had the strength to kill Tao ancestors. Furthermore, it was killing Ancestor Water under the besiegement of 5 great Tao ancestors. How strong was this impact on them? This is too strong. Really too strong. 5 great Tao ancestors. Those were 5 great Tao ancestors. One was killed. Just like that. Originally I thought that universe was already Lord Saint Azure's strongest move. Who would have expected that he actually still had more cards up his sleeves? The Deva powerhouses present were all staring dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape. Yi Yuan's dual polarity move killing ancestor water also announced the arrival of a new era. Tao ancestors would die. In reality, this dual polarity move was not some new trick. It was just a derivative move of universe. The universe was all-encompassing. Therefore, universe this move in itself was even and calm, having no weakness to exploit. However, this move also sacrificed the cutting edge and fierceness of sword. Dao. Dual polarity this move was derived from universe. It divided universe into 2, transforming it into 2 poles. With 2 poles circulating, continuous reproduction in an endless succession, they unleashed the cutting edge of sword Dao to the extreme. Therefore, the offensive power of this move was formidable to the extreme. Of course, universe turning into dual polarity was tantamount to sacrificing defensive power. But this was nothing to Yi Yuan. His physical body already reached the realm of a grand ancestor. Who could rival it in this world? Even Tian Qing's physical body was also far inferior when compared to him. At that moment, Yi Yuan activated the dragon race Samsara progenitor's other innate divine ability, True Dragon Profound Armor. True Dragon Profound Armor was the dragon race's strongest defensive divine ability. He forcefully resisted the all-out attacks of 5 great Tao ancestors and unleashed his strongest sword art, killing ancestor water and scaring 4 ancestors away, shocking everyone present. This scene was seriously too soul-stirring. This, Lord Saint Azure already obtained 2 of the 9. In this struggle, for Tao ancestor, he's virtually in an undefeatable position. Suddenly, someone reacted with a look of surprise. Each rule crystal was extremely precious. In the last struggle for Tao ancestor, no idea how many Deva powerhouses died. The killing was tragic to the extreme. After that battle, humanity's major powers virtually fell into a disjointed generation. But now, Yi Yuan was almost certain to be the biggest winner. By the side, someone nodded and said, "With Lord Saint Azure's present strength, when rule crystals reach his hands, nobody can snatch it away at all. Even Tian Qing and Tao ancestor life can't as well. Lord Saint Azure himself already possesses Tao ancestor class terrifying strength. Coupled with 2 great Tao ancestors, this heavenspan world will be Lord Saint Azure's world in the future." The present situation was what everyone did not expect. Less than halfway through the passageways, Yi Yuan already had 2 rule crystals in his hands. The crux was that when rule crystals reach his hands, it would be difficult to spit it out. To say that Yi Yuan was unlucky, he actually acquired 2 rule crystals in a row. But to say that he was lucky walking along the way he never found news about, the tear of life, regardless of whether it was him or anyone else. Currently, he already arrived above 800,000 miles. Along the way, virtually, everyone knew that he had rule crystals in his hands. If someone obtained the tear of life, they would definitely come to find him to exchange. It was just that sadly, there wasn't. The mountainous paths became wider and wider. The originally narrow, winding trails already became main roads that led to heaven. But Yi Yuan's mood inexplicably became irritable. He was not interested in other lucky chances, because to him, these lucky chances were already of little use. Only the tear of life was what he was determined to get. Along with the mountain paths getting higher and higher, the pressure in Yi Yuan's heart also grew increasingly greater. Yi Yuan passed through the fog and finally arrived above 1,000,000 miles. Ahead, 9 main roads gradually became clear. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp. A familiar figure was currently sitting cross-legged, blocking in the middle of the main road, and on the ground in front of him 3 people were lying on the ground. The three people's hand and leg ligaments were all severed. The auras on their bodies were also incredibly frail, having only left with one last breath. These three people were none other than precisely Pangjin Wanjin as well as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, and that figure sitting cross-legged was none other than precisely Tao. Ancestor Life, Lin Chaotian. Seeing Yi Yuan appear, Lin Chaotian did not seem surprised and said smilingly, "You're finally here?" Yi Yuan's gaze turned sullen and he said in a cold voice, "What do you want?" Lin Chaotian smiled and said, "Nothing. I just want to make a deal with you." Yi Yuan said in a cold voice, "Speak." The corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth curled slightly and he said smugly, "I know that you have 2 rule crystals on you. Hand them over in exchange for 2 people. The remaining person dies." After Lin Chaotian entered, he did not put his heart and soul into finding rule crystals. On the contrary, he scattered the people under him out to search for the whereabouts of the people around Yi Yuan. Among the people around Yi Yuan, there were many who entered this time. Apart from Pangjin and Wanjin, there was also Long Yi Baichun and the rest. Heaven rewarded the faithful. Lin Chaotian found Pangjin Wanjin as well as Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was personally captured by him. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted. A piercing cold-killing intent instantly bloomed. This Lin Chaotian was really shameless to the extreme. However, when Lin Chaotian saw Yi Yuan's expression, he enjoyed it very much, and said with a faint smile, "You seem to be very furious? Hoo-hoo? Weren't you very arrogant when you were outside? What about now? Continue being arrogant? Amen? This ancestor knows that the people around you will always be your greatest weakness. You fool, to actually still dare to bring them in. Forget that you brought them in, but you actually dared to let them run around recklessly on the Heavenspan Mountain? Hoo-hoo? Are you very conflicted right now?" The current Lin Chaotian felt a delight of having taken revenge. For so many years this Tao ancestor had suffered no idea how many losses. Under Yi Yuan's hands, his hatred toward Yi Yuan had long already reached the limit. So what if Saint Azure? He was a Tao ancestor. He was the number 1 Tao ancestor. But now he was like a dog who lost its home. This was thanks to Yi Yuan. Therefore, he wanted to return all these pain to Yi Yuan. Hoo-hoo? Entering the Heavenspan Mountain this time, I never thought of going to find the rule crystals at all. Because I know that you'll help me find it. Your destiny is too heaven-defying. Sure enough, you didn't disappoint me. Not only did you obtain the rule crystal, you even obtained 2. But very sadly, you only obtained 2? Ha ha ha. You have to abandon 1 person. You should be very pained, right? But this sort of pain is precisely what I hope for. Talking about how he was pleased with himself, Lin Chaotian could not resist raising his head to the sky and laughing loudly. These few years, he had never felt so happy before. Suddenly, he flipped his palm over. A crystal-clear crystal appeared in his palm. The moment this thing appeared, a powerful life force instantly spread out. This extremely clear crystal took on a water droplet shape. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, immediately guessing the origin of this crystal. Tear of life. This thing was the tear of life he had been searching bitterly for. It was actually in Lin Chaotian's hands. Lin Chaotian said smugly, "Hoo-hoo, you didn't see wrongly. It's the tear of life. I know that you're looking for it, but very unfortunately it was obtained by me. TSK? Really touching. Your brothers barely escaped death to obtain the tear of life for you, but in the end, it was obtained by me. Would you feel very angry?" Lin Chaotian smiled faintly. His smugness was practically exuding. But right then, a figure walked out of the fog, looking at Yi Yuan with a proud look. "Hoo-hoo? Lord Saint Azure, are you still satisfied with this big gift?" The one talking was none other than precisely Zhang Jin. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. A wave of evil fire immediately welled up in his Heart. This Lin Chaotian really exhausted his abilities. Zhang Jin smiled and said, Hoo-hoo, I know that Lord Saint Azure won't trust me. I also don't need Lord Saint Azure to trust me. As long as you're brothers. Trust me, it will do. Lin Chaotian also smiled and said, Apart from Zhangzhen, the Deva realms, under this ancestor have sincerely turned to you for protection? Heh? A mixture of truth and falsehood makes it difficult to distinguish. Furthermore, you seem to have forgotten this ancestor entered the Heavenspan mountain. Once. Back then, this ancestor fought all the way, narrowly escaping death. Before I attained the position of Tao ancestor. Nobody is more familiar with the Heavenspan mountain than me. Although Zhangzhen they all didn't take the same path, they will definitely run into each other. Hence, the whereabouts of these brothers of yours have actually all been within my control. Yi Yuan's existence made Lin Chaotian feel a tremendous threat. This kind of threat even surpassed the divine race. Hence, during these few years of heavenly Tao samsara, Lin Chaotian racked his brains to think not about the struggle to be Tao ancestor this time, but how to deal with Yi Yuan's revenge. Lin Chaotian was a sensible person. He knew that a battle between him and Yi Yuan was unavoidable. Therefore, he practically hollowed his brain out these few years, wanting to find a way to deal with Yi Yuan. But in the end, he discovered to his dismay, this was an unsolvable problem. Yi Yuan could not be killed. As long as he could not kill Yi Yuan, he would continuously grow stronger and eventually surpass himself. Lin Chaotian thought of corroborating his Tao and becoming an ancestor again. But he thought it over. Being a Tao ancestor could not provide him with a sense of security at all. Yi Yuan's potential was endless. Then what was Yi Yuan's weakness? His friends. Last time he was ill-prepared. But this time he would not fail. On the ground, Pang Zhen vomited blood and said with an angry roar, Zhang Zhen, you despicable villain. I definitely won't let you off. Zhang Zhen was indifferent and said with a smile, Hoo-hoo, you're thinking too much. He only has 2 rule crystals. How do you know that? He'll pick you? According to what I know, it seems like you're standing on his side is inferior to these 2. Pang Zhen's pupils constricted, and he gritted his teeth and said, Wan Zhen, Lord Profound Secrets, after I die you guys must avenge me and kill this damn dog. Wan Zhen's gaze flickered and he roared, Your Excellency, save Lord Profound Secrets and Pang Zhen. Profound Secrets had blood in his mouth as he laughed loudly and said, You, 2 little babes are actually vying with this old man. This old man has lived for 10 billion years and has long already lived enough. Yi Yuan, although I didn't achieve what father has done, being revered for generation after generation, but I still have this bit of bearing. You save them. Yi Yuan frowned. He did not make a sound from start to end. He could feel that Lin Chaotian performed some tricks on their bodies. As long as he made the slightest unusual movement, these 3 would die, without a burial ground. But these 3 people, he was unable to accept losing any one of them. TSK? How touching. At this time, you guys can actually still think of helping the others? Hoo-hoo. But don't you all feel that this will make it even harder for him to choose instead? Lin Chaotian had a smug face as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, Why? Can't choose? Why don't this ancestor help you choose? Boom! Lin Chaotian pointed a finger out. Pang Zhen's 2 legs directly exploded into nothingness. Ugh! Pang Zhen hurt until he sweat cold bullets, gasping the cold air in pain. But he refused to scream from start to end. Although this was not fatal, it was painful to the extreme. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted and he shouted coldly, Lin Chaotian, you're courting death. Lin Chaotian was indifferent and said with a faint smile, Oh? Is that so? Swoosh! His figure suddenly moved, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed. Universe suddenly unfolded. You dare to block? Lin Chaotian was all smiles as he said. Yi Yuan's expression changed. immediately withdrawing universe. Bang! Lin Chaotian's palm was embedded into Yi Yuan's chest firmly. Yi Yuan spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, flying out backward. Against that palm, Yi Yuan withdrew universe and the power of domain. Hence, it landed firmly on his body. Regarding Lin Chaotian's one palm, how terrifying was the power. The number one Dao ancestor did not come from boasting. His strength might be even greater than those 5 people Yi Yuan fought with. Previously, my Lord Saint Azure, you're also nothing more than this. Lin Chaotian looked at the Yi Yuan who fell to the ground and said with a big laugh, "Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan, aren't you very arrogant? Didn't you look down on this ancestor? Get up. You, fight back." Bang. While talking, Lin Chaotian's figure moved swiftly, another palm imprinting onto Yi Yuan's chest. Yi Yuan flew backward again, receiving 2 palms in a row. Even if Yi Yuan's physical body was exceedingly strong, his innards also suffered a tremendous impact, his injuries extremely severe. One had to know, he did not have the slightest defense, relying entirely on his physical body to forcibly resist 2 palms. If it were others, Lin Chaotian's these 2 palms landing, they would have long already been beaten into nothingness. Ha ha ha. Indeed deserving of being Lord Saint Azure. Really resistant to hits. Your divine soul can't be killed. But if this ancestor destroys your physical body, then I wonder if you can still break the shackles or not. Lin Chaotian laughed savagely, a palm slamming onto Yi Yuan's body once again. All the bones in Yi Yuan's body seemed to have been broken up, his internal organs practically ruptured. Arg! 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 Lord Saint Azure, leave us alone. Fight back. Pangjin had tears in his eyes, enduring the intense pain as he bellowed. Wanjin clenched his jaws tightly and said with an angry roar, "Lord Saint Azure, our death isn't regrettable. Fight back. Kill this damn dog and revive the human race." They understood that Yi Yuan already had the strength to challenge Lin Chaotian presently, but, for their sake, he would rather be beaten into serious injuries by Lin Chaotian. At this rate, Yi Yuan's physical body would really be ruined. With his physical body being ruined, Yi Yuan naturally would not die. But wanting to reach his present peak would require far too much effort. And Lin Chaotian would not give him this chance. When Lin Chaotian heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "Yeah, fight back. Why aren't you fighting back, Lord Saint Azure? Fight back." Swoosh! Lin Chaotian's figure moved again, a palm slamming toward Yi Yuan again. This feeling of toying with Yi Yuan made him enjoy it greatly, but right at this time, Yi Yuan suddenly lifted his hand, his eyes full of coldness. A feeling of immense danger suddenly rose. Lin Chaotian's expression changed wildly, his figure retreating explosively. He was frightened. Yi Yuan struggled to stand up. Looking at Lin Chaotian indifferently, he said, "Come on. What are you scared of?" Only then did Lin Chaotian know that he had been tricked. Yi Yuan did not dare to retaliate at all. Just now, he was just scaring him. And he was really scared. "Damn it, brat. You're courting death." Lin Chaotian turned angry from embarrassment, a palm thrusting toward Yi Yuan again. D. Die for this ancestor. Damn thing to actually dare trick this ancestor. This ancestor wants you dead. Lin Chaotian practically went mad. One palm after another landed on Yi Yuan's body. Each palm was stronger than the last, continuously without ceasing. Wood attribute rule had a tenacious life force to begin with, stretching long and unbroken. His palm force was like a huge wave, scouring Yi Yuan's body over and over again. Yi Yuan still did not fight back. He just gritted his teeth and persevered. His internal organs were practically almost shattered already. His body of steel had also been broken in many sections. But he still did not fight back. Pangjin, 3 people had tears pouring down their faces, not even daring to look over. "Alas, alas, alas, Your Excellency, you should fight back."
I'm begging.
You, fight back. Pang Zhen used his fist to smash on the ground fiercely as he wept bitterly. By the side, Zhang Zhen's expression flickered indeterminately. Even he was also somewhat envious of Pang Zhen. Three people. With such a brother, what did you need to ask for? Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to become Yi Yuan's brother. Kneel for this ancestor. All of a sudden, Lin Chaotian kicked Yi Yuan's calf bone. It was only to hear a crack. Yi Yuan's calf bone broke at the sound of it. However, he did not kneel. His complexion turned white from pain, but he still did not kneel down. Tui! Yi Yuan spat a mouthful of blood, carrying sword Dao Will. Lin Chaotian actually could not evade it and had his face spat at. Lin Chaotian, you vented it out too, but you'd best not touch some bottom line. Making this Yi kneel down, you aren't worthy. Yi Yuan's words were icy, cold to the extreme. Lin Chaotian, having his face spat at, immediately flew into a great rage and said, if this ancestor insists on making you kneel, then, at the risk of the three of them dying, this Yi will cut you down. Here too, Yi Yuan's words did not carry the slightest emotion. Lin Chaotian's gaze turned dark, furious but not speaking. He understood Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was too proud. No matter what the circumstances, it was impossible for him to submit. Making Yi Yuan kneel, that was something absolutely impossible. He did not doubt Yi Yuan's words at all, because he knew that Yi Yuan would really do it. He only said that because he was extremely angry just now. Calming down at this time, he discovered that he had the tempo led by Yi Yuan. A little instead. The teasing earlier made him burn with fury. But now he felt rather disinterested. Yi Yuan, this person could be killed, but he could not be humiliated. Humph! Now, have you decided how to choose? Lin Chaotian said with a cold snort. This was equivalent to him compromising. Zhang Zhen stared dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Yi Yuan was already almost dying. Yet, Lin Chaotian was actually stopping? This kind of feeble threat could be effective too? How could he know that Yi Yuan could not be killed at all? Even if he destroyed his physical body, it was useless too. Yi Yuan could not die. I've decided. I'll save the two of them. Yi Yuan lifted his finger with difficulty and pointed towards Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and Wan Zhen. This time he did not hesitate. Wan Zhen's entire body shook and he said angrily, Your Excellency, I don't need your help. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was also greatly enraged and said, Yi Yuan, this emperor doesn't want you to save them. But Lin Chaotian laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha. What bullshit, brother. Pang Zhen boy, saw that? You're not even a fart in his eyes. Pang Zhen was covered in blood and similarly laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha. How can a self-centered, despicable and shameless villain like you understand the feelings between us brothers? Your Excellency, well done. He did not have any complaints about Yi Yuan. In reality, no matter who Yi Yuan saved, the other two would not complain. Just as Pang Zhen said, the feelings between them brothers, Lin Chaotian would never understand it. Because in Lin Chaotian's eyes, there was only self-interest. They could stab 2 knives into their ribs for their brothers, could throw away their lives, and could give everything up. This sort of feeling already penetrated deep into the bone marrow long ago. How could a cold-blooded person understand? On the contrary, not only would Pang Zhen not resent Yi Yuan, but he would also feel heartache for Yi Yuan instead, because he knew how much courage Yi Yuan needed to make this decision. The pain in Yi Yuan's heart was probably even more serious than the injuries on his body right now. Yi Yuan closed his eyes painfully and said, Brother, I'm sorry. I only have 2 rule crystals. The current Pang Zhen seemed to have forgotten the pain on his body, and he said with a loud laugh, My lord, thank you. It was a great honor for this Pang to be able to follow your excellency in this lifetime. It was you who taught me how to be an upright person. It was you who let me grow in the next life. I hope that I can continue following your excellency. Lin Chaotian discovered that his inciting act did not take any effect at all. He indeed could not quite understand why Peng Zhen was still loyal and devoted toward Yi Yuan under this kind of circumstances. Swoosh! A rule crystal flew toward Lin Chaotian. He reached his hand out and grabbed it in his hand. His face was full of joy. Fire rule crystal. Ha ha ha. Fire rule crystal, really a good thing. The fire rule crystal. Being placed with ancestor fire, that fool was really too wasteful. Now this ancestor obtained the fire rule crystal. Even if I am facing Tianqing, what do I have to fear? Lin Chaotian let out a burst of wild laughter after he obtained the fire rule crystal. What he wanted to obtain the most was the fire rule crystal. Wood begets fire. Obtaining the fire rule crystal, his strength would increase exponentially. Previously, he helped Ancestor Fire with wood attribute power of rule, causing Fire Dance Frenzied Demon this move to become unbelievably strong. However, that was only because his application of wood attribute rule reached a transcendent level. If he controlled wood attribute rule and fire attribute rule at the same time, what did Fire Dance Frenzied Demon count for? When the Heavenspan Mountain opened, one person could only refine one rule, crystal. But, after Heavenly Tao Samsara, they could refine a second rule crystal. Mastering two great rules, Lin Chaotian's strength would reach an extremely terrifying realm. Release them, Yi Yuan said with a cold yell. Lin Chaotian smiled slightly and waved his hand casually. Heavenly Emperor. Profound Secrets was directly swept in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan fired out a stream of divine essence, catching Heavenly Emperor. Profound Secrets. He did not care about his own injuries, immediately checking Heavenly Emperor. Profound Secret's body, and his expression could not help changing. Within Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' body, and incomparably powerful wood attribute power of rule was hidden in the divine sea. Clearly it was done by Lin Chaotian. As long as his mind stirred, this wood attribute power of rule would immediately explode, blowing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets into smithereens. When Lin Chaotian saw this scene, he could not help but smile slightly and said, "Hoo-hoo? Gave up? See if it's your sword that's faster or my thought." "That's faster." "Alright, there's still a water attribute rule crystal, hand it over." Hearing this, Zhang Zhen's entire body trembled. A look of wild ecstasy brimmed over on his face. The reason why he agreed with Lin Chaotian was for this rule crystal. What bullshit brotherhood, what loyalty. In front of Tao Ancestor, what did it count for? Yi Yuan took out the water rule crystal and threw it to Lin Chaotian without the slightest hesitation. Lin Chaotian was also full of joy. He and Zhang Zhen both swore a heavenly Tao oath. He would obtain a rule crystal and give it to Zhang Zhen. And when Zhang Zhen became a Tao Ancestor, he would pledge loyalty to him forever. He swept his sleeves grandly, sweeping the rule crystal over. But right at this time, his divine soul suddenly felt an intense stabbing pain, as if it was being pierced by 10,000 fine needles. In an instant, his consciousness fell into stagnation. Pooh, pooh, pooh. It was also at this moment that Yi Yuan flicked his fingers repeatedly. 3 streaks of sword energy penetrated into the 3 people's bodies, respectively. Following that, his divine essence did the leading. A powerful suction force swept Peng Zhen and Wan Jin over. All of these were completed in the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint. Clearly, Yi Yuan had long already made a plan. Only all the way until this time did the water rule crystal land on the ground. Quietly. The change was too fast. Apart from Yi Yuan himself, everyone did not react to. Even Peng Zhen and Wan Zhen themselves were also dumbfounded at this moment. Zhang Zhen was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. He did not understand why Lin Chaotian did not make a move to stop it. With Lin Chaotian's strength, he could definitely make it in time. But at this time, Lin Chaotian shook his head suddenly, only to feel a stabbing pain in his divine soul. He was taken aback, recovering to his senses. Divine soul attack. He could not help looking towards Yi Yuan and discovered that the people were actually all rescued, and his pupils could not help shrinking. His thoughts stirred, and he was going to detonate the wood spirit divine essence within Pang Zhen's body. However, Pang Zhen did not even move, not even an eyelid. Lin Chaotian's heart thumped, being taken by surprise, and secretly thought that it was not good. How was this possible? His wood spirit divine essence was resolved so quickly. Yi Yuan's means were also too heaven-defying, right? But currently, Yi Yuan's pair of icy-cold eyes were currently looking over toward this side. No need to try. Your wood spirit divine essence has already been sealed by my sword energy. You can't detonate it, Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Lin Chaotian had a look of shock on his face and said, "This is impossible. How can you possibly do it within such a short time?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Nothing is impossible. My law comprehensions are inferior to yours, but you're far worse in quality of divine essence. You think that I suffered so many palms of yours in vain." Lin Chaotian's expression changed wildly, and he said in a solemn voice, "You, what on earth did you do?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "That mouthful of blood essence was tainted with my chaos origin divinity in it. I handed a rule crystal over to you just to exchange one person over, it didn't matter who. As long as someone comes over, I'll naturally have a way of stopping you from making a move. So when I tossed out the second rule crystal, the chaos origin divinity turned into a soul sword and sneak attacked your divine soul, making you absent-minded temporarily. And this period of time is enough for me to inject sword energy into their bodies." Everyone present was stunned from listening. This was also too monstrous. Within such a short time, Yi Yuan actually thought of such a meticulous method. It was truly inconceivable. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was hesitating to take action out of fear of damages, not daring to fight back. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan was actually making concessions in order to gain advantages, concealing his means? Everyone thought that Yi Yuan had no choice but to hand over the rule crystals. Who could have thought that he was actually trying to grasp Lin Chaotian's method? From start to end, Lin Chaotian thought that he held absolute dominance, thinking that it was absolutely impossible for Yi Yuan to make a comeback. But Yi Yuan led the direction of the whole thing without him noticing it. By the time Lin Chaotian reacted, the situation had already completely reversed, advancing gradually and entrenching himself at every step. Incredibly meticulous. Bizarre means. Lin Chaotian only felt that he was battling in magic with a monster, losing so thoroughly. This move was set up by him painstakingly over many years. Each detail involved, he took it into consideration. Yi Yuan was completely dealing with it passively. However, it was under such a passive situation that Yi Yuan thought of a solution so quickly, and reverse schemed against Lin Chaotian, succeeding in breaking the deadlock. This sort of cunningness, this kind of means, it was truly undefeatable. Talking about this soul sword again, it was a utilization method of the chaos origin divinity that Yi Yuan found out. With regards to the chaos origin divinity, Yi Yuan understood too little, but its might was beyond all doubt. So, these few years Yi Yuan had always been trying to unearth some of the chaos origin divinity's functions. This origin divinity decomposition technique was one of the methods that Yi Yuan found out. Lin Chaotian, this kind of old monster who had lived for so many years, his divine soul had long already reached the extreme. Although Yi Yuan's chaos origin divinity was powerful, wanting to attack this level of powerhouse head-on, it was clearly rather inadequate. After all, nobody was a fool. Lin Chaotian knew that Yi Yuan's origin divinity was powerful. How could he possibly not take precautions? But decomposing the origin divinity and hiding it in blood essence, incubating within Lin Chaotian's body to suddenly launch a sneak attack, it was absolutely impossible for him to guard against. Sure enough, Lin Chaotian fell for it. He thought that Yi Yuan just spat in anger, but he did not know that failure was already destined at that time. Lin Chaotian opened his eyes wide. Until now, he still did not quite dare to believe it. He never planned on handing over the hostages to Yi Yuan at all. Just now, he planned to directly detonate the wood spirit divine essence and kill profound secrets and Wan Jin. As for Pang Zhen, as long as he was around, Yi Yuan would not dare to be unbridled. He had determined Yi Yuan's weakness, that was why there was the scheme this time. But before he made his move, the hostages were already rescued. You're really a monster. Lin Chaotian only felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow in front of him was really too scary. Yi Yuan's eyes gradually grew cold and he said, "Is that so? Including chatting so much with you just now, my injuries have already recovered by 50%. 2. Now you can go to hell." Boom. His voice had yet to fade when universe was already unleashed. Lin Chaotian's expression changed wildly, turning around and fleeing with a whoosh, merging into that main road. Yi Yuan did not pursue, but he bent down and stuffed a medicinal pill each for the three of them. Then he healed their injuries for them. Profound secrets, 3 people were too heavily injured. Furthermore, Lin Chaotian's wood spirit divine essence was also just temporarily suppressed. If it was not removed in time, there was a danger to their lives. "Your Excellency, I ignore us. Go and kill that damn dog. Having obtained the fire rule crystals, he'll definitely refine it right away. If you wait for him to refine it, he'll be even harder to deal with." Pang Zhen gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan frowned and said, "Shut up." Pang Zhen was helpless and could only shut up. But in his heart, a warm current was flowing through. This was a brother. No need for more words. Lin Chaotian left, but Zhang Zhen did not. This sudden change rendered his entire person stupefied. He did not expect that Lin Chaotian actually did not even fight directly. Slipping away, he was left alone. What to do? His gaze landed on the water rule crystal not far away. Greed overflowed from his eyes. But he just had the thought of moving when Yi Yuan's devilish voice came over. "If I were you, I'd stand there obediently and not think about anything. The more you think, the faster you'll die." Zhang Zhen's entire body shook, his eyes full of unwillingness. Swoosh! He still moved. The temptation of Tao Ancestor was too great. Furthermore, it was death either way. So why not risk his life? Zhang Zhen's speed was extremely fast. In a breath, he arrived in front of the water rule crystal. His gaze revealed a look of wild ecstasy. Sure enough, Yi Yuan was scaring him. How could the wood attribute divine essence that Tao Ancestor life left behind be that easy to remove? However, just as his hand was about to touch the water rule crystal, a streak of cold light flashed past. His hands were directly gone. Ah! With a miserable scream, Zhang Zhen fell to the ground. From start to end, Yi Yuan never lifted his head once. Dealing with Zhang Zhen's level of strength, it only needed a burst of sword energy and it was enough. He was only a foot away from the water rule crystal. Close at hand, but far away at the horizon. Zhang Zhen looked at the water rule crystal in front of him, still desperately crawling forward. He extended his severed arms, attempting to grab the water rule crystal. But right at this time, another streak of cold light flashed past. His 2 arms were gone. In the distance, came Yi Yuan's icy cold voice. Yi Yuan said, "Man dies in pursuit of wealth. Birds die in pursuit of food. It's just that you got to have a bottom line as a person. Yesterday's karmic cause, today's karmic effect. Everything was you bringing trouble upon yourself." Pang Zhen laughed wildly when he saw the situation and said, "Ha ha ha. Zhang Zhen, you also have this day. Gratifying." How gratifying! Zhang Zhen was very smart. These few years he did not deliberately be friendly with Pang Zhen. But some things he would always do it thoughtlessly. He would let Pang Zhen see it or know about it by chance. In the course of time, Pang Zhen was firmly convinced of Zhang Zhen's character. So along the way he did not doubt Zhang Zhen at all. But in the end, he was still deceived by Zhang Zhen. He experienced a narrow shave with death, obtaining the tear of life. But in the end, it benefited Lin Chaotian. That burst of fury almost drove him crazy. Now, finally venting this frustration, how could he not be happy? Wanjin snorted coldly and said, "Just now you probably also didn't expect that you'd have such an end, right? Serves you right." Sword energy seeped into Zhang Zhen's body through his wounds, overwhelming him to the point where he wished that he was dead. Despair. The disparity between him and Yi Yuan was too great. He also understood that Yi Yuan did it on purpose. Able to see, unable to eat. Nothing was more despairing than this. He was only a step away from Dao Ancestor. But he would never become a Dao Ancestor. Yi Yuan extended his hand and beckoned. The rule crystal flew into his hand. Zhang Zhen could only watch this scene, powerless to do anything. Done with these, Yi Yuan no longer cared about him, treating Pang Jin and the rest dedicatedly. Zhang Zhen sprawled on the ground just like that, not daring to move. Yi Yuan's action was too terrifying. Zhang Zhen did not have any possibility of running away at all. Currently, he was terrified to the extreme in his heart. The taste of awaiting death was not good. Time slowly trickled by. The wood spirit divine essence within the three people's bodies all were forced out of their bodies bit by Yi Yuan. The three people's injuries also gradually recovered. Pang Zhen's severed limbs also slowly grew out under Yi Yuan's treatment. Your Excellency Lin Chaotian obtained the fire rule crystal. He'll definitely refine it right away. Once he refined the fire rule crystal, his strength will definitely increase greatly, Pang Zhen said worriedly. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said coolly. His appetite is very big, but he has to be able to swallow it too. The scores between me and him should also be settled now. The three of you stand guard over me. I'll go into closed seclusion here. Closed seclusion. The three people were stunned when he heard that. Others came to the Heavenspan Mountain in order to compete for the position of Dao Ancestor. Yi Yuan was exceptionally different to actually come up the mountain to go into closed seclusion and cultivate. Was this competing in cultivation speed with Dao Ancestors? One had to know the time needed to refine a rule crystal was not considered long. At most 1 month and you could digest it fully. With Yi Yuan going into closed seclusion now, could he surpass Lin Chaotian? Within a month? After Lin Chaotian refined the fire rule crystal, his strength would not be 1 + 1 = 2 so simple. Wood attribute rule plus fire attribute rule, the power produced was seriously too terrifying. Even if Yi Yuan went into closed seclusion and broke through now, could he surpass Lin Chaotian who had 2 great rules gathered onto one body? The few people all felt rather baffled by Yi Yuan's choice. Right now, the most important thing should be catching up to Lin Chaotian and not let him refine the rule crystal. However, Yi Yuan's authority had long already penetrated deep into the marrow. Regarding his decision, the few people naturally would not resist. Yi Yuan made them stand guard, then they would stand guard. Your Excellency, what about this guy? Pang Zhen pointed at Zhang Zhen and said, I'll leave him to you, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yi Yuan knew that the one who hated Zhang Zhen the most was Pang Zhen. This opportunity to take revenge, he naturally had to leave it to Pang Zhen. Sure enough, Pang Zhen rubbed his fists and wiped his palms. His gaze when looking at Zhang Zhen was full of ill intent. He had been stifling this frustration until now. After handing over this matter to him, Yi Yuan ignored him and started cultivating on his own. His sword energy already seeped through the body, destroying Zhang Zhen's life force. With these 3 people's strength, it was naturally impossible to let him run. Yi Yuan's realm already reached the limit. It was impossible to make any more breakthroughs. What he wanted to break through was naturally law comprehension. Between time and space, these 2 great laws, Yi Yuan's time law fell into a state of stagnation, but his spatial law became stronger and stronger. Before entering the Heavenspan Mountain, his spatial law actually already reached the level of rank 5 source. After entering the Heavenspan Mountain, the spatial law here was virtually the heaven-span world's supreme law. In this place, even Tao ancestors were unable to teleport. Could be seen how powerful the spatial rule here was. Walking along the way, the spatial rule here was also of great inspiration to him. What he had to do now was to pool all these inspirations together, then make a breakthrough. The realm of rule was already not far away. At the end of the road was a deep and quiet passageway. When Lin Chaotian saw this passage, he was immediately wildly elated. Outside of this passageway, it was impossible to refine rule crystals. To become a Tao ancestor, you must enter this passageway to refine the rule crystal. But now, he was only a step away from becoming a Tao ancestor a second time. He believed that as long as he became a Tao ancestor again, his strength absolutely would not be inferior to Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan could really break the shackles, it was also impossible for him to be weaker than Yi Yuan, because his might was endowed by heaven. Thinking up to here, he gripped the fire rule crystal in his hand a little tighter. Yi Yuan, you'll never be able to imagine how powerful this ancestor will be. After possessing two great powers of rule, no matter how great your talent is, heaven is an obstacle that you'll never be able to overcome. Lin Chaotian laughed loudly as he entered the passageway. Time went by day. Lin Chaotian's aura also grew with each passing day. A month later, Lin Chaotian's imposing aura surged to the sky. A terrifying power of flames made his entire person look like a god. Ha ha ha! This ancestor transformed from Tao ancestor life to Tao ancestor. Fire spirit. I'm likely the number one person since ancient times. Yuan. This ancestor wants to see how strong you are, and whether or not you're divine. Soul can be shattered by this ancestor. Lin Chaotian was incomparably wild at this time. He felt that he was unbelievably powerful. Yi Yuan's bizarreness previously was utterly not worth mentioning under his power. With two great rules augmenting him, the position of Tao ancestor descended. He already became the number one person in the world. It was just that he did not know that currently spatial rule descended upon Yi Yuan. His entire person became incomparably illusory. The second passageway opened. Another person corroborated their Tao and became an ancestor. Ancestor Tianqing has already become Tao ancestor destruction. Coupled with his own strength, he's already absolutely invincible. I wonder who this second Tao ancestor is. Sigh? I hope that humanity can get a few more spots. Otherwise, the days ahead will be tough to get by. The struggle for Tao ancestor was already nearing its end. Many Deva powerhouses already came out of the Heavenspan mountain. Those 9 passageways, only by obtaining a rule crystal could one stay inside. The others were transported out automatically. Some people only entered the Heavenspan mountain to try their luck. They could not obtain the rule crystal, so they fumbled for some lucky chances and then came out. There were 9 passageways above the void. When a passageway opened, a new Tao ancestor was born. So far, only the first passageway had opened. And the one who walked out of it was precisely the divine race's 10 marks. Powerhouse, Tianqing. Tianqing refined the destruction crystal and became Tao ancestor destruction. This Tao ancestor destruction was on a completely different level from the previous Tao ancestor destruction. 10 marks powerhouse plus destruction rule, he was simply capable of destroying any strongholds. The human powerhouses present virtually lost all hope. At present, the periphery of the Heavenspan mountain was not just the powerhouses who entered the Heavenspan mountain. Many people who did not enter the Heavenspan mountain were also looking about. After all, the birth of new Tao ancestors was an unprecedented grand occasion. Tianqing currently had his eyes closed and was regulating his breathing when he saw a second passageway suddenly erupt with rays of brilliant light, and he could not help opening his eyes. He was also very curious about who would be the second to come out. The figure slowly walked out. A powerful flame rule was akin to the blazing sun, high above in the sky, shining until everyone could not open their eyes. His appearance was as if the divine Buddha was alive, illuminating the world. That astonishing bearing made everyone daunted at the sight of him. Seeing the arrival, Tianqing could not help frowning. Clearly, this new Tao ancestor flame surprised him a little. It's Tao ancestor life, Lin Chaotian. He became the new Tao ancestor. Fire spirit. Damn it! How could it be him? He's in possession of wood and fire, two great rules. After this, who is still his match? I didn't expect that he actually became a Tao ancestor a second time. Furthermore, he's the most terrifying Tao ancestor fire spirit. Lin Chaotian's appearance immediately caused a stir. This result was what they were not willing to see. Disregarding the divine race's side, a person like Lin Chaotian becoming humanity's #1 person was absolutely a calamity and not a blessing to the human race. How could the human race who experienced the doomsday battle not understand this point? The corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth curled slightly, and he looked at Tianqing and said, Tianqing, you seem to be very surprised by this ancestor's appearance. The current Lin Chaotian no longer had that overcautious and timid mood. Facing Tianqing, this divine race's #1 person, he exuded indescribable self-confidence. Tianqing's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, You seem to be very proud of yourself. Lin Chaotian laughed loudly and said, Yes, this ancestor is really very pleased with myself right now. Tianqing, didn't you claim to be the divine race's #1 person? This ancestor currently really wants to see just how strong you are. The moment these words came out, everyone was stunned. No one expected that Lin Chaotian would actually say such unbelievably domineering words. In the entire doomsday battle, he cowered in the rear, not daring to rear his head at all. But now, he was actually taking the initiative to provoke Tianqing. Furthermore, the present Tianqing was not the Tianqing before anymore. He already became a Tao ancestor. Everything came so suddenly. 2 new Tao ancestors were just born, and they were actually standing ready to cross swords. But many people present also saw it clearly. These 2 people's victory or defeat would likely determine the arrangement of humanity and divine 2 races in the future. The divine race's strongest versus the human race's strongest. Even Tianqing also did not think that Lin Chaotian would be so arrogant. He could not help laughing from extreme fury and said, Very good. This ancestor also wants to take a look at how much ability the new Tao ancestor fire spirit has. Heavenly Tao true martial myriad Tao annihilation. Boom! It was only to see Tianqing threw a punch out ordinarily, carrying a biting cold fist wind, heading straight for Lin Chaotian. Myriad Tao annihilation. This was the divine race's most terrifying heavenly Tao true martial and not one punch shattering myriad laws. Under this punch, Tianqing was able to borrow the power of heavenly Tao and make all Tao laws return to tranquility. You could only take a beating. Moreover, this punch of his even fused the destruction rule that he just acquired. With this move, Tianqing already unleashed 70% of his strength. It was unbelievably terrifying. His high regard for Lin Chaotian could also be seen. Myriad Tao annihilation. Back then, this move made Shang Hang, that guy, suffer many hardships. However, this ancestor isn't a mediocre person like Shang Hang. Lin Chaotian gave a cold laugh. Wood and fire, 2 kinds of power of rule, suddenly erupted from his body. Heaven-wielding golden crow, myriad fire consecration. Only to see him hold his palm out, a large golden bird suddenly flew up. The moment this golden crow appeared, everyone's breathing became ragged. They felt like they were about to melt. This kind of means was really more than 10 times stronger compared to the ancestor fire back then. Even Tianqing's expression changed abruptly too. His myriad Tao annihilation was actually unable to slaughter this large golden crow. Boom! The 2 people's peak collision reduced space to fragments. Many powerhouses, some powerhouses who were in the distance, were actually directly annihilated by this terrifying power. They had already gone far enough but still did not evade this fallout. Everyone's complexion turned deathly pale, looking at this scene with incredible shock. Above the void, Lin Chaotian and Tian Qing each fell back several tens of thousands of feet. They were actually evenly matched in strength. Tian Qing's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the Lin Chaotian who became Tao Ancestor Fire Spirit was actually strong to such an extent. He already became a Tao Ancestor and was actually unable to take him down. This is also too strong, right? What a move. Heaven-wielding golden crow. He's the god of flames. Wood and fire in perfect harmony. It's truly boundlessly terrifying. Even Tian Qing actually can't do anything to him. This power is practically going to smash the sky already. I'm afraid that they are not far from heavenly Tao anymore. Shocked voices lingered on incessantly. The impact that the scene before their eyes brought to them was seriously too strong. Previously, when Lin Chaotian was arrogant, they still held much disdain in their hearts. After all, Tian Qing's might had long been deeply rooted in people's hearts. But no one expected that Lin Chaotian was actually so strong. Ha ha ha. How is it, Tian Qing? This Tao Ancestor Fire Spirit can still enter your sights, right? Lin Chaotian looked at Tian Qing and said with a loud laugh. He had never felt so good before. Only a short while ago, the divine race was like a large mountain pressing on his heart. But now, he could already stand up to Tian Qing as an equal. Furthermore, it was even under the situation where Tian Qing became a Tao Ancestor. He was already the well-deserved humanity's #1 person. Tian Qing's gaze turned slightly dark, and he said, "Very good. That's right. You have the qualification to be on equal footing with this ancestor." These words were tantamount to acknowledging Lin Chaotian's status. Lin Chaotian laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "All of you listen. From now on, everyone of the human race all will heed my orders. Whoever dares to disobey me will die. He's going to unify the human race. Listen to his orders? Then what about Lord Saint Azure? Heh? Can't you tell yet? He's targeting Lord Saint Azure." A series of indignant voices immediately came from inside the crowd. Yi Yuan's name of sainthood had long already spread throughout the human race. Everyone obeyed Lord Saint Azure's orders spontaneously. But now Lin Chaotian was oppressing people by force. He already considered himself to be humanity's #1 person. Tian Qing gave Lin Chaotian a glance and slowly retreated. Tian Qing did not speak. He would not care about the human race's affairs. Lin Chaotian gave a cold snort and said, "This ancestor knows what you all are thinking. After Yi Yuan comes out, this ancestor will personally suppress him. Not submitting, then it's death. Not just Yi Yuan. All of humanity's Tao ancestors have to submit to this ancestor. In the future, there will be no other great Tao ancestors. Only me, Lin Chaotian." His words leaked overbearingness, reverberating throughout the sky. Heavenly Tao Samsara, it was already not the era where 9 great Tao ancestors existed side by side any longer. From now on, there was only Tian Qing and Lin Chaotian. As for Yi Yuan, Lin Chaotian did not take him seriously anymore. Being unkillable in the past, that was just because he was not strong enough. Now, he believed that he absolutely had the strength to kill Yi Yuan. The human powerhouses present dared to get angry but did not dare to speak. The present Lin Chaotian was too strong. Right at this time, the third passageway lit up. The third Tao ancestor was born. Everyone's gazes looked towards that passageway. Its sacred ancestor High Priest. He actually obtained the light crystal, becoming Tao Ancestor Light. Not good. Lin Chaotian probably won't let him off. Seeing Sacred Ancestor High Priest, everyone's gazes landed on Lin Chaotian. Naturally. Sure enough, the corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth curled slightly. Clearly, he harbored ill intent. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was Yi Yuan's man. Now, he became Tao ancestor. How could Lin Chaotian possibly let him off? Wing, come over and pay respects to this ancestor. Lin Chaotian's words carried a sternness that brooked no intervention. Sacred ancestor high priest's brows furrowed, immediately getting annoyed. He was already a Tao ancestor, and yet there was actually someone who dared to speak to him like that. However, the moment his gaze landed on Lin Chaotian, his pupils could not help shrinking. This guy actually became the new Tao ancestor fire spirit? Before sacred ancestor high priest entered the Heavenspan mountain, he was already a rule powerhouse. Now he became Tao ancestor light. His strength was also a tyrannical existence among Tao ancestors already. Lin Chaotian actually spoke to him like that. This made him very displeased. Combined with the previous grudges, how could sacred ancestor high priest lower his head? Lin Chaotian, you're regarding yourself too highly, right? Even if this ancestor pays respects, it won't be your turn too, sacred ancestor high priest said with a cold snort. But Lin Chaotian just smiled faintly and said, is that so? Looks like you haven't figured out the current situation yet. Sacred ancestor high priest said disdainfully, the current situation is that I'm a Tao ancestor too. After Yi Yuan returns plus treasure pig, what do you count as? Wing was very clear that he might not be Lin Chaotian's match currently, but Yi Yuan already possessed Tao ancestor level strength to begin with. Coupled with treasure pig who could rival two great Tao ancestors, their side was absolutely the strongest in the Heavenspan world. Therefore, he did not fear Lin Chaotian at all. However, Lin Chaotian just smiled faintly and said, you didn't hear it earlier. Then this ancestor will repeat this sentence again. From now on, humanity will hold me in the highest esteem. All Tao ancestors must submit to this ancestor. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Sacred ancestor high priest snorted coldly and said, who the hell do you think you are? To also dare be conceited enough to proclaim supremacy? Bear the consequences yourself? Heh. This ancestor wants to see how I'll bear the consequences. Lin Chaotian nodded slightly and said, okay, I'll let you see how. Finished talking, his figure moved, a palm already smacking over. Without that earth-shaking great battle just now, it was just an ordinary palm. In fact, people could not even feel the undulation of fire attribute rule on Lin Chaotian's body. Sacred ancestor high priest was unperturbed and not afraid. He just gave a cold snort and similarly smacked a palm out. Immediately, a light rule power overflowed from his palm area. The terrifying energy undulation shocked the world. It was just that the powerhouses present all sighed slightly. Clearly, they were not optimistic about sacred ancestor high priest. Bang! The two great Tao ancestors exchanged a blow. Sacred ancestor high priest only felt a terrifying flame power directly penetrated his body and entered. Eft! Sacred ancestor high priest spurted a mouthful of blood wildly, his figure directly flying out backward. One move and he was already seriously injured. Wing looked at Lin Chaotian in great shock and exclaimed, how is this possible? He was the same as Lin Chaotian, a Tao ancestor. But the two people's strengths were too far apart. Lin Chaotian said coolly, nothing is impossible. Do you think that Yi Yuan and that pig will be able to save you? After he comes out, this ancestor will personally end him. Now, tell me your choice, submit or die. Sacred ancestor high priest's gaze was gloomy, and he shouted coldly, want this ancestor to submit to you? Dream on. Lin Chaotian just shook his head slightly and let out a sigh as he said, you really won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. It was only to see his figure moved, appearing beside sacred ancestor high priest as if out of thin air. Sacred ancestor high priest's hair stood on end, a feeling of extreme danger welling up in his heart. Instinctively, he was about to teleport away, corroborating his Tao and becoming an ancestor, his application of spatial law. had similarly reached the extreme. Furthermore, as Tao Ancestor Light, his movement technique was extremely fast. To begin with, between Tao Ancestor and Tao Ancestor, there was deterrence, because among them it was very hard to kill the other person. Otherwise, for so many years it would also have been impossible for the 9 great Tao ancestors to get along peacefully. Evading this blow, Wing breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, right at this time, a voice exploded in his ears. "It's useless. You can't escape in front of this ancestor." No idea since when, Lin Chaotian actually caught up to him already. And he actually did not even know it. Terrifying. Too terrifying. How could this be? But he did not have time to think about it. Lin Chaotian's palm was already imprinted onto his chest. Eft! Wing spurted a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. His entire innards, like they were incinerated. This palm practically shattered his internal organs. Wing fell heavily to the ground, his aura weak, already unable to move. He looked at Lin Chaotian with a shocked face, full of unwillingness. Why? Similarly, a Tao ancestor, why is Lin Chaotian so strong? Lin Chaotian stood with his hands behind his back, trampling a foot on Wing's face. He said with contempt, "I'll leave you your life first. The light crystal will be stored in your body first. After this ancestor kills Yi Yuan, I'll send you guys off together." Once a Tao ancestor died, the rule crystal would condense anew. A new Tao ancestor would also be born. It was just that, in the last epoch, no Tao ancestors died. There naturally also would not be changes in Tao ancestors. But this era was different. Lin Chaotian was too strong. Each and every one of the human race powerhouses present was dumbfounded with shock. They all did not expect that the disparity between Tao ancestors would actually be so great. The entire world fell deathly silent. Only the blood from sacred ancestor high priest's mouth gurgled as it kept flowing. His injuries were extremely serious. He was only left with a breath. Lin Chaotian's fire attribute power of rule was ravaging his body wantonly. This is also too strong. It's over. Heavenspan World's arrangement will really be changing in the future. Damn it. In the future, we can only submit to him. Lord Saint Azure was too willful. He was actually not willing to become a Tao ancestor. So how can he possibly be Lin Chaotian's match? Hearing everyone's discussion, Lin Chaotian was seriously pleased with himself. He understood awe and fear, these two words, very well. Since awe could not be achieved, then let people fear. Strength was everything. Time passed little by little. Very soon, the fourth passageway lit up. Yu Mengli walked out of it. Currently, her body was augmented by wind rule. She already became Tao Ancestor Storm. Her appearance naturally added a powerful balancing weight to the divine race. Two mighty Tenmark's powerhouses became Tao ancestors at the same time. The human race would naturally have a hard time. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was, there was still internal strife on the human race's side. When Yu Mengli saw the seriously injured sacred ancestor high priest, her brows could not help furrowing slightly. Arriving at Tianqing's side, Tianqing whispered a few words in her ear. She could not help revealing a look of surprise, looking towards Lin Chaotian. Before long, the fifth Tao ancestor appeared. The fifth Tao ancestor was still the divine race. The earth lineage's Bo-E became Tao ancestor darkness. The sixth Tao ancestor was still the divine race. The profound lineage's progenitor, origin smile, became Tao ancestor earth. At this point, the divine race already occupied 4 out of the 9 great Tao ancestors. Humanity's 2 great Tao ancestors still had one who was seriously injured on the verge of death. Humanity's powerhouses virtually lost all hope. Even Lin Chaotian's expression did not look good either. It was true that he was strong, but if this situation continued developing at this rate, it would be difficult for him to salvage the situation alone. Tianqing and Yu Mengli were both existences not inferior to him. Furthermore, the divine race's progenitors were extremely powerful in their own right, becoming Tao ancestors again. Their strength soared. It was not what humanity could compare to at all. Soon after, the seventh Tao ancestor appeared. This time it was finally humanity's turn. However, this seventh Tao ancestor exceeded everyone's expectations. He was not a former Tao ancestor, but a newcomer. This person was originally Ancestor Fire's subordinate called Wang Cheng. He did not expect that with Ancestor Fire's fall, Wang Cheng actually became Tao Ancestor Lightning. Having just become a Tao ancestor, Wang Cheng was full of high spirits too. But right at this time, Lin Chaotian opened his mouth. Wang Cheng, from now on, I reign supreme over the human race. Come over and offer greetings to this ancestor or die. Lin Chaotian said coolly. Wang Cheng's expression changed and he instinctively wanted to blow his top. He already became a Tao ancestor and actually still had to be a dog for Lin Chaotian. But right then, he saw the injured sacred ancestor high priest not far away from Lin Chaotian, and his pupils could not help shrinking. How could he not tell that sacred ancestor high priest already corroborated his Tao and became ancestor? But he was actually beaten until like this. Furthermore, sacred ancestor high priest was even a grand ancestor who corroborated his Tao, his strength significantly stronger than his. Linking it to Lin Chaotian's relationship with Yi Yuan, Wang Cheng immediately hesitated. Seeing Wang Cheng hesitated, Lin Chaotian said with a cold snort, "You don't need to have any doubts. He was taken down by this ancestor. If you don't believe me, you can come and give it a try too." Wang Cheng's expression changed wildly, already having a plan in his heart. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Why, you got to be kidding. You're a senior unifying. The human race is ought to be. From now on, Wang Cheng will follow Tao Ancestor Fire Spirit's lead." Finished saying, he arrived in front of Lin Chaotian with a flash and bowed in.
Salute.
Lin Chaotian revealed a playful look and said, "At least you're sensible." Wang Cheng said with a flattering expression, "Hoo-hoo. Even the Ancestor Fire back then wasn't Brother Chaotian's match too. This junior newly corroborated my Tao and took the position of Tao Ancestor. How can I dare to be impudent in front of you?" This Wang Cheng already treated himself as Lin Chaotian's lackey very consciously. As for everyone's contemptuous gazes, he directly ignored it. What did the scorn of ants count for? Although the present situation was very different from what he expected, he was invincible under Lin Chaotian. Wang Cheng was a clever person and also a sly person. He understood that now the situation was already not what it used to be. Times had already changed. Tao ancestors might not be able to disregard everything too. Putting Lin Chaotian aside, those few divine race Tao ancestors opposite, any random one that came out could trample on him. Finding a powerful backer was naturally the most reliable. Lin Chaotian nodded his head with satisfaction and said, "Amen. A lot of the people around Yi Yuan have already come out. Go and get them all docile and obedient. When Yi Yuan comes out, this ancestor will make you regret being born in this world." Wang Cheng's eyes lit up and he said, "Brother Chaotian is mighty." Currently, Long Yi, Bai Chun, and the rest already came out of the heavenspan mountain. Seeing Lin Chaotian's domineering appearance, each and every one of them dared to get angry but did not dare to speak. At the same time, they faintly started to get worried. After all, the current Lin Chaotian was too strong. Reaching Tao Ancestor this realm, even improving one's strength by a tiny bit, was extremely difficult. It was true that Yi Yuan was strong, but he had also reached the bottleneck. Could he still surpass Lin Chaotian? Wang Cheng, having received the order, looking toward Long Yi and the rest with ill intent. The expressions of the latter changed greatly. In the Heavenspan Mountain, a powerful rule power suddenly descended. Feeling this vast rule power, they were all moved. The might of this power made them not dare to look directly at it. Is this spatial rule? Indeed ridiculously strong. Feels like within this space, His Excellency can kill me with a single thought. Pang Jin exclaimed. Profound Secrets had a shocked face as he said, "Back then, when Senior Shang Hang corroborated his Tao as a grand ancestor, the undulations were also not so strong. Looks like he really has hope of defeating Lin Chaotian." When the trio saw this intense rule undulation, they could not help becoming more hopeful. But right at this time, another power of rule descended. Pang Jun was dumbstruck with amazement and said, "Tea time rule. When did power of rules become so easy to comprehend?" Laws reaching rule, this step seemed to only be a difference of a word. But the effort and time required could not be calculated at all. Too difficult. For 10 billion years, no one had been able to step into the realm of rule. Just based on this, it was sufficient to explain everything. But Yi Yuan broke through two great power of rules at the same time in a short 1 month's time. Such freakishness, even if they understood Yi Yuan extremely well, they were also shocked speechless. Furthermore, the two great rules that Yi Yuan comprehended were even the supreme laws, time and space, two great laws. However, his voice had yet to fade when dense auspicious clouds gathered above the gray fog, another two power of rules. The three people exchanged glances, already unable to describe the shock in their hearts currently. For power of rules. This is really unreasonable. Time, space, formation, Tao, alchemy. Tao for great rules breaking through at the same time. This is really unprecedented and unrepeatable. Even with Wan Zhen's calm personality, he was also dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan at this time. Outside of the Heavenspan Mountain, the eighth passageway already opened. The eighth Tao ancestor, that was Tao ancestor life, was ultimately obtained by the divine race's world lineage's progenitor, Cheng Kuei. So far, out of 9 great Tao ancestors, the divine race occupied 5 of them. Humanity only had a scanty 3 people. However, due to Lin Chaotian's sudden emergence to the fore, although the human race was weak, the divine race did not take advantage of the situation to enter. But on humanity's side, it was very chaotic. Under Wang Cheng's feet laid a group of powerhouses who collapsed on the ground, their appearances very miserable. These people were all people who followed Yi Yuan. Long Yi, Bai Chen, and Ai Xian and the rest were all beaten until they were severely wounded and vomiting blood. Some people had all the bones in their bodies broken, white bones visible at the wound areas, the whole course very miserable. However, this group of people was surprisingly silent. Even when seriously injured and dying, these people all did not make a sound. Wang Cheng also felt very bored after he finished teaching these people a lesson. He did not experience the pleasure of teaching people a lesson. He tried to force these people to beg for mercy, but no one begged him for mercy. Rather die than surrender. Pooh? A bunch of madmen. Wang Cheng spat and said with a sneer, "You fools, still counting on Yi Yuan to be able to save you guys? Heh. When he comes out, he'll probably be unable to even fend for himself. The era of Saint Azure will become the past very soon." After he came out, he already had an understanding of Lin Chaotian's strength. Lin Chaotian actually fought to a draw with Tian Qing after corroborating his Tao. This made him have extremely strong confidence in Lin Chaotian. Pooh? Shameless villain. If you have the ability, go and act wildly to the divine race. Only know how to show off your power to your own people. Such an impressive Tao ancestor. And Ai Xian spat. He was someone with great integrity. Otherwise, he also would not have become humanity's chief commander back then. Now, seeing Wang Cheng's shameless face, his lungs almost exploded from anger. Crack! Wang Cheng broke An Ai Xian's arms like lightning, causing him to howl with pain. Seeing An Ai Xian's painful expression, Wang Cheng had a look of delight as he said, "Heh? Stubborn mouth. When Yi Yuan that fellow comes out, let you all take a good look at his dead dog appearance. At that time I'll send you all off together." Suddenly, the last passageway suddenly lit up. The 9th Tao ancestor was born. Everyone's gazes focused on the 9th passageway. The last Tao ancestor water source. Wonder who has this great destiny. Very soon, a figure slowly walked out. It's him. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. He finally became a Tao ancestor. Not good. With Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets becoming a Tao ancestor. Means that Saint Azure didn't become a Tao ancestor. Lin Chaotian won't let him off. Profound Secrets becoming ancestor was in favor with the general public. The powerhouses present all knew the contributions he made to the human race. Over the years, however, after the pleasant surprise, there were deep concerns. Lin Chaotian currently had aggressive arrogance that billowed to the sky. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets was Saint Azure's people. Hence, Lin Chaotian definitely would not let him off. Seeing Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets appear, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Lin Chaotian's mouth. This Yi Yuan was really a stubborn child. He probably did not know how strong he had become after he became Tao ancestor. Fire spirit, right? Before this, Lin Chaotian was actually still a little worried. If Yi Yuan fused with the water rule crystal and became Tao ancestor, water source, he would really pose a considerable threat to him. It was just that when he thought back with Yi Yuan's character, since he said that it was definitely not shooting at a non-existent target. Currently, it was indeed the case. At this very moment, Lin Chaotian's last bit of worry also dissipated with the wind. What remained was settling the scores. The moment Profound Secrets exited the passageway, his gaze could not help turning intent. A piercing cold killing intent surged straight to the sky. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was seriously injured on the verge of death. Long Yi had a large hole in his chest, seriously injured. Bai Chun had an arm that went missing, and Ai Xian's arms were forcefully broken. Yi Yuan's line of people was all extremely miserable at this time. Not needing Lin Chaotian to instruct, Wang Cheng welcomed Profound Secrets, saying with a jeer, "Profound Secrets, you're also a Tao ancestor now. Go over and pay respects to Brother Chaotian and then apologize. Swear to be loyal to him. Maybe if he's happy, the events in the past will be considered over. If you refuse to come to your senses, they will be your outcome." Profound Secrets glared at Wang Cheng and spat. "Kaput? Wang Cheng, you also became a Tao ancestor powerhouse now, to actually be willing to be a dog. You're barking really happily." Wang Cheng did not get angry and said smilingly, "He who understands the times is a wise man. Profound Secrets, you're a clever man too, Brother Chaotian." Corroborating his Tao and becoming a Tao ancestor a second time, his strength is already exceedingly formidable. Even progenitor Tianqing can't do anything to him either. When Yi Yuan comes out, his death date will be approaching. When Profound Secrets heard that, his heart thumped. Hearing Wang Cheng, this meant that Lin Chaotian and Tianqing had already fought. Furthermore, neither side had the better of the other. This was impressive. One had to know Tianqing also corroborated his Tao and became an ancestor a second time. Seeing that Profound Secrets expression changed, Wang Cheng was even more pleased with himself and said, "Hoo-hoo? Are you scared? That sacred ancestor High Priest couldn't even last 3 moves under Brother Chaotian's hands. Similarly, being a Tao ancestor, the disparity is too great. Therefore, following Brother Chaotian is the only way out. You're a clever man, you should know how to choose, right? Choose your mum." Profound Secrets suddenly flew into a rage and could not resist bursting into a swear and said, "Shameless thing, get lost to one side for your father." When Lin Chaotian heard that, he frowned slightly and said with a cold snort, "Looks like you also won't shed tears without seeing the coffin." Finished talking, he was about to make a move to deal with Profound Secrets. Rumble. Right at this time, the Heavenspan Mountain was in upheaval. One figure after another was transported out of the Heavenspan Mountain. Those 9 passageways also turned into nothing after Profound Secrets came. Heavenly Tao Samsara ended, with 9 great Tao ancestors returning to their positions. The new epic has begun. Tianqing looked at this scene and said, with an emotional sigh. Suddenly, a familiar figure landed in everyone's eyes. When Lin Chaotian saw the arrival, the corners of his mouth could not help curling slightly, revealing a hint of playfulness. This person was precisely Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan returned, swept a glance over, and discovered the tragic states of sacred ancestor, high priest, and the rest. A surge of fury welled up from his heart. Yi Yuan, this ancestor has waited very long for you. Hoo-hoo, if not for letting them witness your death, this ancestor would have long sent them on their way. Lin Chaotian stood with both hands behind his back as he said with a confident smile, "You deserve death." Yi Yuan glared angrily as he said in a cold voice, "Ha ha ha. In this world, there's nobody who deserves death or doesn't deserve death. The weak is the original sin. You're too weak, so the one who deserves death is you." Lin Chaotian said with a loud laugh. Hehe? Yi Yuan, heavenly Tao Samsara ended. Your era has also completely ended. From now on, it's the dualistic era where progenitor Tianqing and brother Chaotian exist side by side. You're already behind the times. Originally, you had the opportunity to touch the sky, but unfortunately, you were too conceited and weren't willing to refine the rule crystal. Now you already have no chance. Wang Cheng burst into laughter when he saw the situation. At this time, it was clearly the best timing to pick sides. Hearing this, Yi Yuan turned to look at Wang Cheng, pointed at an Aishian and the others, and said in a cold voice, "Was there your contribution in this?" "Yes, of course there was." Hearing Yi Yuan's question, Wang Cheng could not resist being pleased with himself and said, that guy, and that guy all were done by me. Why? You want to come to find me to take revenge? Ha ha ha. What a joke. Wang Cheng laughed very wildly, very arrogantly. He was already very sure that Yi Yuan was not Lin Chaotian's match. Heavenly Tao Samsara was already over. The outcome was a foregone conclusion. Yi Yuan could only be eliminated by the times. Therefore, he did not care about Yi Yuan's attitude at all. Not only did he not care, but he was also very proud of himself instead. The person who abused Saint Azure made him feel great. Not far away, Lin Chaotian also smiled as he said, "Hoo-hoo. If you feel that you have the capability, you can very well take revenge on Wang Cheng under this ancestor's eyelids." Swoosh! Lin Chaotian's voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's figure already disappeared. That speed already surpassed thought. Crack! Everyone still had not understood what was going on when they heard a brittle sound came over. Arg? My arm. Only after a breath, Wang Chang's pig slaughter-like scream suddenly came out. Everyone followed the voice and looked over, and they could not help being filled with fear. It turned out that one of Wang Cheng's arms had already been forcibly broken by Yi Yuan. Without the strength to fight back. A Tao ancestor actually did not have the strength to fight back in front of Yi Yuan. Far away came a series of sounds of cold air being sucked in. This bit earlier was seriously too fast, quickly until everyone did not react. Many people also looked at Lin Chaotian with strange expressions. He just finished talking and Wang Cheng's bones were broken. This face was slapped too resoundingly. It was even more resounding than Wang Cheng's screams. Tianqing's pupils constricted slightly, having a look of surprise on his face. He also did not expect that things would actually have such a dramatic change. "It will be easy to discuss things with you," Yi Yuan's nonchalant words sounded out in Wang Cheng's ears. Lin Chaotian's eyes turned dark, a fiery burning feeling on his face. The prestige that he had just established was wiped away with Yi Yuan's slap. Fury! Yi Yuan, let Wang Cheng go. Otherwise, you'll die very horribly. Lin Chaotian said in a chilly voice. Yi Yuan ignored him. He just said to Wang Cheng indifferently, "The things that they suffered, you need to bear it tenfold. Relax, you won't die so quickly." Wang Cheng was alarmed and enraged, his fear reaching the extreme. Just now, he did not see how Yi Yuan made his move at all. A Tao ancestor could not see clearly how his opponent made his move. This sort of thing was simply too crazy and too chilling. Brother Chaotian, save me. Wang Cheng endured the intense pain and shouted. Crack. Another crisp bone-snapping sound. This time, everyone saw it clearly. Yi Yuan forcibly broke Wang Cheng's other arm just like that. He did not employ divine essence, he just used the power of the fleshy body. Crudely, this kind of breaking was not fatal, but it made the physical body feel very painful. Wang Cheng's scream lingered on incessantly. With this, Lin Chaotian was genuinely enraged. Yi Yuan actually dared to make light of him. Humph! Looks like you're really seeking death. Lin Chaotian gave a cold snort, his figure moving swiftly, suddenly thrusting palm towards Yi Yuan. His speed was quick to the extreme. Being conferred ancestor a second time, Lin Chaotian's improvement was all around. Just in terms of the application of spatial law, he also far surpassed other Tao ancestors. Boom! Lin Chaotian's palm smacked onto Yi Yuan's body. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Sure enough, the current Yi Yuan was already not his match. A series of exclamations came from all around. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's figure slowly became illusory, akin to the moon's reflection in the water, dissipating without a trace. Ah! At the same time, another scream came over. It turned out that Wang Cheng's chest directly had a large hole opened up. It was forcibly punched through by Yi Yuan with one punch. The current Wang Cheng was miserable to the extreme, having cold sweat pouring profusely from pain. He only felt that every cell in his body was hurting from head to toe. Were you yelling for him to come to save you just now? A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. It was just that the smile was somewhat cold. Yi Yuan was really enraged. Lin Chaotian provoked his bottom line time and again, making him reach the limit of his patience. Now there was even a Wang Cheng who jumped out to bounce around. He naturally did not mind cleaning them up together. Looking at the Yi Yuan in front of him disappear bit by bit, Lin Chaotian's eyes suddenly contracted. He was a little surprised in his heart. This disappearance was completely different from that strange disappearance in the Pat. Was it possible that this boy already reached the realm of spatial rule? Damn it! This ancestor wants to see how much you can avoid. Endless fire. Hell! Lin Chaotian was enraged too. It was only to see that the moment he released his law, it instantly turned into a sea of fire within 100 miles. Yi Yuan as well as Sacred Ancestor High Priest and the others were shockingly encased inside wood and fire. Two laws activated. The temperature of this sea of fire was 10 times more terrifying than the fire dance frenzied demon back then. In this sea of fire, ordinary Tao ancestors would be incinerated into nothingness too. What a terrifying sea of fire. This is the true ancestor fire. Yeah, the former ancestor fire is simply like a baby when compared to Lin Chaotian. It's over. This is an indiscriminate attack. I'm afraid that Lord Saint Azure is unable to escape, right? Even if he can escape, those friends of his likely can't escape too. The moment the sea of fire appeared, everyone's expressions changed wildly. Even Tian Qing's gaze also flashed slightly. Clearly, the power of this fire sea made him view it in a different light. But at this time, an indifferent voice came from beyond 100 miles away. Kneel down. The sound of two bones cracking came over. Wang Cheng directly knelt down. And opposite him was Anai Shen and the rest. Lin Chaotian's eyes immediately became wide saucers. How did he escape? This is impossible. My endless fire hell doesn't have a dead angle at all. Even if he reached the realm of spatial rule, it's impossible to escape too. Lin Chaotian looked at this scene, full of shock and disbelief. This sea of fire was vastly different from an ordinary sea of fire. Even if you escaped into the void, the sea of fire could burn you too. This move was an indiscriminate attack. But this formidable move was actually dodged by Yi Yuan so casually? Lin Chaotian was full of puzzlement in his heart. Wang Cheng's knee bones had already been completely crushed and he could not help kneeling down in front of An Xian and the others. Seeing this scene, An Xian and the others felt incomparably delighted. Previously, Wang Cheng's lackey appearance was still vivid in their minds. Now he was finally taken care of by Yi Yuan. So what if Dao ancestor? Apologize, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, his words carrying a majesty that brooked no intervention. Wang Cheng broke down. He discovered to his dismay that Lin Chaotian could not save him at all. In fact, he was almost killed by Lin Chaotian indiscriminately just now. He appeared outside of the sea of fire bafflingly. I was wrong. Your Excellencies, just treat this lowly one as a far. And let me off, Wang Cheng said to the few people with tears and snorts running down his face. But right then, a terrifying to the extreme power of rule surged to the sky. Behind everybody, this power made everyone feel despair. Yi Yuan, this ancestor is talking to you? Are you deaf? Lin Chaotian bellowed angrily.